tabling of documents, dépôt de documents, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32 sub 2, I have the honour to table in both official languages two documents, two reports entitled, firstly, Perimeter Security and Economic Competitiveness Action Plan, and secondly, also Beyond the Border Regulatory Cooperation Joint Action Plan for the Canada-United States Regulatory Cooperation Council, both as announced by the Prime Minister yesterday.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Déclaration de ministre. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Donnelly, seconded by Ms. Davies, Vancouver East, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Fish Inspection Act and the Fisheries Act, Importation of Shark Fins. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to introduce an act to amend the Fish Inspection Act and the Fisheries Act, Importation of Shark Fin. And I'd like to acknowledge and thank the member from Vancouver East for seconding this bill. This act would amend the Fish Inspection Act to prohibit the importation of shark fin to Canada and make into law a prohibition on shark finning in Canadian waters. Sharks are top predators and play a key role in maintaining ocean health. Their populations are plummeting around the world. Scientists report that up to 73 million sharks are killed annually for their fins, often by finning, a horrific practice which is severing the fins from the shark and discarding the body at sea. In 2009, the International Union of Conservation of Nature reported over 1/3 of all shark species are threatened with extinction as a result of shark finning. The best way to curb illegal finning is to stop the international trade in shark fin. Canada can become a world leader in shark conservation and ocean stewardship by adopting legislation to protect sharks. I hope all members of this House support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Donnelly, après par Madame Davies.
Mr. Donnelly, seconded by Ms. Donnelly, moves that this bill be read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Ms. Nash, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Parliament of Canada Act, Parliamentary Budget Officer. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to introduce my private member's bill, An Act to Amend the Parliament of Canada Act, Parliamentary Budget Officer. I'm very pleased to be able to present this important legislation, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques, for seconding this bill and for supporting efforts to promote transparency and accountability, which are so important to our role as members of Parliament. Monsieur le Président, le poste de directeur.
Mr. Speaker, this position of Parliamentary Budget Officer was created to deal with the sponsorship issue. There was a promise at the time to establish this position, but the independence has not been extended by the current government to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, like the Auditor General has. The appointment of this position can revoke the appointment as he sees fit and can therefore take this action. Mr. Speaker, Canadians and their members deserve to know the real costs of policies and legislation, and the Parliamentary Budget Officer must have sufficient independence to achieve that objective.
The real costs of policy and legislation, and the PBO must have sufficient power and independence to meet this goal. This bill would allow the PBO to operate independently with a budget to fulfill his or her mandate. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want this government to be held accountable. We must be focused on ensuring that fiscal transparency and accountability are standard operating procedure in Ottawa. Thank you.
Madame Nash, après par Monsieur.
Ms. Nash, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi. First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Mr. O'Connor for Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, seconded by Mr. Ritz, moves that Bill S2, an act respecting family homes situated on First Nation reserves and matrimonial interests or rights in or to structures and lands situated on those reserves, be now read a first time. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Monsieur O'Connor pour Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. O'Connor for Mr. LaBelle, seconded by Mr. Ritz, moves that Bill S4, an act to amend the Railway Safety Act and to make consequential amendments to the Canada Transportation Act, be read a first time. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Regan, seconded by Mr. Sims, Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, moves that Bill S201, an act respecting a National Philanthropy Day, be now read a first time. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to introduce Bill S201, an act respecting a National Philanthropy Day. Both at home and around the globe, Canadians are recognized for the generosity and compassion. We continue to be inspired by the dedication of volunteers who give freely of their time to improve the lives of others. And I want to thank my good friend, Senator Terry Mercer, who's introduced this bill, actually, to name November the 15th National Philanthropy Day numerous times in the other place. For his persistence and hard work, in fact, the Senate passed this bill on several occasions, and I hope this time my colleagues in the House will see fit to pass it as well. But every one of us really is a beneficiary of volunteerism and that generous spirit that Canadians exemplify. This philanthropy is seen in organizations like Beacon House, a food bank in the Bedford-Sackville area, which is part of which is my riding. It depends upon the generosity of people who care about others, about their friends and their neighbors, people they've never met and will never meet, as a matter of fact. Larger organizations like Feed Nova Scotia, which collects and distributes food to more than 150 food banks in Nova Scotia, and meal programs thrive under the caring spirit of Nova Scotians. Meanwhile, Canadians give more than 2 billion hours a year of their time to help others, and 2/3 of all Canadians donate to charitable organizations every year. It's in recognition of these immeasurable contributions that we look to recognize National Philanthropy Day every November. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and I think you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House of Commons joins the Senate of Canada in calling upon the government of Pakistan to immediately release Ms. Asia Bibi, to ensure her safety and well-being, to hear the outcry of the international community, and to respect the principles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions today. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise today to present another 3 petitions signed by hundreds more people in my riding of Hamilton Mountain who call upon the House of Commons to finally take action on asbestos. They note that asbestos is the greatest industrial killer that the world has ever known. In fact, they point out that more Canadians now die from asbestos than from all other industrial and occupational causes combined. The petitioners also draw the attention of the House to the fact that Canada remains one of the largest producers and exporters of asbestos in the world, and that asbestos is not only banned in Canada, but Canada still spends millions of dollars subsidizing and promoting the asbestos industry and blocking international efforts to curb its use. Therefore, the petitioners call upon Parliament to ban asbestos in all its forms and to institute a just transition program for both asbestos workers and the communities they live in. They also call upon Parliament to end all government subsidies of asbestos in Canada and abroad, and want the government to stop blocking international health and safety conventions designed to protect workers from asbestos, such as the Rotterdam Convention. Mr. Speaker, I'm thrilled by the huge response that my article in the Mountain News generated on asbestos, and I will continue to table petitions until the government finally listens to all those Canadians who are engaged on this file and who want to see action. Mr. Speaker, I'm also delighted to present a petition that was developed by SEIU Local 1 and circulated by SEIU retirees. They gathered hundreds of signatures in support of the urgent need for a national pharmacare program in our country. The petitioners point out that our goal ought to be to have a national drug plan that would enable all Canadians to enjoy equitable access to medicines while at the same time controlling the rising cost of drugs. They are keenly aware of a report released by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, which concluded that the existing patchwork of private and public plans in Canada is inequitable, inefficient and costly. The report found that Canada is the third most expensive country for brand-name drugs because it deliberately inflates drug prices in order to attract pharmaceutical investment. Instead of tackling the issue head-on, the government is talking about privatization and user fees. Those are hardly the answers for an ageing population that is already finding it difficult to make ends meet and whose retirement savings are again put at risk by yet another economic downturn. The request by the petitioners is as straightforward as it is urgent. They simply want the government to acknowledge that there is a sound economic case to be made for universal public Medicare.
Order. Order. I would ask all honourable members when they're presenting petitions to... There are lots of people on their feet, and we'd like to get through them all 15 minutes. If the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain could quickly finish.
Just need 2 more seconds, Mr. Speaker. They simply want the government to acknowledge that there's a sound economic case to be made for universal public Medicare and then to get on with the job of developing and implementing a national pharmacare program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Honourable member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36, it's an honour to rise in the House today to present 2 petitions on behalf of many Ottawa residents. I'd like to recognise the advocacy efforts of my constituent, Mr. Joe Parcello of Ottawa South. I'm also pleased to table another petition on behalf of Mr. John Dorner of the Archdiocese of Ottawa. These petitioners wish to build support for positive Canadian action at the United Nations Conference on Climate Change in Durban, South Africa. Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege to table these petitions on behalf of local, very concerned citizens. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to present 2 petitions. The first one is signed by veterans and their supporters who feel they've been abandoned by our government, by their own government, and believe planned cuts of $226 million to the Department of Veterans Affairs are wrong. This petition notes the impact of this government's severe cuts will impair the department's ability to provide support to the very veterans who have been injured in the service of their country. The proud Nova Scotians who have signed this petition call on the government to restore full funding to Veterans Affairs and exempt the department from the current program review. And the second petition, Mr. Speaker, is signed by citizens in my riding on behalf of the Canadian Interfaith Call for Leadership and Action on Climate Change. This petition points out that the growing crisis of climate change is symptomatic of greed, an underlying spiritual deficit which has led to unsustainable patterns of production and consumption. It calls on Canada to lead by example instead of waiting for others to act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions, the honourable.
Presenting petitions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House today to present a petition from the Canadian Interfaith Call for Leadership on Action on Climate Change. And the petitioners who reside in the Abbotsford Delta area in the Lower Mainland call on Parliament in the spirit of global solidarity to take collective action by signing and implementing a binding international agreement replacing the Kyoto Protocol that commits nations to reduce carbon emissions and set fair and clear targets to ensure that that global average temperatures stay below a 2% Celsius increase from pre-industrial levels. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member from Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition addressed to the Minister of Transport and Infrastructure, signed by many people in my riding. It states, and I quote, the signatories of this petition and people with limited mobility want to draw attention of the Minister of Transport to the fact that Canada Post, without offering comparable service, has deprived us of an essential service by refusing to use boxes on our street on Saint-Laurent Street in Montreal. We therefore and the same problem occurs at the residence and we call upon the corporation to build and install a letterbox right in front of the Gérard Courtois building is too far, so in front of our building, therefore, it is inaccessible for many of us with limited mobility.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present two petitions to the House, the first of which pertains to Bill C-4. Hundreds of petitioners in my riding of Parkdale High Park wish to call attention to the House to Bill C-4, the Preventing Human Smugglers from Abusing Canada's Immigration System Act. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners argue that this bill is in violation of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, as well as numerous international conventions and covenants to which Canada is a party. They therefore call upon the House to withdraw this bill. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I present today a petition pertaining to the Canadian Museum of Human Rights. The petitioners call on Parliament to ensure that the Holodomor and Canada's first national internment operations are included in the exhibits permanently displayed at the Canadian Museum for Human Rights, and that any further funding to the museum be suspended until there is a transparent review of the governance of the museum. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of presenting a petition calling on the government to revisit its decision to close search and rescue facilities in Quebec. Maritime Search and Rescue, located in Quebec City. This includes the Gaspé and the Magdalen Islands and other areas. This area was set, the SAR facilities were set up in 1977 to cover areas formerly covered by Trenton and Halifax. And this is, the idea was to provide service in French to fishermen and women in the Gaspé area. The closure of the center in the spring of 2012 will mean that distress calls from the area will be handled by Trenton or Halifax. The coordination of rescue operations in the Gulf of St. Lawrence will no longer be done from Quebec City. It will be transferred to Halifax and Trenton. This is illogical, and that's why I support this petition, and I call on the government to suspend and stay its decision to close the centre in Quebec City. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question number 195 will be answered today. Furthermore, question number Q 191 could be made in order for return. This return would be tabled immediately.
Great work. Is it the pleasure of the House that question number Q 191 be made in order for return and that it be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-7, Senate Reform Act.
Resuming debate, when this matter was last before the House, is it the Honourable Bonavista? The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor had the floor. The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't sure if you were questioning whether it was me or whether I was honourable, but nonetheless, I thank you very much for the insight. I know. I won't put that up for a vote. Trust me. I want to thank the House for allowing me this time. I want to thank the Speaker as well, and of course I want to thank everybody here for allowing this debate to move ahead regarding the House of Sober Second Thought. As over many, many years, certainly since the inception of this country, this debate has raged on and on as to its content, as to how it proceeds, how it is selected, how it goes about its daily business, has been debated across this country in many forms. Sometimes high profile, sometimes not so high profile, but nonetheless there have been several and repeated attempts to make it better reflect the opinions and the diversity of this country, not just in the diversity of persons, but also in the diversity of the regions in which many of us here represent. Therefore, I'm just going to go through a brief analysis. I want to thank, and sometimes I don't think we thank enough, the people who work in the Library of Parliament Sebastian Spano in particular, who did some background information on this, and I would like to thank him for that. And he brought forward some great points. He also brought forward an historical context when it comes to the Senate, in particular this bill, which the thrust of this is to say two things. Let us now limit the time in which senators can sit for the duration, in this case 9 years, or also we can allow the participation of the provinces to be involved in the selection of senators and more to the point, in the election of senators, which is a practice that has been done circuitously at best when it comes to the situation. Like, we remember the late Stan Waters was involved, Burt Brown as well, Senator. We remember these particular appointments. But again, these were appointments that were not direct elections per se. Now, this particular bill hopes to bring a direct election within the confines of the Senate along with the term limit. So let me just, the bill is divided into two parts, as I've just mentioned. It's desired for the authors of the bill, in this case, of course, the government and the minister in question, to express a desire to initiate a process for constitutional reform leading to an elected Senate, quote, in the near future, which begs the question, does this open the door to something else? I assume it does, given that the origins of the party in power always talked about the triple E Senate, equal, elected, effective, which really, in my own opinion, is two things. If it's equal and elected, whether it's effective remains to be seen. But I digress. The legislative model would allow voters to select candidates wishing to be considered for appointment to the Senate, and it does it on two levels. It does it at provincial elections and municipal elections as well, which is something that I'll discuss a little later. It should be noted that the bill imposes no obligation on provinces or territories to establish a selection process, but the nominees model and the framework is set out in the schedule, and a lot of this, the entire framework, set out in the province of Alberta with their legislation, and that's what this schedule is modeled on. Okay. Bill C-20, an act to provide for consultations with electors on their preferences for the appointment to the Senate in past attempts to do this. There were past attempts in both the Senate and past recent attempts in the Senate as well as here. So you had S7, you had C20 as two ways of doing that. Now, both those died on the order paper in 2008. So, the different proposals at hand. Let me just trace back to when it all started. These are basically 6 major changes that were proposed within this country about how the Senate should react through the committees, through the House of Commons, and also through the Senate. Number 1, it was in 1887, and it was the Senate to be appointed by the federal government, and the other half of Senate was to be appointed by the provincial governments. So again, we go back to the appointment process, no election involved. Number 2, the second time. This was the end of 1960s, the Constitutional Conference of 1969. The federal government of the day proposed that senators be selected in part by the federal government and in part by the provincial government, same sort of situation we had in 1887. And the provinces could choose the method of selection of senators, whether by nomination of the provincial governments or with the approval of their legislatures. Now, the difference here is that in the past, they wanted to infuse the provincial input into this by allowing them to appoint, but it never set out the way it to be done, whether it was by election or whether by appointment. I'm assuming that they wanted to do it by appointment of the legislature, so they would choose their own. But you get the idea here. What they wanted to do, for the most part, in the past 100 and close to 50 years, as of 2017, but for the past 100 and, do the math, well, 44 years, then obviously you get the idea that they wanted to bring the provinces into a direct consultation process and a direct process to directly appoint senators into Parliament. Number 3, in 1978, the Government of Canada's proposal for a time for action, the document was called, a renewed constitution which would include a House of the Federation that would replace the Senate. Well, how interesting is that? Probably something similar to what the Council of Europe has in Strasbourg. Basically, you get I'm assuming legislators in their home provinces to come to Ottawa and to use the Senate, the upper chamber, as a federation, a House of the Federation, as it was called. Now, that didn't last very long, that proposal. It didn't get a lot of cause a lot of excitement around here, certainly, by the looks of things, and it didn't get a lot of media attention. But nonetheless, it was something that was brave and bold for its time. C-60 was intended to give the proposal. It was tabled and received first reading in the House of Commons. That was in 1978. Now, in 1979, the Pepin-Robarts Task Force on Canadian Unity recommended the abolition of the Senate and the establishment of the Council of the Federation. So it moved one step further. There you have it, the Council of the Federation to be composed of provincial delegations led by a person of ministerial rank or by the Premier of a province. And I suggest anybody in this House may want to look at that as a proposal, as an alternative, like in the case of the NDP, who want to abolish the particular Senate. So there's something there they may want to consider. 1984, the Special Joint Committee of the Senate and House of Commons, this is the Mulgat-Cosgrove Committee, recommended that senators be directly elected, period. The Royal Commission on the Economic Union and Development Prospect for Canada recommended that senators be elected in elections held simultaneously with elections to the House of Commons. And therein lies the rub, because there you need the direct participation of provinces depending on the formula. In particular, 7 provinces representing 50% of the population. That brings us to 1987. 3 words, Meech Lake Accord. We all remember that. That was one of the more high-profile attempts at reforming the Senate, and the constitutional reform that would have had implications for the method of selecting senators. So the Meech Lake Accord, once a vacancy occurred in the Senate, the provincial government of the province in which the vacancy existed could submit a list of nominees for potential appointment to the Senate. Somewhat circuitous in the way it went about its business. They would provide a list of people for the Prime Minister, through the Governor-General, to select. So that's a little different, but nonetheless, I don't think it would have put it into the context of allowing the provinces to be directly involved simply because it was more of an advisory role. Which brings me to this bill, but I'll get to that in a little bit. Special Joint Committee of the Senate, House of Commons, Renewed Canada, Baudouin-Dobby Committee, 1992, recommended the direct election of senators under a proportional representational system. There again lies the participation of the provinces. So, now in Manitoba, several provinces have enacted their own legislation to make way for this type of procedure where they would be involved in electing senators to the Senate. We know about Alberta. They enacted the Senatorial Selection Act in 1989, setting out the guidelines by which they could do that. In 1990, British Columbia enacted the Senatorial Election Act as well, which mirrors the counterpart in Alberta. But it has been reported in recent media accounts, and it did lapse, by the way, but it has been reported that British Columbia may revive this type of legislation. In 2009, Saskatchewan passed the Senate Nominee Election Act, and it received royal assent, but has not been proclaimed into force yet. Manitoba, the Special Committee on Senate Reform. Now, Manitoba took a different track. November 2009 proposed an election process for selecting Senate nominees to be administered by Elections Canada and to be paid for by the federal government. So they went in a different way, which tied it a little more directly into the federal system, certainly with Elections Canada, and proposed that essentially the federal government would look after that. And as my honourable colleague from Manitoba points out, it was put forward by Gary Dewar, the former NDP government. Now, proposals for reforming Senate tenure, again, from 1867 to 1965, I mentioned the Mulgat-McGuigan Committee and others. There are several guiding principles involved, and this brings me to the crux, the point I'm trying to make here when it comes to Senate reform. And this is why this particular bill could find itself in trouble. A few years back, former Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, Danny Williams, made representation by saying that you cannot do this without the provinces, and I think he is right, and here's why. The guiding principles involved in the Upper House reference, which was back around 1980, a judgment delivered in 1980, the court articulated a number of guiding principles in the British North America Act and the Senate giving their opinion. Here is what they said. They said basically that in many ways you cannot change the spirit of the legislation because of the effect of direct election to the Senate. And they basically said you cannot, what you will end up doing is changing the very thrust of the way the Senate operates. However, in this particular case, the Conservatives will convince themselves that it's not direct, but it is, thanks to Clause 3, which states, quote, the Prime Minister must consider this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, thank you. And thank you to my colleague, the Liberal Party, for his views on Bill C-7, the Act respecting the selection of senators. I would like to ask him his view. Earlier today, during routine proceedings, there were no fewer than 3 pieces of legislation introduced into the House of Commons that had its origins in the other place, the unelected, undemocratic Senate. Now, I would like to ask him if he shares my view that there is, oh yeah, I'm sorry, pointing the wrong way. Would he share my view that it's completely inappropriate for the democratically elected House of Commons to be guided by, and in fact for our business to be interrupted and interfered by, the bills originating in the Senate, which in fact take primacy and bump the business of the House of Commons? Does he agree, with, regardless of his views, or if he shares the view that we believe the Senate should be abolished, does he at least concede that it's inappropriate and wrong for the Senate to be dictating the course of action in the debate in the elected chamber of the House of Commons?
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Yeah, I want to thank my honourable friend for his question. It's a good point. However, I would point out one thing. Despite its origin, it still has to get through this House, which is a good thing. The origin of which, in many cases, was introduced by a member of Parliament here. But I would like to point out about the abolition of the Senate. One of the things that's being talked about is a referendum to choose whether it should be abolished or not. And it's a pretty sincere motive, but the problem with that is you also have to get the provinces involved, which in many cases could become a cumbersome event. Nonetheless, if that's the way they feel, the only thing I can suggest they do is win a majority government and give it the boot. But nonetheless, in the meantime, I think this bill is probably the wrong way to go about doing this, because now they haven't involved the provinces, and that's what the fundamental flaw of this thing is, because according to the legislation, as I pointed out earlier, the reference to the Supreme Court said that you cannot change the spirit of the Senate without going to the provinces for consultation and their approval. This does, because there is an election in provinces. Not only that, Clause 3 states the Prime Minister must consider, which binds him to the provincial will of their legislation, which in turn has to enact that formula, which is 7 provinces, 50% of the population.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't talk about hypocrisy, but I will pose the question. Just prior to starting the debate, the NDP gave unanimous support for a motion that came from the Senate dealing with a world issue. And I believe they gave the unanimous support because they recognized what the Senate had done was of value. My question to the member is that the province of Manitoba had a public consultation to try to deal with what we could do to add value to the Senate. And people of all political parties in the province of Manitoba, at least, recognize that. Do you not think that other jurisdictions like Manitoba would benefit if, in fact, the public was consulted in terms of what sort of future role and how the Senate could, in fact, be elected or appointed?
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Manitoba. Now, did I mention, by the way, he works very hard? I mentioned that, right? Oh, I just did. Nonetheless, I do want to say, what's your riding again? Winnipeg North. Anyway, he brings up a valid point when it comes to the Senate, and there are many facets of it and how it should be reformed. One of the things that you can do is that if we call it, the vernacular bandied about here is the House of Sober Second Thought. Certainly it is. Many of my colleagues, I know when it comes to defence issues, such as Romeo Dallaire and others, bring some great input into this in the debate in Parliament. But bear in mind, the thrust of my speech is about the provincial consultation method that is there. They have the right to be involved in Senate reform, as well as if you had a referendum to abolish the Senate, they have a right to be involved in that as well. And that's the gist of what I'm saying. Whether you believe in abolishment of the Senate or not, you have to engage them because they are part of the process. And this legislation points out a fundamental flaw which states that you need to bring these provinces into this for their agreement for the constitutional amendment, because it states quite clearly that it should. And I think that's something that I haven't seen from the government, is the language saying that the provinces will be involved, and that's just not there.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill presented by the government is a sham of democratic reform and an affront to the intelligence of Canadians. If it is adopted, we'll have a Senate that is no longer representative of Canadians' choice, of Canada's cultural reality, and in addition will inherit a hybrid Senate without the independence required to obtain more credibility in the eyes of the population. Mr. Speaker, I would like to explain here why this reform is flawed, incomplete, and scandalous, and then I will add a certain number of reflections leading to a veritably democratic reform of our parliamentary system. Mr. Speaker, this reform will allow the provinces to organize elections to participate in the process of selecting senators. The bill proposes a framework electoral process that must be organized at the same time as municipal or provincial elections. So the public would vote for one of the candidates who are running. Citizens would be doing their civic duty. They would be putting their ballot in the box, and then what? The province would submit the list of the candidates selected to the Prime Minister of Canada, who would decide whether he takes into account these recommendations. But the Prime Minister would retain the privilege of actually choosing the candidates, so he would in no way be obliged to take into account the voter's choice. Sincerely, Mr. Speaker, are we going to ask Canadians to go and vote without telling them that ensuring them that their vote will be respected? And the government calls this democratic reform. We also already have a declining voter turnout rate in federal, provincial, and municipal elections. Canadians are disillusioned with our political system. And we're asking them with a straight face to participate in this democratic sham. Is this a joke? And that's not all, Mr. Speaker. These senators would be appointed or elected, depending on your viewpoint, for a maximum term of 9 years. They would only be entitled to serve one term. These new senators would be with colleagues who have been appointed for life, and this would create a two-tier system. In addition, once elected, senators would never have to render accounts to Canadians, and because they would not be allowed to run again, they would not have to deal with the population or fulfill their election promises. The provinces could decide to organize elections even without even knowing whether the voter's choice would be respected. And who would pay the bill? The provinces, of course. It's as if this is becoming a bad habit for the Conservatives. It's like Bill C-10, the omnibus crime bill. More imprisonment, more prisons, and who pays? The provinces, once again. It's easier to reform when you're sticking someone else with the bill and the consequences. But it's difficult for the provinces to swallow when it is not when they're not the ones who decide. Mr. Speaker, this is strangely similar to an improvised and botched bill, and yet it is the third time that the Conservatives have introduced this bill concerning Senate elections, and my Liberal colleague explained this very clearly. And yet they have not been able to do any better. So I find that this some kind of machination in order to ram through this improvised reform. And why? To circumvent the constitutional rules of this country, Mr. Speaker. If the Prime Minister really wanted to respect democracy, he would follow the rules prescribed under our Constitution, which states that any reform measure concerning the selection and qualities of senators calls for an amendment to the Constitution. It is true that Section 44 of the Constitutional Act 1982 authorizes the Parliament to amend the Constitution without the agreement of the provinces in certain circumstances. But paragraphs 42, 1b, and c of the Constitutional Act 1982 list 4 exceptions to this rule for which the agreement of the provinces is required. For a change in the powers of the Senate, the way of selecting senators, the number of senators, by which a province is to be represented, and the conditions of residence that the senators must fulfill. So what is the government doing to avoid consulting the provinces? It is trying to make us believe that the senators will be elected, but it is actually continuing to appoint them. It is trying to reform the Senate without asking for the province's opinion. But this funny footwork is not even constitutional. In a major Supreme Court case in 1980, the justices said that Parliament cannot alone bring substantive changes to the essential or fundamental characteristics of the Senate. In fact, Quebec intends to challenge the constitutional nature of this bill if it is adopted. So what should we think of a bill that offers a mockery of democracy and that does not respect our country's constitution? What should we think of this government who says that it supports democratic reform in Libya and other Arab countries, who preaches for democracy in China, in Burma, and in Vietnam, and yet is not even able to respect the rules of its own democracy? A government that negotiates free trade agreements and security perimeters behind closed doors, conservative members who block standing committees by systematically calling for in-camera meetings and shutting down debate in the House. This government is not experienced enough to talk about democratic reform. Mr. Speaker, the Senate was created by the Fathers of Confederation to ensure that our democratic system is independent and that it complies with the principles of federalism of our country. If the government wanted a true democratic reform of this House, it would reform the upper chamber and give their rightful place to First Nations Francophones and women who don't really have a proper voice in our system. A place to better represent the contemporary reality of our Canadian society with seats for cultural communities. I'm convinced that Canadians would also have something to say, so why shouldn't we be allowed to hear them? A referendum on the reform or elimination of the Senate would give us a true democratic verdict. So let's hear from the population, because this is an important issue. Let's allow the citizens to speak out instead of participating in this democratic sham. Canadians deserve much better than this flawed reform, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Question and commentaire.
Questions and comments.
Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
I want to thank the honourable member. I think she had a really good speech, and I think she's very passionate about it. Certainly, I just have a very quick question, actually, and I'll get right to the point. The abolition of the Senate. For all the things that you do not like about the Senate, and for reasons that you want to get rid of it, I don't think undermining the role of democracy is the way to go. Is really the best way to describe it. Although I appreciate many of the comments she has to say. If we go ahead and we abolish the Senate and it is no longer, what do we do then?
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Well, if we abolish the Senate, then several thousands of dollars could be reassigned and reinvested in communities. 36% of the population in July 2011 spoke out in favor of abolishing the Senate. And so I think it is up to the Canadian public to choose. So we should organize a referendum. We should consult the provinces, as the Constitution stipulates, because that would be a much more democratic process. It would allow people to speak out, to express their opinion. And we have been elected by these people, so we must render accounts. Currently, further to the three reforms introduced by the Conservatives, these reforms do not even make the senators accountable to the public, because after 9 years, they're out of there. They need to be replaced, and they don't have another term, and justify any decisions or promises they may have made to the public who elected them. So for all these reasons, we must ensure that the process is different, and we must abolish the Senate.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her very thoughtful comments and really getting to the heart of the matter about all of the problems that we have with the unelected Senate. And it seems to me that one of the key questions when we're looking at electoral change and democratic reform is the need to move on proportional representation. I mean, if we're going to do something, let's make it meaningful. Let's get to the heart of the matter and deal with the way we vote as Canadians. Forget about the Senate. Let's deal with proportional representation. So I wonder if she might comment on that, about how necessary it is to move to a system where the way people are voting is actually reflected in the makeup in the House.
L'honorable député.
Thank you to my colleague from Vancouver East. And yes, indeed, proportional representation would be indeed much more representative of all Canadian realities, of the different regions, the different peoples who live in Canada, and therefore it would be much more democratic, it would be more respectful of politics in general, and I think more people would be get involved in politics.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member made reference in terms of some of the advantages of adding value to an appointed or an elected Senate would be to ensure that there is minorities, would be to ensure that through the appointments or elections that there would be regional interests that would be better protected. We saw what happened with the Canadian Wheat Board and the disadvantage many Westerners felt that the impact it had. And having a regionally based Senate, whether appointed or elected, that had more strength to it, I think would have protected the interests of Western Canada. And many Westerners truly believe that adding that kind of value to the Senate would be of great benefit. Would she not agree that in that sense, a valued Senate is better than no Senate?
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my Liberal colleague. In fact, I think concerning, for example, the Canadian Wheat Board, if Parliament was better represented, if it was more proportional and more democratic, then I think that the people who are who live in the regions, who live in the prairie provinces, would have been better represented, because currently the government represents only 40% of Canadians. So if it was better represented more fairly, then people from each of the regions would be more respectful of local issues, and people would be better represented within our Parliament. Resuming debate to the honourable member for Charlesbourg. Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleagues for their very relevant speeches on the debate today concerning this bill concerning Senate reform as presented by the Conservative government. I am also delighted to be speaking to support the position of the official opposition, which calls for the simple abolition of this archaic institution that is no longer relevant in a modern democracy like that of Canada. I will thus try, like my colleagues, to clearly explain the arguments of the NDP. I will also explain why this government should curb its initiative now concerning the selection of senators, and which amends the Constitution Act 1867 concerning the term of senators. First, I would like to commend the work done by my colleagues on the other side of the House, who recognize the fact that the democratic system in which we live right now deserves reflection and consideration. As Canadians, we must all wonder whether it suits the changing needs of a modern democratic society such as ours. Since 1900, 3 attempts have been made to reform the Senate, and yet they have all failed. These are a number of attempts, and yet this is a very basic issue. So it leads me to believe that debate and reflection are needed for any kind of reform. Where our opinion diverges from that of the government is concerning the content of the reform, where because our conclusions are that the Senate simply does not serve the interests of Canadians. The First Amendment proposed by the government in this bill refers to the way in which senators are appointed. In theory, the government proposes a method that gives the voters the opportunity to choose the people who are supposed to sit in the Senate, but in actual fact, there is very little change. The government says that the provinces and territories would have the opportunity to hold elections at their own expense, to choose names and submit them to the Prime Minister for review. However, the Prime Minister is in no way obliged to appoint anyone who has already been elected by a province or territory. This bill, therefore, does not amend the way in which senators are appointed, since it is up to the Prime Minister, at the end of the day, to appoint who he wants, even though the person may have been elected. In short, that simply means that the government keeps all the power over the appointment of senators under the guise of a supposedly more democratic selection process, all at the expense of the provinces. So why allow voters to believe that they actually have a choice if, in the end, the appointment of senators is always done by the Governor-General upon recommendation of the Prime Minister? And why are the provinces should be stuck with the bill? In addition, the bill stipulates that if an elected official is not appointed as a senator in the 6 years following his election, further elections must be held. That means that a candidate may have devoted time and money and effort to a campaign to be elected, and that person may have been actually elected by the voters, but if that person is not appointed to the Senate within 6 years, that person will have to start all over again. So voters may have elected certain candidates to the Senate, but the person will not necessarily be appointed and may have to start all over again 6 years later. This measure is completely illogical and even anti-democratic in the sense that it leaves a great deal of leeway to party cronies and favoritism while discriminating against the others. The Second Amendment proposed by the government is about Senate terms. Before 1965, senators kept their seats for life. Under the BNA Act, 1985, the limit of tenure was 9 years, and the person's age was 75 years. So limiting this tenure to 9 years is a step in the right direction, but in my opinion, it is not sufficient. These proposals do not address the accountability of senators to Canadians. If these people are appointed under a single term of 9 years, how will they be able to be accountable for their actions to the people who elected them? Once their term is over, senators will never have to meet with citizens or be accountable concerning their election promises, whether they have been kept or not, or concerning the decisions they have made. In addition, this is even more nonsensical because these people will never have to be accountable concerning their performance in the Senate to the people who voted for them to represent them and defend their interests.
Another issue that concerns me is that the provinces weren't consulted when the bill was put together. Even though it goes to the very foundations of our Constitution. Any new legislation in fact, the Conservatives' position is always that the electorate gave them a strong mandate last May. However, everyone, including the provinces, needs to be consulted on this issue. The government has not done so. Ontario and Nova Scotia have publicly called on the government to abolish the Senate. Manitoba has maintained its position in favor of abolishing the Senate as well. The Premier of British Columbia has stated that the Senate was no longer useful in our confederation. Even Quebec, the nation that I represent here with a great deal of pride, has stated that it would appeal the decision in court if the bill were adopted without the prior consent of the provinces. The provinces make up the country, Mr. Speaker, as far as I know. Can the government tell us here in this House who it will listen, or who it listened to, in fact, when it drafted this bill? Was the approach based on the real needs for such proposals? I'd like to reiterate, because unfortunately it's the government is not listening to the people. An amendment of this type to the Constitution cannot be carried out without consultation of the general public and the provinces. Therefore, why not hold a referendum on the issue? 61% of Canadians have voted in favor of a referendum or expressed interest in a referendum on the matter. 36% of Canadians are already in favor of abolishing the Senate. To my mind, a responsible government is one that enables its population to express its views on issues as fundamental as this one. One final point, dealing with this bill, which confirms my negative opinion of it, refers to the potential conflict of legitimacy between senators who have been elected and appointed. How will the government manage the fact that some senators will be elected, whereas others will be appointed? Some will be in their positions until the age of 75. Others will have a 9-year term. It will be impossible to deal with everyone and treat everyone equally. And insidiously, greater respect will be given to the ones who have been elected. The NDP has had the position that the Senate needed to be abolished since the 1930s. At the time, the Senate, the unelected Senate, was facing difficulties and was ineffective, and that's not mentioning the cost, which was passed on to taxpayers. That money could be invested elsewhere in infrastructure and job creation, for example, Mr. Speaker. Historically speaking, the Senate was modeled after the system in England, but this role today is outdated. The institution is archaic. In conclusion, today modern democracies have realized the same thing that the NDP has, that in the current context, the Senate is no longer useful. It doesn't reflect the contemporary reality that we are living in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. I'd like to thank my colleague for having disclosed such relevant information on this issue. I'd like to know what her view is of this bill, which has been brought back for the third time, and which contains a number of flaws relating to elections held by the provinces, where the cost would be borne by the provinces, but when the elected, in a situation where the elected candidate would not even be, or could not even be, in some cases, considered by the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister may not even take into account the election by the provinces. There's also the fact that the Senate would be made up of some elected senators, others who have been appointed. So there are a number of aspects that are in this bill that was drafted so quickly. What does my colleague have to comment on that? The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. In 1867, when Canada created Confederation, when the Senate was created as well, the followers of Confederation did not think that the powers in place could adequately manage Canada and the provinces. Times have changed considerably, and people who have been elected by the provinces can manage their affairs, and the Senate is therefore no longer necessary. Questions and comments?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her excellent speech and her historical overview of what the Senate has done over the years, or not done, in my view, when it comes to public service. But clearly, she's articulated how this thing, and I hate to refer to, I guess I'll just refer to it as the other place, how it's, over the years, been really ineffective. I know, and I wonder why my friends down in the Liberal Party and down the other end of the House still want to defend it when clearly it's only the other side that's going to actually get to put anybody there. You know, until the day that this thing changes and we go across the aisle and actually get rid of it, it's only Conservatives that can put Conservatives down there. You know, the day of the Liberals putting folks down in the other place is over. And so they're going to see them finally decline to the point where it will be a blue house, not a red house. Maybe they'll change the carpet. But at the end of the day, the province of Ontario, the Premier of the province of Ontario, largest province in this country by population, has said it should go. And which party is the Premier of the province of Ontario happen to belong to? Well, it's the Liberal Party. Imagine that. The Premier of a province who's been elected, and I guess I should congratulate him even though I'm a New Democrat, for the third time in a row, 2 majority governments, just shy of majority government this time, he says, as a Liberal, let it go. Let it go. Let it go into wherever it needs to go to, just let it go. I wonder if my colleague would like to comment on the fact that the Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Dalton McGuinty, says it's time to let it go.
L'honorable député de Charlebourg.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, Ontario does want to get rid of the Senate, as do the major provinces, the larger ones. Now, I won't show you the picture, but I have photos of 3 senators who were appointed to the Senate who were defeated in past elections. That is shameful, Mr. Speaker. People don't want to see that. Ontario and Quebec, the 2 largest provinces, are calling for the abolition of the Senate. It needs to be eliminated, but replacing it with an American-style system is not ideal either. A suggestion to put in place an American system is not a possibility either. We can manage our affairs here in Canada, and we need to simply abolish the Senate. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to debate and critique Bill C7. The Liberal Party of Canada has always defended democracy and representativeness. As such, we are not opposed to the democratic objectives to reform the Senate put forth in Bill C7. However, we are opposed to the constitutional problems, conflicts, and injustices that will inevitably result due to this reform. And I thank Denis for his remarks. This reform, I would add, would lead to a number of problems. Mr. Speaker, why will it lead to problems? Well, because in an attempt to resolve a problem with democratic deficit, it will lead to problems. In its current form, the Senate rarely blocks bills that come from the House of Commons. Why? Because senators are not elected, and in the eyes of the population do not have the legitimacy to block bills coming from the democratically elected House. Reforming the Senate would give them this democratic legitimacy, and the senators have confirmed that they would have a clear mandate from Canadians to block certain pieces of legislation in the same way that members can. Let's be realistic. In order to be elected, senators will have to have ideas, will have to make promises and take a stand. They will therefore have to defend the mandate that they have been elected to the Senate to do. That will lead to other problems with respect to the funding of political parties. And as a result, contributions made by taxpayers to the Senate will have to increase. There will be a host of other pieces of legislation necessary to govern Senate election campaigns. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, Do we really need disputes among the two chambers? Since 1945, the Senate has rarely blocked any of the House of Commons' bills. Under this reform, we could easily imagine a situation where an impasse would be caused by a Senate made up, for the most part, of members of one specific party, facing off against a House of Commons filled mainly by members of another party. Under such a situation, blockages and impasses would become commonplace and would take away from the political dynamic nature of the House and the two chambers. Do Canadians really want a political situation where change would be difficult? The answer to this question is clear. Such a reform to the Senate, with such a reform to the Senate, the political landscape in Canada would be very similar to that of the United States. Canadians deserve better. If the Conservatives rather were serious, they would propose legislation to avoid this type of blockage coming from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, this bill leads to another problem. Current distribution in the Senate. An elected Senate would have greater powers and more legitimacy in getting involved in debates. But this is the issue because of the way senators are distributed throughout Canada. Alberta and Canada have only 6 senators per province, whereas Prince Edward Island has 4. New Brunswick has 10. Canada's demographic situation has changed considerably from the days when the distribution of senators was established. With the senators having more power, do we really think that Alberta and British Columbia would tolerate being underrepresented? We could no longer satisfy each of the provinces with a new distribution of senators. What would we need to do? Take Senate seats away from certain provinces or add more? The Conservatives will probably want to do the same thing that they're doing under Bill C-20, i.e. increase the number of senators to create an illusion of benefits for each province concerned. Do we really believe that the provinces that will lose their relative representation will be happy? Now, if we take a look quickly at the percentages under C-20, there will be an additional 30 seats out of 308. The Senate would therefore increase by 10, but because the Senate hasn't increased in the number of seats since it was created, the Conservatives might be prepared to increase it by 105 seats, 500. If they were to calculate the increase since the beginning when the Senate was created, I don't know what they're thinking, but I don't know if the Conservatives will have the courage to modify the distribution of seats in the House of Commons without adding them. They will not have the courage to do so in the Senate if that's the case. Why, Mr. Speaker, then create these new interprovincial disputes and disagreements? As I mentioned earlier, a Democratic Senate, democratically elected Senate, will simply lead to greater impasses. These interprovincial disputes will lead to a complete standstill. What can be done to avoid this situation from occurring? There would have to be a dispute settlement mechanism put in place, and it is very likely that other aspects of the bill will be deemed unconstitutional by the Supreme Court of Canada. For this bill to work, the government would have to therefore open the Constitution. And when we talk about the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, we know that it's a very sensitive issue. There would need to be the support of a minimum of 7 provinces, as some have mentioned today, representing at least 50% of the population. So if we were to open the Constitution, it is very likely that the provinces would also want to obtain something in exchange for their support. If we were to look at the example of Quebec, I might remind the House that Quebec hasn't signed the Constitution Act of 1982. So seriously, Mr. Speaker, does this House think that it would be easy to get to the province of Quebec to sign on to the Constitution with its eyes closed? I would say the answer to that is no. Will the maritime provinces be in favor of losing their weight in the Senate? I don't think so. Is the Conservative government prepared to state today that it will open the Constitution if necessary? I doubt it, Mr. Speaker. In short, this bill is likely unconstitutional and will lead to constitutional confrontations if the government decides to proceed with it. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of ifs accompanying this bill, and that is why we are opposed to it. Too many problems risk to arise. If the government took this reform seriously, it would address our concerns through amendments, and it would negotiate with the provinces. That is currently not the case. As a result, we're going to see disputes among the provinces, court challenges, and confrontations arising between the House of Commons and the Senate. Another problem, Mr. Speaker. What will happen if the Prime Minister refuses to recommend an elected senator? Because the Governor-General is the one who appoints senators on the recommendation of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister never appoints them directly. One simple bill cannot force the Prime Minister to appoint a candidate. So despite all of the problems I have raised, this bill risks to lead to no change to the problems I've mentioned. Let's be clear. When the government doesn't play by the rules, when it comes to appointing an Auditor General, how can we believe that it will do so for the Senate? Like the rest of the population, we are in favor of a democratic representation, but in this case, the reform will simply create problems. The Senate is currently undemocratic, but it allows the elected members to proceed with legislation, thus respecting Canadian democracy. This reform is unconstitutional, and we know that the government doesn't want to reopen the Constitution. The government doesn't want to do half the job. Either it needs to undertake a complete reform, which involves negotiating with the provinces and opening the Constitution, or it opts for the status quo. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to emphasize a point, Mr. Speaker. We are not opposed to Senate reform. We are opposed to the way in which the Conservatives wanted to conduct it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel, for all of the serious issues he has raised associated with this reform. The only thing I don't understand is why some of his colleagues are dreaming about, or continue to dream about, saving the institution. They think that it can be fixed somehow. To me, it's like trying to patch up a wound on an animal by sewing up or stitching on a piece of fur. It doesn't make sense. I wonder if my colleague could tell us if he thinks it's actually fixable.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, we don't think the Senate's broken. We're still willing to reform it because things change over the years, but we're certainly not willing to scrap it. With C10, the House just passed a bill that's full of mistakes. Even the government admitted that there were mistakes in C10. Who's going to fix those mistakes up if not the Senate? So the Senate will make its own amendments. They will propose amendments that are perhaps more responsible. That's their role. So we're quite willing to respect the role that the Senate plays in Canadian democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I have a serious problem with my colleague's argument. The issue is not whether the Senate rarely rejects bills. The problem is that it has the power to do that. When the Senate pushed aside the bill on climate change, that's what they did. And it was one of the most important pieces of legislation this century, and that's what the Senate did to it. So the fact is they may not do it often, they may only do it rarely, but when they do it on something as important as the future of the world, then we have to think about pushing aside the institution that does things like that without being elected. The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for the question from the member. Look, if we're talking about the same bill, it was a bill from the House. So when elected members present a bill, even if that bill came from the Senate, eventually it has to come back to the House of Commons to be debated. So when you're voting on a bill in the House, members are elected. So what's the difference? Does Canada really need an elected Senate and an elected House? We already have people elected at all levels, municipally, provincially, federally, and each level of government has its own areas of jurisdiction. But do we really need two levels of elected officials federally, nationally? I really don't get it, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for
North.
Mr. Speaker, it always amazes me in terms of how narrow a mind a New Democrat has. You know, Mr. Speaker, in the province of Manitoba, a vast majority of people see the value that a Senate has, especially when it comes in terms of representing regional interests. Now, the NDP seem to be convinced, at least some New Democrats seem to be convinced, the only way to deal with the Senate is to abolish it. Many people, many Canadians recognize that you can add value to the Senate that would be to the benefit of our nation into the future. Can the member respond to the idea that that the Senate does play a valuable role today and could even contribute more in the future if, in fact, we worked with Canadians to add more value to the Senate?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel, short answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And of course, I always have to receive the most difficult questions from the Liberal Party, but obviously obviously the best thought out ones. But just quickly, and I want to thank the member from Winnipeg North. He's one of the hardest working members, and and he's always working for his constituents. Meanwhile, the NDP is not fit to govern, and neither is the Conservatives. So, Mr. Speaker, we spoke about it briefly today. I spoke about it in one of my questions. I mean, just the fact that we have different people with different talents that would not normally run in elections but are elected in the Senate, different points of view, whether it be on child issues, elderly. We mentioned Mr. Dallaire that is an expert in defense matters. So that's one benefit of having the Senate there. And then the other one is just what I mentioned on C-10. If we didn't have the Senate, we'd have a flawed bill going through the judicial process right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An act respecting the selection of senators. I would also put something about Star Wars in there. Senators appointed for life, elected senators through a vague, undetermined process that would be run by the provinces. People who've lost in elections, cronies. The Senate is a gold mine for comedians. Before reforming something like that, you have to really think about it. In countries with multiple ethnic groups sharing the same territory, wherever there's improvisation and thoughtless things have been done, it always produces results like Czechoslovakia and in India and Belgium. When you see tensions between different groups and someone decides unilaterally to restrict or limit the political clout of one group, it always leads to conflict. And that's what we're heading for. Every time a person calls me in my writing, they ask, when is the Senate going to be abolished? We should be getting rid of this outdated symbol of the monarchy. So you really have to wonder, where's the government heading? This is the same government that moaned and groaned about having a party in the House that dreamed of dividing Canada. You know, the Prime Minister and his government seems to be much better at dividing Canada than the party they formerly objected to. I was elected to represent the citizens of Laurentides-Labelle, and that's mainly because, like them, I could no longer stand the sterile impasse. People in my riding are not afraid of criminals and predators and so on. They're worried about their children having to move away to get jobs. On their list of priorities, the Senate, apart from how much it costs taxpayers, is not even on the radar screen. In June, I signed in the clerk's book. I made a commitment for 4 years. And I feel like I joined the most progressive team in the country. I certainly hope the only thing we can count on, given this seat-of-the-pants government on the other side, all we can hope is that the result of their silliness will bear fruit. We've seen a recent court decision. We've seen international reaction to Canada. We can see that we're losing ground. We're not moving forward. We're just going in a crazy direction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de Salle.
The honourable member for La Salimar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague to perhaps look beyond this reform. And I'd like to ask him what his idea of a 21st century democratic reform would look like, given the means of communication that are available to us now. How could we allow civil society and Canadians to participate in that? I'd like to hear some of his ideas on that. The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Well, at minimum, if you want to reform a major institution, I say major because, unfortunately, it still is, the first step would be to consult at least the partners, the provinces and the territories, and consult Canadians, instead of just improvising in this manner. People all across Canada are intelligent and sensitive. They can make up their own minds if they're asked. If you take action without consulting them, you can do almost anything, and that's what they're doing on the other side of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Given the response that the member has just given, and I appreciate the comments, is it safe then to assume that if the NDP were in fact in government, that their first act in dealing with this issue would be in fact to go out and consult and see what Canadians really want to see happen with the Senate? Is that a fair conclusion on my part?
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. quite possibly we would do something different. Because there are lots of other problems that are extremely pressing, that require urgent action, real problems, like making sure our First Nations don't need Red Cross assistance, making sure our seniors aren't living in poverty, making sure there are tons of other things that really need doing. On my personal list, the Senate is the very last item. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Presently, we're in a global economic crisis, and there seems to be many more issues more important than tinkering with an unelected House, the Red Chamber. So my question to my colleague would be, could he describe to us all the other priorities that we should be tackling now, rather than tinkering with the mechanics of a House that sits members, that costs millions of dollars to Canadians per year, that's wasteful spending when there's so many other priorities? Could he outline what the priorities of an NDP government would be if we were actually government right now?
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Before worrying about retirees in the other place, I think we should first make sure that the 308 members here produce results for Canadians. Because when I meet my constituents, that's what they say to me. They say, you're being paid and you're not accomplishing anything. And I find that hurtful. I didn't come here to do nothing, and my colleagues didn't either. We'd even be willing to work with our friends opposite. That's why we're proposing amendments. They should at least take the time to look at them before rejecting them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Haute, Gaspésie, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'm happy to present the Bloc's position on this debate on Senate reform. Clearly, the Prime Minister is following through. He's coming back to the charge. He claims to have more legitimacy now, and he's proposing two major reforms to the Senate, limiting their tenure to 9 years and allowing provincial elections for senators. Before setting out my party's position, I'd like to point out certain risks that are hidden in this bill, risks to democracy. First of all, electing senators is really not that easy, and that's why the first reform proposed by the Prime Minister is dangerous. Under the bill, the provinces would be responsible for holding elections, and that means that the implementation would depend entirely on their willingness to act. But most provinces are not interested or are outright hostile to these changes that would be imposed on them without their consent and without consultation. In this attempted reform, this could ultimately lead to some elected and some unelected senators if this bill were passed. So we'd have an assembly whose legitimacy would depend. The Prime Minister could leave some seats vacant. There could be elections in some provinces and not in others. And that could hurt the representation of certain provinces. Another problem is the difference between senators appointed before 2008 who wouldn't have a limited term, so there'd be a double standard. And even, possibly, if all senators were elected, the basic problem would still be the same, without any real reform. As it stands, the election of senators would change the balance of power in Parliament and certainly among provinces and between the provinces and Quebec. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Senate has always showed some deference to the House of Commons in exercising their power. But if elected, the Senate could justify more stubborn resistance to the House by claiming that they were now more legitimate now that they're elected. The Conservatives' bill is dangerous, therefore. They're proposing Senate reform with C7, reforming the House of Commons with C20, and this would marginalize Quebec within federal political institutions. So this is double talk. On the one hand, they say they want to, the Conservatives claims they want to stop political manipulation. They don't want senators appointed for partisan reasons, but we've seen in recent months and years the appointment of senators has increasingly become a reward by the Prime Minister for his political cronies. So this institution is less and less useful for democracy. The Bloc Québécois, as you understand, is in favor of scrapping the Senate, but Quebec's traditional position has been that any change to the Senate has to be done with the consent of the provinces and particularly of Quebec. The Canadian Constitution is a federal constitution, and as a result, there are consequences when you change the essential features of the Senate. You can't go it alone. You can't do it unilaterally. There's a process that requires provincial participation. At the end of the 70s, the Supreme Court of Canada had examined Parliament's ability to unilaterally amend constitutional provisions affecting the Senate. And in 1980, the Supreme Court handed down a ruling and said that when there's a major change, like with this bill, that affects the essential nature of the Senate, these changes can't be made unilaterally. Any change to the way senators are selected, the number of senators per province, the residency requirements for senators, none of these things can be done unless Quebec and the provinces are consulted. The former Quebec Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Benoit Pelletier, who's well known, said in 2007 that Quebec, he repeated Quebec's traditional stand, which is that, and I quote, Quebec considers that this institution does not come solely under federal jurisdiction because it's part of the federation. There cannot be any reform or abolition without Quebec's consent. So there you go. And the same day, the National Assembly of Quebec passed a resolution, a unanimous motion, which was as follows. The National Assembly of Quebec reaffirms to the federal government and Parliament of Canada that any change to the Canadian Senate cannot be done without the consent of the Government of Quebec and the National Assembly. The Government of Quebec, with that unanimous support from the National Assembly, accordingly asked the government to withdraw various bills that had been put forward by the Conservative government with a view to reforming the Senate. This is not a new stipulation by the Government of Quebec. It's a historic stand that Quebec has taken. Ever since the unilateral repatriation of the Constitution, successive governments in Quebec, be they sovereignist or federalist, the position has always been the same. Robert Bourassa said that he didn't want to discuss Senate reform before the Meech Lake Accord was ratified. And a bit later, the Premier said that if Quebec were to sign on to Senate reform, it would depend on the result of negotiations over three important things: the idea of a distinct society, the division of powers, and the federal spending power, i.e. limiting the federal spending power.
On November 7, 2007, the National Assembly adopted a unanimous resolution that I mentioned earlier in this speech, Mr. Speaker. As concerns the Quebec public, a recent poll in March 2010 said that the majority of Quebecers grant no value to the Senate in its current form, and most of them are in favor of its outright abolition. Here are a few figures as concerns Quebec respondents. Only 8% believe that the red chamber plays an important role and that Senate nomination works well. 20% of Quebecers prefer elected senators, whereas 43% want the Senate to be abolished outright. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is not only unwanted, but it is undesirable. For all these reasons, you will understand that the Bloc Québécois will vote against this bill introduced by the government. And what you know, you already know this. We want the abolition of the Senate, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for La Salle-et-Mort. Thank you very much. I would like to thank my colleague who has just made an excellent speech that clearly explains his position. Obviously, there has been an evolution of the Senate in past years, especially as concerns the increase in partisanship. The Senate's role originally was to offer sober second thought to parliamentarians who tended to be partisan. So I would like to know how my colleague sees an institution that could offer parliamentarians this type of sober second thought that would be beyond partisanship. For example, a more participatory democracy. So I would like to hear his ideas on how we could have something like that. Thank you. The honourable member for Haute-Gaspésie, Métis-Matapédia. I would like to thank my colleague for that very relevant question, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, we have seen over time that there were reasons why the upper chamber had been created, especially, for example, to defend minorities, to defend certain regions in Canada. And its role did indeed change over time. And it became more partisan, given that it was the government who chose its cronies to be appointed as senators to reward them. So aside from this democratic process, there is civil society, there are groups who can be very representative of the issues that we experience on the ground. And the government should be very attuned to these groups, especially through formal or informal mechanisms that would allow it to be more connected to the reality of the Quebec and Canadian public. So the abolition of the Senate appears to us to be the best option, and we obviously call for the government to listen to the interests of Canadians and Quebecers. Questions and comments?
For Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Basque.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that positions are clear or almost clear on the part of the government. It doesn't know what to do with the Senate because we've seen the different bills it has brought forward over the years. With regard to the Liberals, I think it's fairly clear. They consider that the Senate is an essential institution, one that is very important for their reasons. However, the opposition, my colleague's party and my own, we advocate the abolition of the Senate. And since I am aware of his past in political science, given that he's an expert on these matters, I would like to hear what he has to say on the fact that the Quebec abolished its own provincial Senate near the end of the 60s. I'd like to hear what he has to say on the impact of the management and administration of Quebec. The honourable member for Haute-Gaspésie. Métis-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, it is a beautiful riding. I would urge you to come and visit, and you will get to know the name of my riding better over time. So I would like to thank my colleague for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Basque for his question. Indeed, over time, parliaments, whether in Europe, the United States, or here, have had democratic practices that have seen changes in the representativeness of the population. And so sometimes the Senate may be a good idea at a certain time for certain reasons. It may reflect a certain reality, but in people's mindset, it has to change with the times. So today, when we look at the role that the Senate plays, in fact, it doesn't have any more role that, in my opinion, and the opinion of my party, and even that of the NDP, well, the role that it used to play is no longer applies today, really. So we call for its abolition. In Quebec, it had the option of abolishing the Senate, and it did so for certain reasons. I don't have enough time, obviously, to go into more depth. Thank you.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure today to rise and speak on such an important bill before the House. There can be nothing more important to us as Canadians than our democratic institutions. And I believe that a Senate that is appointed or pseudo-elected, which is what this bill would have us do, is actually anti-democratic. We have the Democratic House of Commons here. We get elected by our constituents. We come to this House. We actually try to debate the issues and bring the concerns of our constituents into this House. Mind you, Mr. Speaker, that's been very difficult for the last few months because, as you know, time allocation has been moved and our voice has been silenced many, many times. However, we still believe and would encourage our colleagues across the way to allow the democratic process to play out. And that, in this democratic process, we do not need to have a Senate. The Senate is appointed. Senators don't really represent any constituents. They come from regions. They don't have any kind of a feeling of reporting back to anybody. And as we know, this isn't the first time that my Conservative colleagues have tried to make changes to the Senate. But each time, I believe that the changes they propose do not go far enough. On the other hand, the NDP is constant. Since the 1930s, we have been constant in saying that it's time for the Senate to go. And our party keeps reaffirming that position over and over again. Not because we're just looking for something to be opposed to, by the way, because when we talk with our constituents, to Canadians across this country, they actually see very little value, if any, to the Senate. And I would argue that as we go through these hard economic times, and I think now both sides of the House have to acknowledge that we are going through hard economic times with unemployment rising, poverty levels are rising, child poverty has increased actually, the gap between the rich and the poor in Canada has increased, our healthcare system is under stress, and I would say our students in post-secondary education are burdened with a growing debt load, and many of them don't even have access to post-secondary education because they don't have the financial wherewithal to study. That during these very, very difficult times, this is the time that we should really all be standing up and saying it's time to abolish an archaic institution called the Senate. And really, when you look at our history, what has happened here we have a group of people who are appointed by the Prime Minister, and even under the new proposals, as we all know, even though provinces may hold elections, at their own expense, how many of them have money these days, and even when they elect somebody and recommend them, the appointment is still at the discretion of the Prime Minister. And what we have seen since May the 2nd have been appointments of either key workers, supporters, or failed candidates into the Senate. So obviously, patronage is truly alive on the Hill. And so when you're looking at all of that, and Canadians out there are thinking, what is the role of the Senate? And I would say to you that in my riding of Newton North Delta, most of them would rather take the millions and millions of dollars we spend on the Senate and have it spent on education, have it spent on a transit infrastructure, have it spent on health care. You know what, folks? They would like to have it spent on raising seniors out of poverty. Shame on us. And they would really like to have that kind of a debate. So if the government is feeling they have to move to make some changes, let's take it to the public. Let's take it to Canadians right across this country. And let us engage in a healthy debate. I know that's a hard one for my colleagues across the aisle, healthy debate. But let's take this out into our communities and engage in a healthy debate and let our constituents tell us they are for, they are against, or they don't care. I will bet you that they will care because they care how their tax dollars are spent, and they would like to have them utilized to do some public good. And I have yet to be convinced of the public good that is achieved through a Senate. I was looking at it historically. As you all know, I'm new to this House. And I looked at the number of times that an elected House of Commons has passed legislation. And you know what? And it has been blocked by an appointed partisan Senate that owes its loyalty to no one except the people who appoint them. And it's a very telling comment when a senator can write a letter like this. And it's written to other senators from a senator. Those of us who came to the Red Chamber were there to get a majority vote for reform. Those in the Senate before can I mention the name if it's in a letter? Okay, before the Prime Minister came into power, need to realize that had he not made appointments, the Conservatives appointed by a previous Prime Minister would now be a very small group struggling to do anything. Every senator in this caucus needs to decide where their loyalty should be and must be. The answer is simple. And this actually, if I was a taxpayer, would give me sleepless nights. And this is what he writes. Our loyalty is to the man who brought us here. The man who has wanted Senate reform since he entered politics. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Okay. So really, when you read that, and I would encourage every parliamentarian, my colleagues across the aisle as well, is to really pay attention to that. And if after reading that, we believe there is a role for the Senate, then I think we need to give our heads a shake. And then I think there is a need for a referendum because we need to justify that to every Canadian out there. And you know, every time I read this letter, I must admit, I get goosebumps. Because here we are in a democratic country called Canada, with a parliamentary democracy, where a senator can write a letter to his whole caucus saying that their only loyalty is to the man who brought them here. That tells us a lot about the Senate, about who appoints the Senate, where the power lies, and how the senators once appointed don't even see themselves as having any kind of commitment to Canadians out there because they see their commitment to the man who appointed them, who gave them the job. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, my commitment is to the constituents who voted, whether they voted for me or whether they voted for another candidate. Once I became an MP, I'm an MP for every constituent in my riding. That is my role. And it is because the Senate is archaic, it is out of touch, does not connect with the people across this country, that it needs to be dissolved. And once it's dissolved, let's take those resources and do some real public good, that the citizens of Canada can feel proud that their tax dollars are being spent to lift people out of poverty, to help seniors, to help our veterans, to establish a universal childcare program, and to help our struggling students get an education so that they can contribute to our economy and grow our economy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments. You know, we have another bill that's before us in regarding to reducing or increasing the number of members of Parliament from 308 to 338. When the member makes reference, Mr. Speaker, in terms of canvassing what Canadians want and the issue of saving money, I'm sure that that member would agree with me that a vast majority of Canadians, I would suggest 90% or more, do not believe we need more members of Parliament. We do not need the additional 30 MPs. Imagine the monies that could be saved dealing with that. Does she believe that her same principles in applying those issues with the current bill should also apply on the more politicians bill that her party is supporting along with the Conservatives?
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
I want to thank my colleague for a very insightful question. And I think that when you have members of Parliament who come to sit in this House and debate, when they're allowed to debate, issues that are important to Canadians, and then when they're back in their riding are providing a service, direct service, and I know my colleague will agree with me that we're often busier when we're back in our own ridings than sometimes we are over here. At least we're feeling we're playing a really useful role when we're back in our ridings. So when we're back there, we do provide direct service. So there is a difference between parliamentarians who are elected and senators for whom it's a patronage appointment or appointments made by the Prime Minister. But you know, Mr. Speaker, it's not just the NDP or myself who's saying here, let's get rid of the Senate. The Ontario Premier, Dalton McGuinty, a Liberal, has also said it's time for the abolition of the Senate. BC Premier Christy Clark, she calls herself a Liberal, though I would say she's a Conservative, has said the Senate no longer plays a useful role in Confederation. Manitoba maintains its position of Senate abolition. Quebec has called this legislation unconstitutional. So when you really look at this, right across the country, there is a consensus already building that we should get rid of this Senate.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It was very passionate, and he raised the fact that with the abolition of the Senate, we could save astronomical amounts. In my writing, we're seeing with the government how we can set up a system of transportation with trains that would solve traffic congestion problems on the island of Montreal. We're told that we don't have enough money to invest in that infrastructure, and I would like to hear about projects where that money should be invested instead.
North Delta.
You know, Mr. Speaker, we could come up with a huge number of projects. And you know what? With the amount of money we spent on the Senate, we could address a number of issues. We could lift our seniors out of poverty. We could have infrastructure projects that would actually help to improve our commitment to our environment. That is, if we still have a commitment from the government side to the environment. So really, when you think about it, there are many, many projects. But let me also, there are going to be some who will argue, well, why, if we don't have the Senate, our parliamentary democracy will come to a halt. Let me tell you that in provinces where they have got rid of the Senate, the sky didn't fall. Everything carried on. You know, they actually got more work done. and bills were able to go through quickly, legislation was able to be enacted quickly, and so not only was timing important, but they actually had money that got freed up. And, you know, in 2011, from a survey that was done in July 2011, 71% of Canadians are in favour of holding a referendum to decide the future of the Senate. And I know my colleagues across the way are very committed to listening to Canadians across the country, and they keep saying how they were elected, and they were elected to run and respond to the needs of Canadians. So here we have 71% of Canadians saying, let's have a referendum. So time for a referendum.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Katy Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-7, dealing with the Senate. Now, when we look at the government's position on this issue, it wants an elected Senate. As you know, the Conservative government has been talking about this for some time now, and I'm pleased to rise to address this issue. And if someone were to ask me if I believe in the Senate, I would answer that question by saying no, I don't believe in the Senate, and I'll tell you why. If I did at one point in time believe in the Senate, if I did in the past think that there was room for a Senate, when I was somewhat divided, I no longer am. Absolutely. Do I believe in a Senate appointed by the Prime Minister? No, that is not democracy. Now, as an elected official, the people in a democratic country, and if we look at countries, people have changed their senates. There are some countries where senators were appointed by prime ministers, but in a democracy that should no longer exist. And elsewhere that has been changed. They've been made elected with certain powers given to senators. For example, there are some countries where the Senate can't vote on government spending, issues like that, but where they can vote on other issues in the community. Now, an unelected Senate. Let's look at that. And we're supposed to be living here in a democratic country. We're elected by the people. We run. We have different parties. There's the NDP, the Conservative Party, the Liberal Party, the Bloc. At the time, there was the Reform Party. And they're all legitimate parties. We're entitled to have our parties, the Canadian Alliance, etc. We present ourselves. We run for election. And Elections Canada make sure that all of the rules are abided by so that people qualify to run as MPs. We have an election campaign. It's 35 days. We have to market ourselves to the public. We ask who should be representing them in Ottawa. We ask the people to choose us, and democratically, there's a secret vote. A man or a woman is selected as a representative in Ottawa, sent to Ottawa to discuss legislation, to vote on legislation and enact laws for this country. So, elected officials are elected by the people. That's what democracy is about. The people decide who represent them, who elects MPs. But at the end of the day, does it count? If the Prime Minister comes in and says, well, now let's go to the Senate. Nobody's retiring, and in passing in the Senate, I think everybody knows this already, but the Senate, senators are there till 75. When the Prime Minister appoints them, they stay till they're 75. And somebody can be appointed to the Senate by the Prime Minister, but the Prime Minister doesn't have the authority to remove them. So they're there to do as they see fit until the age of 75. That's it, that's all. Now, I don't want to lump all senators into the same group. No, that's not what I want to do. But when you take a look at it, Mr. Speaker, in 2005, Canadians elected a minority parliament. Canadians, Quebecers, all Canadians elected a minority government. So automatically, as a minority parliament, the opposition has a majority in the House of Commons. And normally, Mr. Speaker, it's always been the rule, we've always followed that. If a budget comes out, is in fact brought down by the government and the opposition is a majority, and the opposition votes down the budget, that means the House doesn't have confidence in the government falls, and there's an election. That's just the way it works. It's the rule. And that's what protects the situation. That's why we have confidence in the system. But now, that's not what happens, because Parliament, the House of Commons, enacts legislation, adopts acts. Then, if the Senate, the unelected Senate in the other place, votes against it, votes against the position of elected members of this House, elected by the people. I'll give you an example. When the NDP went ahead with Bill C-301 on climate change, it was an act to deal with Canada's responsibilities for prevention. Now, whether you like it or not, Parliament spoke. The elected representatives of the people took a stand. And I think all members, be they NDP members, Liberal members, the members of the Bloc, or government members, Conservatives, they should be insulted. Even if it's an NDP bill, they should be insulted to see that the unelected senators defeated the bill. Now, we're just passing through. Someone else subsequently will represent us here, will be in this House. And the same is true for the Conservatives. Now, how would the Conservatives like it if under a minority government, the Senate were to vote down Parliament's bills? Because today's Prime Minister himself said in the past, the current Prime Minister said that there is no room for the Senate to vote down legislation by Parliament. Parliament, the House of Commons and members here are elected by the people. Now, Madam Speaker, in my riding, I sent out a householder, and a few years back, I sent out a householder with a reply coupon to ask people if they agreed with the Senate, to ask whether the Senate should be elected or abolished, or should it remain as in its current form. And everybody opposed that. Now, on the question of whether it should be abolished, the respondents said, in fact, 80% of the respondents wanted to abolish it. Now, that would be funny. To have a referendum, it would be interesting, in fact, to see the outcome of a referendum. And it's all fine and well to say, oh, no, it's a constitutional matter, and because of the Constitution, we can't make any changes. Well, that's a good way to hide, good place to hide behind the Constitution. But if we did have a national referendum on this, and the people decided or voted in favor of abolishing it, and all the provinces agreed, Madam Speaker, then if the premiers of each province wanted or voted it that way, we would have the decision of all Canadians. People would vote. If they voted to abolish the Senate, then that would be the situation. And, Madam Speaker, there was the legislation about bilingualism for Supreme Court justices. That was adopted here. The Conservatives said, oh, well, we're lucky the Senate was here, because if the Senate hadn't been, it would have passed our bill from the NDP to make all Supreme Court judges bilingual, but the Senate stopped it. And that's what Parliament is about, elected officials, i.e. us, the Liberals, the Bloc, the NDP, the Conservatives, elected by the people. We weren't appointed by the Prime Minister, and we're the ones who should be making the decisions. And the Conservatives need to think about it. They won't be here for another 100 years. And when they aren't in power, they'll realize. Because these things weren't right, in their view, when they were in opposition. And when the Prime Minister was in opposition, he didn't agree with the Senate, voting down legislation from here. Now, what's changed? Well, the Prime Minister went from opposition to the government side, and why did they change? Why did his views change? It's all about democracy. Madam Speaker, it's for those reasons that I say the Senate shouldn't exist, because the Senate is supposed to be responsible for protecting minorities and the regions, and they've never done that. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Acadie-Bathurst for his remarks. Several countries, Madam Speaker, have abolished their senates: Finland, Germany, Japan. These are major countries. Many provinces as well. The provinces have abolished the senates, and 71% of Canadians agree with abolishing the Senate. Now, a member said this morning that it would be difficult to open the Constitution. Our Confederation was put in place. Our Constitution contains provisions for reopening it, and there are opportunities for referendums under that, and I'd like to hear the Honourable Member's view on the possibility of a referendum. Now, if we do hold a referendum, a pan-Canadian referendum on the existence of the Senate, and Canadians decide that they no longer want the Senate, well, the Constitution isn't carved in stone. Everything can be changed, and that's why we have a parliament, Madam Speaker. When we enacted legislation in New Brunswick to make the province bilingual, all of the provinces agreed. It wasn't a constitutional discussion. It wasn't open on all aspects, just on that one. Section 88 was introduced, and we're protected under the Constitution. It was done democratically. The Constitution was opened, that aspect was placed in it, entrenched in it. So if we were to hold a referendum on the Senate, we could open the Constitution on that issue, listen to what the people have to say, and live with the decision of the people who want to get rid of it. The provinces have gotten rid of their senates, Madam Speaker, and that wasn't the end of the world. And no one can hide behind the trees. People need to take a stand, vote, and if they don't do a good job, then there's a way of dealing with them. Under our democratic system, they're not elected the next time around. We don't need a Senate to reject legislation that has been adopted by the elected officials from Parliament, because we are the elected officials. They are not elected. They are people who are appointed by the Prime Minister. And most time, they're the Prime Minister's buddies of the political party. And that's not democracy, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Selkirk-Interlake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Acadia-Bathurst for his comments, and he is a veteran in this place. And I'm sure he realizes the hard work that does take place over in the Senate, the great reports that come out of their committees, about the dedication that's shown by so many of our senators over there in looking as the place of sober second thought at legislation coming from here. And I know often there has been some errors made in drafting bills, especially in private members' bills, that there has been errors made in some drafting that they've been able to pick up with their experience and expertise in looking at the law. And despite his comments that the current situation is being patronage laid in place, they still do some great work over there. And we also got to remember that a lot of the legislation that we deal with in this House actually starts over in the Senate and comes back this way. And senators bring forward some great ideas in their own private members' bills. So, we need to look at Parliament as a whole. comment that I have for the member is that he's so opposed to patronage and the existing Senate the way it stands, and we're trying to bring democracy and reform there, allowing people to elect those senators. Why does he want to bring proportional representation into this House where we'll have members that are going to be appointed through patronage off party lists?
The honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst has 1 minute.
They do have proportional representation, and it's not the leader of the party that appointed them. They are appointed through a convention. They have a convention. It's not due through one person. But what you have with the senator here right now, and I don't want to degrade the people on the other side that they don't do any work and that. Do we need it? And you say it's a second thought. Well, that's why we have committee here. If the government was to stop on debate in the House of Commons and let us do our job and stop the debate at committees and let us do our job, maybe we don't need the second place to do the second thought. We'll do our own second thought. But right now what the government do, they stop us to do our job and they say we need the Senate to repair on the other side. We could do the repair right here. Leave us do our work. But what this Conservative government has done, 11 times they stop the debate in the House, they leave us debate it for 2 hours, and that's all what we're allowed to. That's not democracy. We say it's anti-democracy, and you should think about that too.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Compton-Stanstead. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
As always, j'aimerais féliciter mon...
As always, I'd like to congratulate my colleague, the member for Acadie-Bathurst, as well as the colleague for Newton North Delta, who also spoke. They are very passionate speakers. They are examples of ethics, models, and I admire the work that they do. Madam Speaker, today is December 8th, and I have one thought: give peace a chance. Why? Why is it so important? Because peace means discussions, exchanges among people, discussions among parties, whether they agree or not. Whether they agree or not, that is what a democracy is based on. It's extremely important. John Lennon was assassinated on December 8th, and his message focused on how we can discuss extremely important issues that are important to the people. And today we are dealing with an issue that is important to more people than we know. It may cause issues for certain provincial leaders. However, we do need to respect democracy because democracy is based on exchanges and on dialogue. Courteous discussions among members of the opposition and members on government benches. Bill C7, which deals with the selection of senators and their mandate, and which also amends the Constitution Act of 1867 under Section 44, shows a lack of care and indifference regarding the real issues of concern to the people of the country. The role of this institution has no longer been needed for decades, which historically was one of watchdog. But I think it was simply a shadow, and I'm being polite here. We really wonder what would urge the Conservatives to introduce for the third time a bill on this issue. This legislation doesn't have anything to legitimize the usefulness and relevance of the other place. At no time since the start of the 41st Parliament has the Prime Minister and his comedians put forth any real debate on a healthy democracy. They have never done that. And believe you me, the government is not prepared to do so with this either. In the first paragraph of the preamble of C7, it shows the paradoxical nature of this situation, because the Conservatives are saying that the Senate needs to continue to evolve in accordance with principles of a modern democracy and expectations of Canadians. And I'd like to hear what Canadians have to say about that. In the second paragraph of the preamble, it also says that the Government of Canada has undertaken to explore means to enable the Senate to better reflect the democratic values of Canada and respond to the needs of Canada's regions. And we'll talk about the regions. Madam Speaker, how can we call this a democracy if the choices of the provinces aren't even respected by the Prime Minister? Under Section 3 of the first part of the Act, where it says that the Prime Minister will take into account, but there is no obligation. So even after a senator is elected in the province, the Prime Minister isn't compelled to consider him or her. So what we'll see is a number of partisan appointments we've been accustomed to under the Liberals and now under the Conservatives.
So why reform the Senate if you're not going to take into account the views of the provinces? The text of Bill C7, in addition, has a schedule that imposes a whole election process. So the Prime Minister has no obligation to respect that process, no interest in listening to voters. It's nonsense and a waste of money. A total waste of money. Over $100 million a year we spend on the Senate. Once again, they're finding a way to spend a fortune on an exercise that Canadians from all across the country will have participated in, and yet their decisions won't be respected. Ultimately, 100% of the population speaks, and 61% of them on May 2nd said that they don't like this government. The NDP position is certainly more clear than the government's. Since the very start of this Parliament, this government's been very vague on a number of issues and has just plunged us into uncertainty. The NDP has been proposing for years that we simply get rid of the Senate. It's a retrograde institution which doesn't serve the interests of a modern country. It serves partisan interests. It's a reward for government cronies. I challenge this government to consult across Canada on the future of the Senate, and I would respect the result of that type of exercise because I'm a Democrat. I want to know what the people think about issues affecting their country, Canada, my country. When we think that democracy is at the very root of the British parliamentary system that we operate within, the Conservatives are showing every day the injustice you can do to this type of principle when you do it for partisan reasons. The premiers of Ontario and Nova Scotia have publicly stated that what they feel about abolishing the Senate, and the BC premier has said that the Senate has no place in our confederation. Manitoba's in favor of scrapping it, and Quebec has many times called this bill unconstitutional. Does the government want to turn its back on all those provinces on purpose? Or is this a strategy to divide and conquer? The answer is obvious. Dividing Canadians on an issue where we should be looking for consensus is completely outrageous. What's next? Withdrawing from the Kyoto Protocol to avoid its targets? Oh, I forgot. That's already been done. I am speaking on behalf of a large number of constituents who've expressed frustration in recent weeks in our offices and in social media and public forums in Quebec and Canada. It doesn't make any sense to proceed without taking into account the true needs of Canadians. Instead of worrying about seniors, veterans, First Nations, the governments are just exposing the inefficiency of public services. I'm sorry, but the Senate does not serve Canadians, so let's get rid of it. There have been 13 attempts to reform the Senate in the past century. It's never worked. Let's just get rid of it. Now let's get back to the legitimacy of appointments that we'll see under this bill. There will be no legitimacy to any of these appointments. The Prime Minister doesn't even have to accept a decision of voters in the provinces. He merely has to take into account, as it says in Section 3 in Part 1 of the bill. Is that supposed to mean that he can wait for names on the list that he really wants to appoint? The Constitution Act of 1982, Section 44, allows the Parliament of Canada to change the Senate without going through the normal procedure for making changes to the Canadian Constitution. But is that any reason not to consult the provinces? Especially when we're talking here about an issue that's sufficiently sensitive to many Canadian provinces, considering the number of senators and the fact that they're talking about putting a floor on the number of seats in the House. Given that the government of the day refuses to debate any issues in the House, what's going to happen with the provinces that disagree with this reform? How will they put an end to this incredible mockery of public debate, thanks to the Conservatives? It's unacceptable. I need only recall that the gap between rich and poor is growing exponentially in Canada from day to day. Statistics show consistently that this is the case. Can we just look at what really needs leadership and what needs doing by abolishing the Senate, which is outdated? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague is really in touch with his constituents. I'd like to know what he's heard in his writing about this bill or about the Senate in general, because obviously the government can no longer hide the fact that they're appointing their cronies to the Senate. It's getting almost embarrassing for them, and the way they're trying to get out of that is by claiming that they're only going to appoint elected senators. They don't think there's any need to consult experts. Sometimes they do when it suits them, but not here. So what does my colleague from Compton-Stanstead think? What has he heard from people in his riding on this? The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague from Pierrefonds-Dollard. In my riding, it's a riding that's very attached to the Parliament of Canada. A quarter of the cities in my riding are wonderful English-speaking cities in the eastern townships, and they're wondering, why are we spending our tax dollars on an institution that serves no real purpose? By scrapping the Senate, my constituents say, finally, your work, you'll have actually done what you're paid to do. You'll have done something useful. And that will confirm that you really are elected to represent us and that you're doing your job. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, which had a lot to do with dialogue, discussion, democratic values. I think we live in a very democratic country, and we should be proud of that. In the last election, the Conservative candidate in a neighboring riding was not elected, and the day after, he was appointed to the Senate. A lot of people in my riding asked me questions about that, and I'd like to hear what my colleague here has to say about how senators are appointed. What's about the selection process? How should it be changed? The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. In the schedule to the bill, there's a whole ream of procedures for selecting senators, and the provinces are supposed to follow this recipe in choosing candidates for the Senate. But the Prime Minister has no obligation whatsoever to respect that choice. So the whole process in practical terms, is going to cost millions of dollars to set up, and ultimately it's not legitimate because the Prime Minister is in no way required to respect the results. So there's a process, but it's not binding. So I really don't even understand the idea behind this bill. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments. One of the arguments that the Conservatives are serving up to justify the continued existence of the Senate, is that the Senate represents various regions more equitably, knowing that some regions and provinces are bigger than others. But when you look recently when we debated Bill C-10, despite the very clear desire of the National Assembly of Quebec and of Quebecers, the Senate became the Conservative government's puppet, in a sense, because he argued that the National Assembly was wrong. So you can see that actually the Senate's not so representative after all. And I'd like to hear if my colleague has anything more to say about that. The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead, a very brief answer. Although I have a lot of respect for the individuals in the Senate, they are all people who've had wonderful lives. They're upstanding, upright people, but the fact remains that their appointment to the Senate is a reward. They have no legitimacy for occupying that position, and they still have to do whatever the government says. They have to do the government's bidding. So they're not really, it's not a legitimate position. There's no respect for democracy there.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My first thought as I came into the chamber today to enter into this debate on this bill is that here we go again, trying to tinker with an outdated, obsolete vestige of colonialism, something that is unworthy in its makeup and in its the institution itself of any legitimate Western democracy. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we are wasting the time of Parliament debating, tinkering with the Senate when, as per the policy of the NDP since the 1930s, the Senate should be abolished. A triple-A Senate, abolish, abolish, abolish. It has outlived any usefulness, and in fact now it is just an instrument of abuse. Pure political, partisan pork and abuse. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, there has never been a Prime Minister that has so abused the Senate and taken advantage for partisan advantage as the current Prime Minister. 32 appointments after being the one who agreed that the Senate is an outdated and obsolete institution. He's been stacking the Senate for purely partisan reasons. Let me give you an example. The President of the Conservative Party, the campaign manager of the Conservative Party, the chief fundraiser of the Conservative Party, the Director of Communications for the Conservative Party, the entire Conservative war room is now sitting in the Senate pulling down $130,000 a year taxpayers' money with staff and travel privileges and resources. In my home province of Manitoba, guess who the campaign manager was in the last provincial election? The senator for Manitoba, Conservative senator, I don't know if I'm allowed to use his name, former president of the Conservative Party, parachuted into Manitoba on a taxpayer's nickel to work full-time in partisan activities when he himself never has to stand for an election because he's there for life to act as an agent of the Conservative Party, not as a chamber of sober second thought, but an agent of the Conservative Party, salaried and staffed and paid for in a direct subsidy by the taxpayers of Canada. It's appalling, it's atrocious, it should be abolished, and it's a disgrace that we're using up time in our chamber to even rearrange the deck chairs on that ridiculous, ridiculous institution. And there must be some old reformers who have a hard time looking at themselves in the mirror, the things they used to say about the Senate, and now, guess what? They are one. They've become what they used to most criticize. They've tossed overboard every single principle on which they were founded. In the interest of political expediency, it's jettisoned overside. It's a disgrace. Even as we speak, the Senate is sabotaging the Canadian Wheat Board bill. on extra sittings. They say, oh, okay, the courts have ruled against us. We are against the rule of law. The courts have ruled us down, so we better lickety-split get this rammed through. How can the Senate, in all good conscience, pass a bill that the courts have ruled against? It's one of their very functions, used to be at least, to catch and correct any time that this chamber somehow passed a law that offended either the Charter of Rights, the Constitution, or the rule of law. Well, this bill offends the rule of law, and those senators over there right now, as we speak, are ramming that through. It's possible that the Governor-General, at least, will refuse to grant royal assent to a bill that the Canadian courts have actually struck down. You know, as another vestige of colonialism, we have to go and ask permission of the Crown. But maybe when there's a runaway freight train of political expediency, like this current gang here, like a bunch of 6-year-old bullies taking advantage of their power to ram things through and run roughshod over everything that's good and decent about our parliamentary democracy without even taking into account the rule of law, maybe, if those guys are worth anything, they will intercept this bill at the Senate stage, and as will the Governor-General at that stage, so that they can't ram this bill through. The other thing I want to speak about is the brief time that we have, Madam Speaker, is it offends me. It offends me to the core of my being that we end up having to deal with bills that originate in the Senate, and in fact those bills have primacy over the work of the chamber, of the elected Chamber of Commerce that we as members of Parliament are elected to. You wait your turn patiently to have a private member's bill heard. You wait and you wait and you wait, and finally the order of precedence, you're lucky enough to get put on the order of precedence, and maybe you will be able to fulfill this dream of having your particular hobby horse heard in the House of Commons. They introduce a bill over there in the unelected chamber, never mind reviewing legislation that we put together. They actually generate bills in that chamber. They come to this chamber and they go to the top of the list. And they bump members of Parliament down to hear their information first. It's appalling, Madam Speaker. It makes my blood boil just thinking of it, frankly. And I can't believe that there's Democrats, people who call themselves Democrats on that side of the House, that put up with this ridiculous, almost embarrassing situation. And what they've proposed in the interests of democratic reform actually causes such a mess. It'll be pandemonium. You'll have 2 and 3 different tiers of senators. You'll have the elected senators. You'll have you'll have the senators that are there for life. You'll have, which ones have primacy then? Which ones have more weight? And if we ever did go to a fully elected Senate, would that be the upper chamber? Would that be the senior chamber? And how would the political dynamics work? Every single province in the Federation of Canada wrestled with this issue, and every single province came to the same conclusion. They abolished their upper chamber, and they made sure there was adequate representation within their province, within the structure of their legislature, that they did not need a Senate. We do not need a Senate. Madam Speaker, you know the old joke about the radical diet, that if you want to lose 40 pounds of ugly fat, you just cut off your head. Well, in this case, we could lose $200 million of utter waste just by chopping off the head of that Senate, eliminate it, keep the building. The chamber itself is a lovely place. I have no problem with the chamber itself. It's an architectural delight, and it should be preserved and maintained. But the maintenance budget of the Senate chamber, might be a couple of grand a year. The maintenance budget of each one of these political appointees, and I use that word in the politest way that I could phrase it, is costing us a fortune. In actual fact, they're hacks and flacks and bagmen, and I do not just accuse the Conservatives. I'm thinking of the head of the Liberals, the most famous bagman in Manitoba, Liberal bagman, wound up in the Senate. I won't mention his name. The most famous or infamous Conservative bagman Right into the Senate he goes so that he can continue his partisan fundraising paid for by the taxpayer. And while there, they were the architects of the biggest political election fraud in the history of Canada, charged, tried, convicted, found guilty, and they're sitting in the chamber as we speak, scheming up their next election tricks. Madam Speaker, if the public only knew, I wish somebody watched these debates, because if the public only knew what we put up with that chamber over there, they would be appalled and they would be demanding true reform in the form of abolishing that wasteful, archaic, outdated, obsolete relic of colonialism, that last vestige of colonialism that we wear around our necks like an albatross. It's like having your anchor dragging behind your boat, Madam Speaker, having the Canadian Senate as an obstacle to democracy. They don't enhance democracy, they sabotage and undermine democracy. Twice in the history of Canada.
On a point of order, the honourable member for Leeds, for Selkirk Interleague.
Madam Speaker, the member from Winnipeg North is in violation of Standing Order 18, which says that no member shall speak disrespectfully of the sovereign or any of the royal family, nor of the Governor-General, or the person administrating the Government of Canada, nor use offensive words against either House or against any member thereof. No member may reflect on any go of the House, etc. So the member just really slandered senators and the chamber over there, and I ask that you call him to order.
I didn't. I thank the member for citing the order, and he's quite right. I didn't hear the last comment that was made. However, there's 30 seconds left. The honourable member will take note and ensure that all his comments are respectful. And certainly the debate is about the Senate, so there is some latitude to express opinions or facts as the members see it, however, maintaining a tone of respect. So the 30 seconds, the honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And now that the senators are wading into partisan politics, in fact, they're actively engaged in partisan politics, it offends me that they're allowed to be members of boards of directors. They're not only sabotaging bills that come through this House, such as the climate change bill, they're sitting on the board of directors of the big oil companies and sabotaging the climate change bill. How can a senator be allowed to sit on a board of directors when it's a clear conflict of interest for any one of us to do it, but they're sitting on 10, 12 boards per person sometimes? It's appalling. It's another good reason to abolish it.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saskatoon-Humboldt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my honourable colleague for his, as usual, very entertaining remarks. First a comment and then a very brief question. When the honourable member was noting about how Senate bills can get precedence in many situations in the House, what he failed to mention is he and his party voted against a motion but from the member from Beauce, now the Minister of State for Small Business, where that would have changed. So the honourable member should perhaps not criticize things that he was on the other side of. It would be more appropriate to remember his votes before he talks about things. My question to the honourable member is this. The Conservative Party and its predecessor parties have believed in Senate reform. The honourable member's party would prefer abolition. What would the honourable member's view be if this was put forward in either a referendum, plebiscite, something of that, where the best proposals from each side were put up and put before the Canadian population? If Senate reform was chosen, democratically elected regional Senate, would the honourable member then support the election?
Order. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Perhaps one of the most appalling things that the Senate has done to date, and this is the only time in Canadian history that we know of the Senate has done this. I'll tell the member a secret that not many people know. I used to be in favor of the Senate. I used to be about the only New Democrat you could find in the country that wasn't in favor of abolishing it. I even attended with your Prime Minister when he introduced the first bill to reform the Senate. I sat there with him. It's since then that I've realized how wrong I was and how right my party was. It's atrocious, and the stunts that you guys have pulled through the chair are what has turned me into an anti-Senate activist. The two bills, the democratically passed bills by this chamber, that they killed, get this, and I wish the country could hear this, the climate change bill, the only environmental bill passed since 2006, since the Conservatives took power, passed all stages in the House, killed by the Senate without a single day of debate, without a single witness being heard. The other bill that they killed arbitrarily and unilaterally and without debate was the bill that would get generic drugs to Africa to fight the HIV/AIDS tuberculosis pandemic. Can you believe, Madam Speaker, the bills that they chose to intervene to squash with their undemocratic, unelected, obsolete vestige of colonialism, the Senate, are those two bills. It is appalling.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Compton-Stanstead. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I would like to commend my colleague from Winnipeg Centre. I greatly admire his choice of words and his speaking style. We really like that on this side of the House. I would like my colleague to go into a bit more detail concerning the amounts of money that could be saved under the NDP's proposal of abolishing the Senate. What could be done with this money that could be saved, and how could it be useful to the Canadian economy?
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you to my colleague for this question. Canadians should remind ourselves that we're broke. We're borrowing money every year just to make payroll, just to pay our bills, just to keep the Government of Canada running. We're in a severe deficit situation. We should be looking under every rock and turning over every stone to find efficiencies and ways to save money. Well, there's hundreds of millions of dollars being spent in the other chamber, not to augment and complement and enhance democracy, but to sabotage and undermine democracy and to thwart the democratic will of this chamber. A great deal of the money that we spend in the Senate is to fly senators around the world like a bunch of Harlem Globetrotters. Have you ever seen a parliamentary junket where every Senate position wasn't filled? I mean, we take a pass on most trips that we're offered. A senator never turns down a trip to gallivant around the world like some high-flying, globe-trotting emissary of Canada. But that's of no material benefit or value to us. It's a waste of money. It's a waste of hundreds of millions of dollars that could be better spent enhancing our democracy instead of sabotaging it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chambly-Bolduc. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And like my colleagues who have spoken before me, I am very proud to speak to this bill because it is something that is important to us. We take the value of democracy to heart on this side of the House, and as the member for Winnipeg Centre said. Now we're talking about we talk a lot about the rationale of the Senate. We talk about its objectives, and I studied political science. So I'm going to provide an overview of certain institutions in other countries, for example, our southern neighbors, the United States, and their experience compared to ours. And I think this will justify why we must abolish the Senate. Something that the Founding Fathers in the United States said is that it is important to have a division in the government to protect people from the tyranny of the majority. So like us, they have a system where someone who wins the majority of votes is elected. And we know that here in Canada, there are a certain percentage of voters who vote for different parties. For example, in the last election, 60% of voters voted for parties other than the governing party. And it's also fair to say that with the executive powers, for example, the President in the United States, a method was established to protect people against what they call the tyranny of the majority. So one of the ways the Senate could be used in such examples was for regional protection. And if we look at Canada's history, it's the same principle. The idea is to protect regional specific characteristics. For example, Ontario is a gigantic province, not necessarily in geographical area, but in terms of population, versus the Northwest Territories or Prince Edward Island, which is perhaps a smaller province, but is entitled, just like other provinces, to be protected democratically and to ensure that its voices are heard and taken into account in the elected world. So what we see here is that same principle, and it was the same thing in the United States. For example, there are states that vary considerably in terms of population and geographical area, but they all had 2 senators. But what the United States learned much more quickly than us is, I believe it was in the 1950s, they decided that in order to be able to benefit from this regional representation, this fair representation, and in order to fulfill the Senate's mandate, they should elect senators. So all of that's fine. They reformed the Constitution to a certain extent, and that led to an elected Senate in the United States. This is about 60 years ago. But the problem was, or the problem is here rather, is that in the United States, it was the governors of the states who appointed senators rather than the president of the United States. So you could draw the same parallel here. It's the prime minister who appoints senators. So that's very different here. How can you ensure regional representation when it is the prime minister of the federal government who chooses the senators? It's very difficult, and in fact, it gives rise to a conflict of interest, Madam Speaker. So what we see here is, well, that's the first lesson that we haven't yet learned. And it is a problem that continues today, because despite the fact that this Prime Minister said that he would never appoint senators, and yet he has defeated MPs who are appointed to the upper chamber. Now, that is a considerable problem, because we're talking about electing senators. We're talking about democracy and respecting democracy. And nonetheless, it is one thing not to elect senators, but what is even worse is appointing people who are people actually who the citizens have refused to vote for. Okay, you appoint someone who's unelected, but even worse is that voters said no to that person. They refuse to be represented by that person. And so how can they provide the same representation as someone who has been elected? That's just completely illogical. So what we say in the NDP, and this is strange because I remember a member of the Liberal Party earlier who said that their vision was very simplistic, or they said that the NDP had a very simplistic vision, but I take that as a compliment because it is simple. Let's abolish the Senate. It's not complicated. And it's futile to get involved in very complex debates and very flawed bills like this one, where we refer to the fact that the Prime Minister can, after the entire process, choose not to appoint the elected senator, which goes completely against the very core of the bill and the very core of democracy. So our position is very simple. And so, yes, I'll agree with the fact that it's simplistic, but in a positive way, in a good way, because it's a solution that allows us to settle all the problems with regard to patronage, with regard to lack of representation, specifically with regard to regional representation. There are other aspects that have been referred to earlier by my colleagues, but I would like to come back to some of them. My colleague for Winnipeg Centre and other colleagues talked about Bill C-311, which had to do with climate change. Currently in this House, in many debates, well, we had our opposition motion, in fact, the other day on climate change. We're talking about pulling out of Kyoto. We're talking about the lack of vision shown by this government in this matter. And yes, all the parties in this House had adopted a bill that was supposed to reinforce our principles and fundamental values in this matter with regard to making concrete gestures towards fighting climate change. And this bill was killed by the Senate. And the problem here is that we're not just talking about a bill that was adopted by the House of Commons, a House of elected representatives, but we're also talking about a bill for which many, many citizens demonstrated to have it adopted. At the time, I was an activist, and I contacted a number of members of Parliament to have them support this bill, and I wasn't alone. There were many, many people who worked, who tried to engage with people to have them understand the value of this bill through the members of Parliament. And obviously it was an organization that was very successful because the House did adopt the bill. But unfortunately, the Senate went against this tide of popular support, and with no justification killed the bill. And that is one of the basic problems that will not be solved by this bill, by C7, that is before us today. The only way this problem can be solved is by abolishing the Senate. That's clear and simple. I would also like to make a link with a debate that we had earlier this week, and this was on a bill concerning fair representation. And there's an important connection to be made there, because once again, we're talking about democracy. If I talk about Bill C-20, which talks about seat reallocation, the number of seats in this House, well, I can say that the position of the Liberals, well, they mentioned the cost. And yet I spoke on this bill, and I raised the same point that we're raising today. The fact is that, okay, we want to save money, we want to cut costs, and we want more elected democratic representation. So once again, with regard to saving money, let's abolish the Senate. We'll save millions of dollars if we do that. And that money can be used to fund better representation for all provinces, including Quebec, in this House. And we'll have not only better representation, but representation that will be here in this House where people are elected. I'm running out of time, so I will close. But as I said at the beginning, the Senate was designed to represent and to protect specific characteristics of our country's different regions. And I can say as a representative of Quebec, a province that knows full well the importance of protecting its distinct culture, its language and its culture. And I have seen no evidence, especially in past years, that the Senate actually does this job to protect these characteristics. And that is an even better reason that we owe it to everyone as elected officials in this House to abolish the Senate and protect our different regions. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Lafière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask a question of my colleague, my NDP colleague. What does he think of the fact that this Conservative bill will give only one single non-renewable term to senators, and therefore they will not have to be accountable to the public concerning any promises they may have made during their election campaign? They may be able to fulfill none of their promises during their term, during the full 9 years, and yet be able to stay in the Senate, have their cushy salary, have all their benefits. And as a Canadian citizen, I find it unfathomable that there should be such a double standard, because here our terms are short, they are renewable, and with this bill, these senators will be able to promise whatever they want without having to account to the population. In addition, they'll have their cushy salary, their pension, their benefits. So what does my colleague think of that? The honourable member for Chambly-Vaudreuil. I would like to thank my colleague for that question. It's an excellent question, in fact. and he raised many points, so I'll try to answer all of them. First, I think that what is interesting is that by limiting the terms of senators, the claim is to make them more accountable, but as my colleague pointed out so clearly, they don't have to render any accounts. They don't have to be responsible to the public. Something else we've got to take into account is that by limiting terms, all we do is that when the party in power changes, they'll simply have another opportunity to appoint senators who have supported them. For example, we know full well that at the time when there was a Liberal majority in the Senate, when the Conservative government took power, as soon as they could, they took the opportunity to have Conservative senators, and by limiting terms, all we are doing is facilitating that practice. It would just be easier for the Prime Minister to do these things, and all the points he raised about the costs that it incurs, and it's simply another reason to abolish the Senate. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague what he thinks of the fact that in addition to this bill being anti-democratic because the senators will be appointed by the Prime Minister, and if the provinces manage to organize elections that will have had to pay for themselves, even though the senators may be elected by people in the provinces, they may not even be considered by the Prime Minister. So it's not only anti-democratic, but it's anti-constitutional because they want to change elements of the Constitution, and the population needs to be consulted, and that was not at all the case here. So I would like to know what my colleague thinks of this. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois has 1 minute. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, and that is indeed a very considerable problem. As I said in my speech, the rationale for the Senate is supposed to be the protection of the specific characteristics of the regions and to ensure proper representation of these areas in our country, and yet the provinces were not consulted. They are told that they have the right to elect senators, but they are reminded that it is the Prime Minister who is going to have the last word with regard to appointing people. So it is a major problem. And once again, it's simply a further reason to abolish the Senate and to ensure that we, as elected officials who know full well how to represent our regions, to ensure that we are able to do so. Because, in fact,
the provinces don't want anything to do with this bill, and as we've heard earlier, the provinces are more than administrative reasons. They are in place to deal with these issues, and that is the situation. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Quebec. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy today to rise to speak in this House on Bill C7. An act representing the selection of senators. The Senate was established in 1867 under an agreement between federal and provincial authorities. This agreement covered several aspects defining the Senate today as we know it. Initially, the Senate of Canada, like the British House of Lords, was an institution that offered an informed opinion on ill-informed decisions that could be made by the legislators in the lower houses. However, Canada has evolved a great deal over the past 100 years, and in fact, during that time, there have been 13 attempts to reform the Senate, but they have all unfortunately failed. Under C7, as tabled in the House, the mandate for a senator would be 9 years. This bill also contains a framework to oversee the organization of senatorial elections in the provinces. These elections would make it possible for the province to put to the Prime Minister a list of candidates for appointment to the Senate. It may be a Senate reform, but it's not a democratic reform that the government is offering us, especially because the Prime Minister is at leisure to choose senators himself. What this bill is really proposing is for senators to be elected using a complex, ill-conceived election system. These elections would have no democratic value because their organization is optional. In the province, provinces, the elections would probably favor the large urban centres at the expense of the regions. In addition, Bill C-7 invites provinces to organize elections at their expense and according to their rules. Is it not odd for elections in the Senate, a federal institution, would be structured by the provinces? Moreover, this bill is not receiving a warm reception in provinces, namely Quebec. Premier Charest has stated that he is prepared to challenge it in the courts. Ontario, British Columbia, and Nova Scotia have called for the upper chamber to be abolished. Madam Speaker, wanting to make elected representatives of the upper chamber elected is also the main difference between senators and members. If senators are elected, they too will have political responsibilities to their voters, and what currently distinguishes the Senate from the House is its independence, and that would be lost. Senators would be an unnecessary addition to elected members of Parliament. The NDP is opposed to this Senate reform because it would create two generations of senators. Under a complex system, some would be appointed and others would be elected. The Senate, which is already discredited, would be less functional, and there would be a division between senators elected for a 9-year term and the former category of senators appointed to age 75. We must realize it would be difficult to be elected to the Senate without the active support of a political party. So the Senate would be even more politicized today. Also, a senator elected at a provincial level could say that he or she has a stronger mandate than a member of Parliament, having been elected for a longer period of time. This reform being proposed by the Conservative government would also lead to legislative roadblocks like we've seen in the United States, where the Congress is made up of elected representatives from the Senate and the House of Representatives. The situation could be worse than in the United States because our Constitution doesn't contain a mechanism for conflict resolution that would make it possible to resolve these issues or differences between the two elected chambers. Today, the only reason justifying maintaining the Senate is to provide legislators with an intellectual contribution made up of a group of citizens from a variety of horizons who would take a nonpartisan look at bills adopted in the House. But unfortunately, that is not the case. The Senate has never played its role as a chamber of sober second thought. They blindly vote along party lines. Madam Speaker, more and more Canadians think that the Senate should simply be abolished. Angus Reid published a new survey on Canadians' perceptions vis-à-vis the Senate. This is the fourth poll on the subject by this polling firm since February 2010. And what has progressed is the idea that the Senate should be abolished. According to the most recent survey, 36% of respondents agree with the statement that Canada no longer needs a Senate. And this rate has been on the rise since February 2010. In response to the affirmation or statement that Canada needs a Senate, but that Canadians should be authorized to participate in the selection of senators, is even less popular than before. Support for that statement has gone down to 40% from 44 or 50% in July 2010. One of the findings of this survey is that only 5% of Canadians agree with the current rules governing the Senate, and 71% of Canadians would support the idea of a national referendum. It is clear that Canadians want a referendum to determine the future of this Senate, and this is precisely the NDP's position. Now, they're not alone. Senator Murray, who held a position of senator for 32 years, stated that Senate reform put forth by this government is a mess. He's advocating a referendum on the future of the Senate. It would lead to a real debate on the issue, said Senator Murray. That is why the NDP thinks that we need to call on That is why the NDP thinks that we need to ask Canadians if we need a Senate, and if so, what kind of Senate. Canadians would have an opportunity to vote on the $100 million earmarked in public expenditures for this. Madam Speaker, the Senate has lost its credibility in the eyes of many Canadians, and many Canadians really wonder why we would keep such an institution that often, all too often, in fact, is a kind of country club for government members. Senator Burt Brown, who is a Conservative, stated in a letter that each senator in his or her caucus needs to decide where his loyalty lies. The answer is clear. Our loyalty is to the person who brought us here. The Conservative government, like the Liberal government before it, eagerly appointed senators based on their political involvement. But despite criticism of the appointment process in the past, this government, right after the election on May 2nd, sent 3 defeated candidates to the Senate, including José Werner. This type of attitude by the Prime Minister is something Canadians consider hypocritical. According to an Angus Reid survey, 57% of respondents feel that I would remind the honourable member that the honourable member is not allowed to mention sitting members by their names. And I would add that we shall not impute motives to a member of Parliament, nor to the Prime Minister. I would just then invite viewers to consult the Angus Reid survey, and they can draw the conclusions themselves. So, Madam Speaker, why waste time on a reform that no one wants, that no one needs, and which appears clearly to be considered unconstitutional? In 2007, in the Australian Parliament, our Prime Minister raised the issue of abolishing the Senate. In this speech, the Prime Minister stated that Canadians understand that our Senate, as it is today, must be changed or must disappear like the former upper chambers in the provinces. Before passing, Mr. Jack Layton had proposed that, or had stated that a solution for the Senate is to call on Canadians and ask them if they want a Senate. Now, before we waste any more money or any time on unnecessary reforms that make no sense, what we could do is ask Canadians, ask the provinces, hold a discussion with them and ask them what they think about it. That is what we in the NDP are proposing, Madam Speaker.
Avant de passer aux questions commentaires.
Before moving on to questions and comments, I would ask members to be cautious in their use of terminology, because there are words such as hypocritical that are unparliamentary and that must not be attributed to the motives or intentions of any members. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her impassionate speech and for her referrals to the undemocratic approach being put forth by the Conservatives here. Bill C7 clearly shows that despite the fact that this bill has been introduced 3 times by the Conservatives, it contains flaws. There's a lack of democracy on the part of the government. And furthermore, the Senate has on at least 2 occasions worked against the current of what the House wanted. It has thwarted private members' business, legislation dealing with the transfer of medication for AIDS, generic medication for AIDS to Africa. Now, these are initiatives that originated here in the House but were killed in the Senate. Many Canadians had shown support for that bill. So where is the legitimacy, the democracy? What is the relevance of maintaining the Senate if it takes positions that run counter to the values that are so dear to Canadians? The Honourable Member for Quebec. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. When we look at this bill, Bill C7, we really wonder where the government is taking it, where it wants to go. Because even if we agree that the Senate isn't working properly now, it's not an institution that Canadians appreciate. But this reform would take us into even more of a mess, a disaster. And I emphasize that because it is the case. It will worsen the situation. It will make the institution even more flawed than it currently is. And a number of reforms are being pushed forward. They're not leading anywhere. They aren't leading to the creation of an upper chamber, which is independent, and a chamber of sober second thought, a chamber that would represent people and enable us here to put legislation forth. But the Senate is clearly an institution where the Canadians don't see themselves in. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Quebec for her remarks. I have a couple of questions for her. This Senate reform worries me because it is a reform, but it does leave power in the hands of the Prime Minister, the power to appoint who he wants to the Senate even after an election. The Prime Minister will still say, I prefer another candidate. There wasn't a promise made by the Conservatives to not to do what its predecessors had done. And as a result, we're in a situation where there have been a number of highly partisan appointments to the Senate. The Honourable Member for Quebec. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles because I think that she's raised something that is of serious concern for Canadians with respect to transparency and independence. It's something that appeared to be important for them and to them, but it doesn't now because this bill, Bill C7, does not make it possible to ensure that senators are independent so that they can be the chamber of sober second thought, an independent chamber. As my colleague has said, it's true, the government did not honor the promises that it made, is not respecting them, nor is it respecting the will of the people of this country to have control over their institutions. Absolutely not.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to speak about Bill C7 today. Madam Speaker, the Senate was never intended originally to be a career for the Prime Minister's cronies. In this debate on the bill today, many of my colleagues have brought up great points about this government's Senate reform legislation. They have discussed how the so-called election of senators still leaves the Prime Minister making appointments to the Senate as he sees fit. The Prime Minister would be under no obligation to follow those voters' wishes or to follow any convention at all. This is important because our current Prime Minister has shown no hesitation in ignoring our parliamentary conventions when it suits him politically. So we still have no answer to the question, what is to stop him or any future Prime Minister from ignoring non-binding elections? Members have also brought up the fact that these optional elections don't go to the root of the matter. They don't make senators any more accountable, than they are today. Senators would be appointed to a non-renewable 9-year term, and they never have to face the electorate more than once. So they aren't accountable for anything they did or didn't do while in office. And members have touched, our members have touched on the fact that under C7, anyone who wants to be a senator has to be chosen by a political party. This leaves little or no room for independent candidates or committed Canadians that don't have political affiliations. These points about the bill were all very valid, and I thank my fellow members from the NDP for them. But I'd like to especially focus, Madam Speaker, on one basic, unavoidable fact, that any real reform of the upper chamber will require constitutional change. Members in the House know that. All the members in the House should know that. The government knows that, and anyone who's studied the history of Confederation and our Constitution in high school knows that. And the Prime Minister certainly knows that. Reforming the Senate requires amending the Constitution with the approval of 7 out of 10 provinces representing the majority of Canadians. Madam Speaker, that means that this bill, C7, is nothing but a colossal red herring. It may pass in this House. It may even pass in the Senate. But as soon as it's challenged in court by any province, and already provinces are lining up to mount legal challenges, it will be struck down as unconstitutional. Our high school history students could have told us that. The Prime Minister thinks he can pass this totally symbolic legislation to finally reform our dysfunctional upper chamber, fulfilling a long-term promise to his supporters, and the very next day when it is struck down, he thinks he will be able to throw up his hands and cry crocodile tears saying, "Oh well, we tried," and no one will be the wiser. But Madam Speaker, Canadians are not stupid. C7 is nothing more than a massive waste of time and a waste of taxpayers' money. The only ones who are going to benefit from this exercise are constitutional lawyers who will get rich on the taxpayers' dime, arguing both sides in court for years. But at the end of the day, no real reform will have been done. And maybe that suits our Prime Minister just fine, because as we all know, he now has majority control of the Senate. 39% of the votes in this House, over 55% of the seats, and 100% control in both houses. He has it because he broke his own long-term promise never to appoint an unelected senator. Remember that? And instead, he has appointed more unelected and unelectable party bagmen, conservative fundraisers, and political insiders to the upper chamber than any other Prime Minister in the history of Canada. He's traded his purported principles for power, and now that other place does his bidding. So would it really be in his best interest to change that? A stranglehold on the Senate, both in numbers and in use of the whip, has been just another way an unprecedented amount of power has been concentrated in the office and the person of one man. This Prime Minister has fallen a long way from his touted reform ideals. I'd like to add a personal note. Members in this House will know that I, of all people, have special reason to be unhappy with the Senate. After introducing and shepherding the country's only federal climate change legislation, Bill C-11, through all stages in this House and the last Parliament, the Senate was ordered to kill that important legislation before hearing any witnesses, before studying it in committee, before having full debate or even any debate on its merits. Madam Speaker, this is the first time, the only time in Canadian history that a bill was summarily killed by the Senate just like that, where political appointees snuffed out important legislation passed by this elected House without even giving it the consideration it was due. It's hard for me to see, it's hard for anyone to see how killing legislation before it is even studied can be considered sober second thought, as the purpose of the Senate has been alleged to be. If this continues, Madam Speaker, the Red Chamber is in danger of becoming the single best advocate for its own abolition. But, Madam Speaker, I am under no illusion it will be a long time before we abolish or reform that dysfunctional chamber. And, Madam Speaker, it's with no disrespect to the people that work in that place that I say that the upper chamber is dysfunctional. I've had the pleasure to work with some of the very hardworking and knowledgeable senators who are committed to making Canada better. But they're constrained by our system itself and by our Prime Minister, as are we in this chamber, which could also use some reforms. And that brings me to my final point, Madam Speaker, that any true reform of our democratic institutions in this country will take much more than just smokescreens and red herrings. C7 unfortunately distracts everyone from real reforms that could be made, Madam Speaker, today. Improvements that would not even require constitutional amendments. I'm talking about reforming the way this chamber and potentially that chamber is elected. A system of electing either of our chambers by proportional representation would finally make every vote count. No more wasted votes, no more pitting one region of the country against another. More women and more minorities would be elected, and a fairer and more accurate reflection of the will of the Canadians in our elected parliament would take place. Real democracy, as practiced by the vast majority of our world's elected governments. But, Madam Speaker, that is something many politicians here, including this government, are desperate to avoid doing anything about. So they will do anything, and this Prime Minister will do anything, including introducing distractions like Bill C7 to turn attention away from much more effective reforms that could be accomplished much, much more easily. It makes me think that the government isn't really interested in changing things in our Senate at all. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Speaker, and in the Liberal Party, we certainly share some of the concerns with respect to the constitutionality of this legislation. Certainly found it very interesting in the member's speech that he laid it out really as a bit of a ruse, that this is a piece of legislation that the Conservatives probably expect will never see the light of day once it's put through the constitutional scrutiny that it must be. It strikes me, Madam Speaker, that there's really a troubling pattern in this regard in terms of passing legislation through this House that is likely to be found unconstitutional. We've seen recent examples in C4 and C10. For the benefit of those in the House and those watching, I would invite the member to expand a bit on the constitutional arguments that will likely be upheld once this bill is subject to the scrutiny of the Supreme Court of Canada.
Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, even though I'm a former judge, I'm not a former lawyer, and I'm certainly not a constitutional lawyer. And I'll leave it to the constitutional lawyers to worry about the fine points of how we're going to run Canada and fix Canada and work within our constitutional framework now or in the future. But, Madam Speaker, I am deeply disturbed, as are many journalists, as are many lawyers, as are many judges, as are many political watchers across Canada, and many of my citizens in Thunder Bay Superior North are concerned about the anti-democratic nature of our current Prime Minister and his desire to control not only the opposition, but to control the hearts and minds of the 61% of the voters who didn't vote for him, and even the majority of the members on his side of the House.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Papineau. The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The NDP for a long time has said that it was important to scrap the Senate, pure and simple. I'd like to know what my honourable colleague has to say now, since half of the NDP caucus is from Quebec, and the Quebec National Assembly has repeatedly defended the Senate's existence and its capacity to respond to and to represent Quebec. So is he still as ardent about scrapping an institution that Quebec feels so dearly about?
Madam Speaker, I'm not going to speak for our party on this issue. I'll only speak for myself. And on most days, I tend to agree. It's useless, it's unaccountable, it's unelected. Let's scrap it. But once in a while, I get a wild idea, as I've already said here today and alluded to, that maybe the Senate is the place where we could start with electing it, if we're going to elect it, elected proportionally. So we'll at least have one of our houses that when the Purple Party gets 20% of the votes, it'll get 20% of the seats.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. One last brief question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, why do you think this really isn't the time to pit the provinces against the federal government, especially since there are other issues we should be dealing with? Why is it more important to focus Parliament's energies on the Senate instead of the economy and jobs? Why create division on an issue that's really out of date? The Honourable Member.
In my comments earlier, I think this is a deliberate red herring. It's one more attempt by the Prime Minister to do what he's gotten away with quite a bit, although both the media and the public are starting to figure out that this is a Prime Minister who specializes in distractions and division and divisiveness when not only jobs and the economy, but the environment, pensions, the list goes on and on of the matters of substance. When I came here to Parliament, I wanted to work on those substances, on those subjects and those issues of importance, not work on smokescreens and the kind of thing we're faced here with today. Thank you for the question, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to speak to Bill C7, an act representing the selection of senators and amending the Constitution Act 1867 in respect to Senate term limits. Madam Speaker, if only we could be so fortunate as to have the government amend the bill so that the Senate is abolished, then this could be our last time to rise and speak about Senate reforms. My NDP colleagues and I believe that the Senate needs to be abolished. Any attempts to reform the Senate is simply a window dressing to this very seriously undemocratic institution. As things currently stand, Bill C7 introduces ineffective measures that will do nothing to fix the Senate. Madam Speaker, what is currently wrong with the Senate? Well, we refer to the Senate often as a romantically, we describe it as a romantically a place where a second sober thought is viewed. But we know the Senate is no such place. Last year, rather than respecting the will of this House, as my colleagues has pointed out, the Senate killed Bill C-311, the Climate Change Accountability Act. This bill was passed in the House of Commons, voted for by elected members of this House, and the Senate called a snap election and killed it. In the words of our former leader, the Honourable Jack Layton, this was one of the most undemocratic acts that we have seen ever in the Parliament of Canada. To take the power that doesn't rightfully belong to them, to kill a bill that has been adopted by a majority of the House of Commons, representing a majority of Canadians, is as wrong as it gets when it comes to democracy in this country. Madam Speaker, this spring the Senate killed another bill, which was a very important, Bill C-393, a bill that would have made it easier for people in developing countries to obtain more affordable, life-saving medicines. a bill that would have saved lives, voted for by members of this House and killed by an unelected Senate. To suggest amendments and return a bill to the House is one thing, but to kill a bill in this way, Madam Speaker, using sneaky tactics, is just plain wrong. It is disrespectful to the decision-making power of this democratically elected House. Madam Speaker, right now the Senate is basically full of political appointments. It's friends and it's failed candidates. That's what Senate is right now. Madam Speaker, for instance, in the last Senate appointment, our Prime Minister appointed 3 failed Conservative candidates from the last federal election. All 3 of these failed in the elections, and the Canadians decided on May 2nd that they did not want to have these people represent them. And yet, here they are. They're in the Senate. There are a number of things in the bill that does not fix anything at all. For example, the Conservatives make excuses for their appointments, saying, well, they will use them to reform the Senate. I think, Madam Speaker, this is clearly laughable. Every day in this House, the Conservatives trample on democracy. They ram bills through and committees without debate or examination, without even costing some of these bills. And then they want us to believe that they actually want a more democratic Senate. They don't, Madam Speaker. The reforms the Conservatives propose in this bill are completely inadequate. First, under the proposed legislation, the Senate will become a 2-tiered system with some elected senators and some unelected senators. Second, the limit of 1 9-year term means senators, even elected ones, will not have to be held accountable for their actions in any subsequent democratic race. Third, because the actual appointment process will not change at all, despite talk of increased democratic accountability, the bill does not actually introduce any check on the Prime Minister's hand in the appointment process. So basically, could be business as usual. Fourth, because the bill does nothing to address the distribution of seats in the Senate, the increase in power of an elected Senate means an unbalanced increase in power of Quebec and Ontario. And I come from British Columbia, Madam Speaker, and that is not fair. Fifth, perhaps the most important intended role of the Senate is its ability to represent women and minority interests. By making the Senate elected and forcing any candidate that runs to do so under a party banner will only tighten the partisan stranglehold on this legislative process. Madam Speaker, parties will drown out minority representation. Like we've seen this in Australia. There's examples in Australia where this has happened. Sixth, the introduction of increased democratic legitimacy will give the Senate even more leeway to assert its own decision-making power, which could result in gridlock. And we've seen that in the United States. This is counter to productivity Canadians expect from their government. Madam Speaker, there are solutions, and the NDP has, and a number of other people have proposed those solutions. And the best solution is basically the best solution to this democratic black hole that is the Senate is to basically abolish it. The Conservatives, who have been wishy-washy in the past, unable to decide what they want when it comes to the Senate. For instance, previous Conservative bills have called for a federally regulated electoral process, while another bill called for 8-year term limits. Madam Speaker, I think we can see clearly that what the Conservatives want is to have the appearance of reforming the Senate, when in reality they stack it with their cronies and use it to kill legislation passed by this democratically elected members of this House. Unlike the Conservatives, the NDP have unwaveringly supported the abolition of Senate since the 1930s. And many Canadians agree with us, and then that we need to abolish the Senate and move on from this undemocratically elected institution. At the provincial level, both Liberal Premier Dalton McGuinty of Ontario and NDP Provincial Premier Darrell Dexter have called for the abolition of the Senate. And from my province, Premier Christy Clark has said that the Senate no longer plays a role in the Confederation. All provinces, we've seen from history, all provincial legislatures has abolished their provincial senates, and that was done, the last one was done in 1968. Even our own Prime Minister himself once said that the unelected Senate is a relic of the 19th century. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, unlike the Conservatives, who have not consulted the provinces, New Democrats believe it is the responsibility of the government to consult all Canadians. To that end, the New Democrats believe that the issue of Senate reform cannot be solved by this piecemeal bill. The issue of Senate reforms needs to be put to referendum so Canadians themselves can decide how they want to deal with the Senate. Madam Speaker, the majority of Canadians support us in this proposal as well. There has been a number of polls done, and I'll just quote one of them that was done in July 2001 by Angus Reid, where 71% of the Canadians supported having a referendum on this issue. In closing, Madam Speaker, I would therefore like to urge my Conservative colleagues to heed their small c Conservative roots. We know how the House of Commons works, but we have no idea what will happen with an elected Senate. It will no doubt completely change the Canadian political system, but to what end, we can't be sure. The best solution to Senate reform is abolition. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Papineau.
A couple of days ago in this House, we debated the merits of Bill C-20, which was all about rearranging the distribution within this House. And the NDP stood up very clearly saying Quebec needs to be better represented, with even arbitrary limits that it can't go beneath 24%. So Quebec is properly recognized. Now, the one place that Quebec is properly recognized historically is in the Senate, where 24 senators are guaranteed to be from Quebec. And it is the place in our parliamentary system where regional interests get to speak most loudly. Quebecers, whether they put politicians or public opinion, have repeatedly said that we want to keep the Senate. Maybe improve it a bit, but keep it, not abolition. And the fact that this member is speaking about abolition of the Senate when over half of his caucus is from Quebec, I think is something that I'd like him to answer on. Does he still have the agreement of half of his caucus that abolishing something that is important for Quebecers is a good thing?
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his question. And Madam Speaker, I'm very proud of the team that we elected from Quebec, my colleagues, NDP colleagues, on May 2nd. I want to thank Quebecers for electing them and getting them to this House of Commons. You know, I basically disagree with the premise of that question. The senators do not have a voice. It's an undemocratically elected institution. The Prime Minister is the one controlling everything. As we've seen, in this House, we've seen bills run through that my colleagues, Conservative colleagues, are limited to their speaking notes. So basically, the Senate is duly unelected, and the true voice of Quebec is being represented, my colleagues, NDP colleagues, in this House.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata-Ribask. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Listen, I am one of those NDP Quebec members, and I would like to say that since the beginning of my mandate, and even during the election campaign, I did not hear from one single citizen on the Senate. None. So to say that the Senate is an institution that Quebecers are very attached to is, in my opinion, complete nonsense. However, to respond to the concerns of my colleague from Papineau, Well, I would like to hear what he has to say, rather what my colleague from BC has to say about consulting the entire population. Let's have a referendum on how to settle this issue once and for all.
The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague, and again, I want to point out that the true voice of Quebec is being represented in this House, and that's by my colleagues that were elected on May 2nd. That House over there is undemocratic, is unelected. The only voice that's being presented there is that of Prime Minister. And I want to, a response to my colleague's question, the only way we're going to truly listen to Canadians to reform whether we want to abolish this is to have a referendum. And the sooner we do that, the sooner we can get on with the reform or abolition of this undemocratically elected institution.
Very, very brief question. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles, as long as the question is very brief. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will be brief. I am also one of the NDP Quebecers and proud to be one. Referring to Senate reform, when there were 3 partisan appointments after the most recent election, and those were people who had been defeated in elections. So that was not among the concerns of the citizens in my riding. I would like to know from my colleague, there are many countries like Japan, Finland, Germany that abolished the Senate. And do you think there are any countries that have had problems because of abolishing the Senate?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her question. You know, we've seen the Senate being abolished at the provincial level, and it has worked. And I believe it's time that this House, Canadians take action, that we have a referendum. The Canadians can decide whether we want to keep that House or not. That would be a true democracy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, please. I have the honour to inform the House that a communication has been received, which is as follows, and it relates to an act to authorize the Industrial Alliance Pacific General Insurance Corporation to apply to be continued as a body corporate under the laws of Quebec, Bill S-1002. And the communication is as follows. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Honourable Marie Deschamps, Puisne, Juge of the Supreme Court of Canada, in her capacity as Deputy of the Governor-General, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bill listed in the schedule to this list on the 8th of December 2011 at 8:30 a.m. Yours sincerely, for Stephen Wallace.
And I would thus repeat that I have the honour to inform the House of the communication. The following text has been received, and it concerns the bill authorizing Industrial Alliance Pacific, a general insurance company. It called for an extension as a company governed by the statutes of Quebec, Bill S-1002, as follows. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Honourable Marie Deschamps, a puisne judge of the Supreme Court of Canada, in her capacity as the Deputy Governor-General, has granted royal assent by written declaration of the bill on December 8th, 2011 at 8:30 a.m. Sincerely, Mr. Speaker, etc. Signed for Stephen Wallace. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What a fascinating conversation we've had on Senate reform. Further to my election on May 2nd, if anyone had ever told me that I would stand up and begin one of my speeches by saying that I share with the Right Honourable Prime Minister his viewpoint on the subject, I would never have believed it. However, as concerns the Senate, I must admit that I am in agreement with the Senate, with the Prime Minister when he said that the Senate was a 19th century relic. And it seemed to me that the word relic was well chosen and very appropriate in this context, because when we talk about sacred relics, all of us dream of having one for its supposed virtues, but it is very, very rare that those benefits that these virtues actually are felt. Now, we cannot keep the status quo, so there are two choices. The first is the simple abolition of the Senate, and I would like to reassure the Prime Minister that he would have my support and that of all my party if that was his intent. Furthermore, since all provincial senates have been abolished since 1968, I think that we can draw our conclusions accordingly, because the provinces work very well without a Senate. And there's no reason to believe that the case would be otherwise for the federal government. More and more of us as Canadians believe that the population should be able to speak out on this matter through a national referendum. According to a July 2011 Angus Reid poll, 71% of Canadians, and that's a strong mandate, so 71% of Canadians want such a referendum. For over a century, 13 attempts to reform the Senate have failed. So I think it is high time to draw our conclusions accordingly. But once again, the government is introducing a bill that is very flawed and would have us believe that it is reforming the Senate, whereas it is setting up a Senate that would be even more dubious. So this is a parody of a Senate reform, because it cannot be the object of constitutional debate, and it will not review with the provinces the form, mandate, or legitimacy that this Senate would have. Thus, Madam Speaker, here we are in a world of inconsistencies and charades, and I would use a few examples to show how outrageous this situation is. First, a Senate composed of elected senators. Now, for those who wish to maintain this institution, this principle may seem to be a good one, but it becomes dubious when we realize that the provinces could choose to hold senatorial elections at their own expense, of course. Now, I would just like to digress once again by saying that once again, the government is offloading a responsibility to the provinces without having consulted them first. Now, the best part of the situation lies in the fact that provinces could choose to hold elections according to the voting system that would seem to be the best for them. Perhaps the most politically profitable, the least costly, or for other reasons that would lead them to choose their voting system. They could also choose not to hold elections. And I think that simply with that point alone, our point is made. It appears to me that there is a lack of coherence in this proposal, but if that wasn't enough, after having done all of this, the Prime Minister of Canada is not even obliged to appoint someone who has been elected by a province or a territory. Lord knows that since the opening of this parliamentary session, we have had numerous and countless opportunities to realize that the government does not listen to its own population. So why should provinces and territories invest money in a process whose objective is uncertain? I also had to smile when I read that in Bill C7, the prospective nominees have to be appointed by a political party that is registered in the province. And I thought for a moment of the list of prospective nominees of Parti Québécois, appointed by the Parti Québécois, for example, or by Québec Solidaire. There again, that's more proof that it was simply impossible to hold senatorial elections in Quebec with and hold them at the same time as the appointment of any prime minister. So another flaw in this bill is the lack of consultation with provinces and territories. Obviously, this government is used to going it alone, and they repeat that they have a strong mandate, but that is no justification for proceeding in this way without consulting its main partners or even the entire population, as I said earlier. I have the impression that I'm watching reruns of Papa Knows Best, and I know that certain cartoonists have used this image, and there is always a grain of truth in such portrayals. The Canadian public heard the NDP's message saying that we wanted to do politics differently and that we wanted all elected officials to work together in a spirit of openness and respect. It is not enough to say vote as we do. If the government is going forward with this bill, it is doing so because it knows that Quebec will challenge it under the Constitution. Another flaw in this bill is that concerning accountability. Now, usually when someone is elected, it's because they must be accountable to their voters. But no, once again, another fancy trick with its single non-renewable term of 9 years. And may I say that 9 years is the equivalent of 2 majority mandates in the House of Commons and even a little bit more. So with this single non-renewable 9-year mandate, the elected officials to the Senate would go straight from their election promises to their pension for their faithful services rendered to Her Majesty. Now, the only way to prolong one's political career then would be temporarily leave the comfort of the Senate, because these people would know full well that if they run for federal elections and lose, they would be reappointed to the comfort of the upper chamber. So some people could even say one mandate, one retirement. Now that is quite difficult to justify in a situation where many Canadians are having trouble making ends meet. Let's talk about the potential conflicts between the two houses. A Senate that has practically the same powers as the House, and in addition feels that it is legitimate, but falsely feels that. This could result in the same type of impasses that we see in the United States, where both chambers are paralyzed by each other. We've seen bills that were passed at third reading in this House. We've seen them killed in the Senate thanks to a partisan approach. So imagine the powers that a Senate could seize if it thinks that it is elected and representative. In closing, Madam Speaker, the problems linked to this reform are so numerous that we should probably come back to Plan A. That is, the plan proposed by the NDP and that the Prime Minister has already considered. That is, the outright abolition of the Senate. I would just like to underline the fact that I am talking about the institution as such. I am not talking about the senators, for whom I have the utmost respect. While provincial premiers have openly taken stands in favor of abolishing the Senate, and others have said that it was futile or useless, the government should have the political courage to ask the public, who is paying the bills for this, to decide upon this question. It could be an excellent decision and make it easier to reach a zero deficit without cutting services to citizens. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all my colleagues in the House for listening to me attentively. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières will have 5 minutes of questions and comments after question period.
Statements by members.
For Mississauga, Streetsville.
Madam Speaker, the Streetsville Rotary Club is celebrating its 50th anniversary in 2011 and has been the Rotary home for many of Streetsville's leading citizens since its inception. Its motto is service above self, and its nickname is the Good Fellowship Club. Streetsville Rotary has about 30 dedicated members, with one charter member who has a perfect attendance record, Mr. Maury Foster. They are business, professional, and community leaders who are organized for humanitarian service, encouraging high ethical standards, and helping build goodwill and peace. This club supports programs in my community such as Easter Seals Kids, Dreams Take Flight, Adventures in Citizenship, the Youth Exchange, and Camp Enterprise. They are active supporters of the Streetsville Bread and Honey Festival, where they hold the annual pancake breakfast. As a Rotary member myself and a recipient of the Paul Harris Fellowship, I know the important work service clubs do in our community. Happy 50th and all the best for the future.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Madam Speaker, as Christmas fast approaches, Community Centre 55 in my riding of Beaches East York is gearing up for its 30th Share Christmas program. Last year, over 700 volunteers came out on winter nights to sort, pack, and deliver presents and food to over 4,000 people. This year, the need is expected to be greater. These numbers point to the desperate circumstances of so many families in these economic times and to the continuing deterioration of social and economic supports for Canadian families in need. But these numbers also speak to the generosity of so many constituents and businesses in the riding, as well as to the tremendous organizational capacity of Community Centre 55 and its staff, all of them with hearts of gold and moved by the spirit of Christmas. In Beaches East York, we are blessed to have Community Centre 55, its management, staff, and volunteers, not just at Christmas time, but year-round. Thank you.
The honourable member for Peterborough.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to extend my warmest congratulations to Wilma Anderson from my riding of Peterborough for winning Employee of the Year at the Canadian Tourism Awards. This award is presented to a frontline employee that best exemplifies excellence in the tourism industry. The Tourism Association of Canada recognized Wilma on November 24th for her stellar work at Elmhurst Resort near Peterborough. Wilma joined Elmhurst Resort in 1985 as a dishwasher, later on moving to housekeeping, eventually managing the department. In 1990, Wilma was promoted to guest services manager. As a single parent struggling to balance home and work, she was able to take over department and without any formal training, excel at supervision, staff motivation, budgeting, and time management. Her caring attitude and willingness to provide a hug when needed has helped Elmhurst Resort become the successful small business it is today, Madam Speaker. I congratulate Wilma for her hard work and all of her perseverance, and I congratulate everyone at Elmhurst Resort for winning this prestigious award.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Random, Buren, St. George's. Member for Random, Buren, St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize William Brown, a young man from Grand Bank in my riding of Random, Buren, St. George's. At 12 years of age, he has proven to be a prolific fundraiser in the fight against multiple sclerosis, a disease his father Frank has been battling for more than a decade. Over the past 5 years, William has raised approximately $15,000 to help combat this dreaded disease. His commitment is exemplary. At the MS Walk in St. John's last year, William was a top fundraiser, collecting over $5,000. He has received the Grand Bank Outstanding Youth Volunteer Award, the MS Society Non-Merit Award, and has been nominated for an Experience Genie Award. To win the Genie Award, William needs your support. I encourage everyone to visit experiencegenie.com and vote for William so he can have a wish granted by the Experience Genie. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of the House to join me in saluting 12-year-old William Brown, who is proving that you are never too young to make a difference. Thank you.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Madam Speaker, our government continues to stay focused on what is important to my constituents in Newmarket Aurora and to all Canadians, jobs and economic growth.
Very good.
Our government's actions through Canada's Economic Action Plan have led to the creation of nearly 600,000 net new jobs since July 2009.
Excellent.
This Saturday in Newmarket, I will be celebrating the completion of a major investment in our town, the Newmarket Riverwalk Commons. I am proud to be part of a government that committed more than $2 million to help revitalize Newmarket's downtown urban space while creating local jobs in our community. Thanks to this Economic Action Plan investment, Newmarket will enjoy accessible, modern, indoor and outdoor recreational facilities, having a tremendous positive impact on the health of our community for years to come. I congratulate everyone involved in the planning and development of this long-anticipated community asset and look forward to a wonderful opening this Saturday. Thank you.
Well done.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Madam Speaker, I've always said that volunteers are the essence of our communities, and today I'm pleased to rise in the House to tell you about an organization in my community. In fact, this year, Christmas for Forgotten Children and Noël pour les Enfants Oubliés will again, for the 18th consecutive year, distribute gifts to underprivileged children. For most of them, it will be the only gift they receive this year. Founded in 1993 by Ms. Monique Lemay, this organization handed out 35 gifts the first year, and times have changed. This year, many children will receive something. Without the exceptional work of volunteers, an organization like this couldn't survive. For all the work that they will do this year and in the Christmases to come, I want to thank the volunteers of this organization, but also all volunteers throughout the country and world for enabling more children to be able to experience the magic of Christmas and to not be forgotten.
The Honourable Member for Leeds-Grenville.
Madam Speaker, on November 20th in my hometown of Gananoque, I and the United Way of Leeds-Grenville hosted the 5th annual Hockey Night in Leeds-Grenville. This game has been an annual charity event for the United Way. The game featured former NHL stars, local dignitaries, and Conservative members of Parliament facing off for the enjoyment of hockey fans throughout my riding of Leeds-Grenville.
No pirouettes like the opposition.
This year's game featured local NHL star Alan McCauley of Gananoque as the honorary chair, and other players including Olympic women's gold medalist and crowd favorite Jana Hefford, who scored the most goals in the game.
Well
but
done.
the big winner, Madam Speaker, was the United Way of Leeds-Grenville that received $105,000 as the result of the game. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Alan McCauley, the town of Gananoque, and Mayor Erica Demchuk for donating the ice, as well as all the sponsors and all the players and all the officials who came out to make this such a huge success for the United Way of Leeds-Grenville.
Right on.
The Honourable Member for Barrie.
Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to recognize the 84th birthday of the current monarch of Thailand, His Majesty King Adunyadet. The King's birthday was this past Monday, December 5th. He spoke at the ceremonial Grand Palace in Bangkok for about 5 minutes after being driven from a nearby hospital where he has been staying for more than 2 years. As he spoke to a cheering crowd of well-wishers, the King called for his country to unite in response to the area's worst floods in half a century. And I quote the King, who said, "The most important thing is you should not be split or fighting with each other. We need to inspire and give each other confidence so that we work to do well for each other, for the fruitful well-being of our people, the stability and security of our country." This year, 2011, marks the 50th anniversary of formal diplomatic relations between Canada and Thailand. Canada is home to approximately 10,000 people from Thailand. The King has reigned since June 9, 1946, making him the world's longest reigning current monarch and the world's longest-serving head of state.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, the outpouring of praise and admiration upon the recent passing of Graham Dennis should come as no surprise, as he was a man held in the highest of esteem in Nova Scotia. Mr. Dennis was the publisher of the Chronicle Herald, based in Halifax and serving our province. The Chronicle Herald remains Canada's largest independently owned newspaper, a fact that serves as a testament to Mr. Dennis's personal style of business leadership. Every morning, we see physical proof of Mr. Dennis's passion for his home province and his commitment to family-owned business, as on our doorsteps, we find a newspaper that is entirely based in the community it serves. Mr. Dennis ran the Herald from the age of 26 until he died at 84. His 6 decades at the helm of this paper helped cement it as a central part of the cultural fabric of our community. Graham Dennis's legacy is truly impressive, and it's clear that Haligonians and Nova Scotians have lost a true ambassador and a much-beloved friend. On behalf of the riding of Halifax, I offer my sincerest condolences to his family and loved ones.
The honourable member for Brant.
Mr. Speaker, Canada and the world are now marking the 16 days of activism against gender violence. Violence against women or girls can happen to anyone, anywhere, regardless of age or income. It can happen in family settings and intimate relationships, with friends or acquaintances, at work or at home. It happens in large cities as well as rural, remote, and northern communities. It can happen to a senior, a young woman, a spouse, a mother, or a daughter. A large number of women and girls are affected, taking an enormous toll on families, communities, and our economy. Because this toll is so great, let us take these 16 days of activism and be reminded that we need to take action now and throughout the year to end violence against women and girls in all its forms.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the federal court has ruled that the federal government's actions and the Minister of Agriculture's conduct on Bill C-18, the Canadian Wheat Board Act, was an affront to the rule of law. And the court accepted arguments from the applicants that the rule of law embodies the principle that law is supreme over officials of the government as well as over private individuals. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's worth recording some of the reasoning behind this ruling. Under the rule of law, citizens have the right to come to the courts to enforce the law as against the executive branch, and the courts have the right to review actions by the executive branch to determine whether they're in compliance with the law, and where warranted, to declare government action unlawful. This right in the hands of the people is not a threat to democratic governance, but its very assertion. Accordingly, the executive branch of government is not its own exclusive arbiter of whether it is or its delegate acting within the limits of the law. The detrimental consequences of the executive branch of government defining for itself the scope of its lawful power has been revealed often bloodily in the tumult of history.
The honourable member for Nepean Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, through its rigorous and effective regulation over ballast water, Canada recognizes the environmental and economic importance of the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence Seaway. Since the implementation of these regulations in 2006, no new exotic species from ballast water has been reported in the Great Lakes. In addition, Canada recently ratified an international ballast water convention which requires vessels. In fact, the unrealistic requirements for New York State would have dire consequences. A recent study concluded that closure of the St. Lawrence Seaway at New York's locks could cost over 72,000 jobs in Canada and the United States. Mr. Speaker, our minister has worked to protect jobs and the environment in the St. Lawrence. Thank you.
For Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, the Christmas season is upon us. It is a time of great joy, of celebration, of family, and of concern for one another. The Heron Emergency Food Centre has been fighting hunger in my riding of Ottawa South for over 23 years. Working with the Ottawa Food Bank, supported by the City of Ottawa, and assisted by the generosity of churches and local residents, the Heron Emergency Food Centre is crucial to our community, distributing over $325,000 worth of food to over 13,000 neighbours each and every year. I want to recognize and sincerely thank their dedicated team of volunteers who generously donate their time to meet the needs of so many individuals and families in our area. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to encourage residents of Ottawa South to join me in making a donation of either non-perishable food or money to the Heron Emergency Food Centre this holiday season, and encourage all of my colleagues in the House to do the same to the food centres and distribution centres in their ridings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Prime Minister announced our action plan on perimeter security and economic competitiveness. Billions of dollars worth of goods, hundreds of thousands of people crosses our shared border with the U.S. every day. This action plan is good news for workers, good news for businesses, especially in border communities like Windsor, Essex. It's good news because it will protect jobs and grow our economy, grow our auto industry. Now, while the NDP trade critic, the member for Windsor West, sadly out of step with residents of our region, continues to fearmonger and oppose this deal. Listen to what Windsor Mayor Eddie Francis had to say, and I quote, "We're all very pleased with the results that have been announced because it means now we can get down to business. Now we can allow the economy to grow," end quote. Mr. Speaker, I couldn't agree more. Too bad the NDP doesn't get it. Their rigid, ideological opposition to trade is yet another example the NDP is unfit to govern.
Here, here. Honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, as Chief Justice of Alberta Catherine Fraser said in a ruling earlier this year, when government does not comply with the law, this is not merely non-compliance with a particular law, it is an affront to the rule of law itself. We saw this yesterday when Justice Campbell said in the Wheat Board ruling that the Minister of Agriculture, and I quote, be held accountable for his disregard for the rule of law.
Mr. Speaker, I'm simply identifying the last of a long list of similar items. In 2006, an electoral budget was adopted in violation of an act. There are problems with access to information, and personal information on veterans was disclosed as well.
Refused to consult with Western grain and barley farmers on the future of their livelihood in direct violation of the Canadian Wheat Board Act. Mr. Speaker, with this arrogant and defensive Conservative government, it's one set of rules for them, one set of rules for everybody else.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to one of my predecessors for Prince Albert, a man who was strongly pro-Canadian, a Canadian who was criticized for being too much concerned with the average Canadian, but said, "I can't help that. I'm one of them." He said, "Of this land I have one love, Canada, one purpose, Canada's greatness, one aim, Canadian unity, from the Atlantic to the Pacific." He built upon a legacy of Sir John A. He saw a new Canada, a Canada of the North. In word and deed, he did make us true North, strong and free. At a convention where he became party leader, he said the words that served any great Canadian leader. "It is my intention to unite all Canadians, from Atlantic to Pacific, under the banner of patriotism." Mr. Speaker, I am proud that Prince Albert can claim Canada's 10th longest-serving Prime Minister, the Right Honourable John George Diefenbaker, as our own.
Hear, hear. Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we asked government simple questions about the new border deal with the United States. We got no answers. Since Parliament won't get to review or debate this agreement, can we at least get some answers about the border deal? For starters, will they tell Canadians how much it will cost and where the money will come from?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there has been a lot of detail given out on this very material. For example, it's estimated that costs at the border today cost the Canadian economy somewhere between $50 billion a year. I think we would clear the costs of implementation of this deal would be less than 1% of that on an ongoing basis. So, Mr. Speaker, I understand the NDP has, from day one, always been opposed to free trade with the United States, but this is vital to the Canadian economy. This improves our access to the American market and will be good for Canadian jobs, Canadian workers, Canadian families.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. It's great to get answers to some questions, but incomplete answers to issues that weren't even raised. I'll give you another example. When information is gathered on comings and goings at the border, officials will be accumulating a lot of personal data. Are Canadians entitled to know how long their personal information is going to be kept in American databases. A week? A month? 6 months? A year? 5 years? 6 years? Can we get an answer on that? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, when Canadians cross the border, U.S. officials already have the authority to collect that information. We're looking to do things that will increase our own responsibilities as the Auditor General requested. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I know full well that the NDP is opposed to international trade with the U.S. They've opposed NAFTA from the get-go. But here on this side of the House, we know how to create jobs for Canadian families and workers. Wow, talk about transparency. Since he doesn't want to answer, let's talk about something else. The Canadian Wheat Board, the Act, says the Agriculture Minister can't table legislation without first consulting the board and, above all, without holding a producer referendum on the changes. And the Wheat Board wanted that. Yesterday, the federal court ruled that the Conservatives broke the law. What the government did was illegal. That's what the ruling said. If they're so sure they're right, why not consult the farmers? No one's above the law. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government always has the power to change the law.
Always the authority of the government acting through Parliament to change law. That is precisely what we're doing in this case, which we have the clear legal right to do, not only the clear legal right, but the clear mandate from Western Canadian farmers.
Honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the federal court has ruled that our Minister of Agriculture is a scofflaw, and more seriously than a gazebo in Muskoka or a search and rescue joyride or something, this minister's disregard for the law has serious consequences because farmers need to know before they put seed in the ground how they're going to market their 20 million tons of grain this year, and when that bill is being struck down by the courts, it's going to create pandemonium on the prairies. Will this minister agree now to put the brakes on Bill C-18, allow farmers to have their vote, and if they want to change the Canadian Wheat Board Act, do it with the mandate from the very producers who are subject to their...
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have exactly that. We have 3 of the 4 provinces involved in the Canadian Wheat Board jurisdiction. We have the vast majority of all the farm groups in the prairies, other than the NFU, supporting us and moving forward. In fact, Justice Campbell said, let me quote, the applicants, that's the Canadian Wheat Board, confirm that the validity of Bill C-18 and the validity and effects of any legislation which might become law as a result of Bill C-18 are not an issue in the present application. So we will continue, Mr. Speaker. We will pass C-18. We will give market freedom to Western Canadian farmers.
Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Justice Campbell also said that the minister will be held accountable for his disregard for the law. And Mr. Speaker, now that the courts, in fact, have ruled that they're in contempt of the rule of law, how can the Conservative-dominated Senate give approval and pass a bill that they know will be struck down by the courts? They're making a mockery of themselves even more than they usually are. I believe that they can't pass that bill. C-18 is toast in that respect. It will be overturned. And it's irresponsible and reckless to throw the entire rural prairie farm economy upside down and on its head when the 2012 crop year has to be...
Order. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, fortunately, Mr. Speaker, farmers in Western Canada know how to market their crop in 2012. They'll have the option of marketing through a voluntary Canadian Wheat Board at the same address, using the same people they've always done, or they'll have the opportunity to market individually. They can go to their best bottom line for their industry and market accordingly. The member opposite also said at one point, when the government is intending to change legislation, I honestly don't see the grounds for going to court. The government has the right to change legislation. I don't see the case for taking it to court. That's the member for Winnipeg Centre. We agree with that. Farmers agree with that.
We're moving on. Order. The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, to the Prime Minister, can I ask the Prime Minister through you, Mr. Speaker,
why or how is it the government's intention to proceed with the Wheat Board law and to ask the Governor-General to give royal assent to the law when in fact the court in question has said that the minister's conduct is an affront to the rule of law? Would the Prime Minister not agree that the government should at the very least, wait royal assent until such time as all appeals have been exhausted with respect to the ruling of Mr. Justice Campbell?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, nothing in the ruling contradicts the government's fundamental right to change the law. Exactly. And no, it's a very fundamental constitutional principle that a previous government cannot bind the actions of a future government. This government has the power to act. This body, the House of Commons, has already approved that legislation. I look forward to the Senate approving it, and I look forward to Western Canadian farmers getting the marketing freedom they have so long denied.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Speaker, the government has the right to change the law, but the government doesn't have the right to break the law. That's right. That seems to be the critical question which the Prime Minister has lost. But let me ask the Prime Minister a question with respect to the question of Attawapiskat. I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, does he think it reasonable and fair that the government itself, without consultation with the Band Council, the government itself having decided to set up a third-party management, does the government think it's fair that it's the band itself that now has to pay the $1,300 a day fee which is being charged by that individual, which could cost up to $300,000? Does the government not realize what kind of a burden that places on the Band Council itself?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, not only is the government already spending tens of millions of dollars in this particular community, it's also spending additional monies on particular emergency needs because of mismanagement. It's the absolute responsibility of the government to ensure that those needs are met and to ensure the management steps are taken to make sure those needs are met.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at the report of the Auditor General, it's the government's own mismanagement which is at stake in this question. It's the government's own failure to provide appropriate housing and education, not only in Attawapiskat, but right across the board. Comment est-ce que le gouvernement peut continuer?
How can the government continue talking about management problems in Attawapiskat when it's clearly the government that's responsible for mismanagement of conditions in these reserves? They are fully within the Government of Canada's responsibility. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, it's not a matter of blaming anyone. It's a matter of taking action and finding solutions.
Its responsibility is clear. We're investing not just millions of dollars, but additional hundreds of thousands of dollars in emergency services to make sure people are taken care of. The people of that community and the wider taxpayers of this country have an absolute right to ensure that that money is being used and being used effectively, and that is what we're doing.
Honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday's border deal raises many questions, and many Canadians are concerned. How long will U.S. Homeland Security keep fingerprints of visitors to Canada? Will our Privacy Act be violated? What biometrics processes will be used? And why are such important rights being discussed in secret? Mr. Speaker, we don't know the answers because the Prime Minister sidestepped Parliament to hold a photo op in Washington. Will the Conservatives bring this deal before Parliament for a full debate, and will they commit to protecting the privacy rights of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to correct the misstatements that are made. There is, of course, no plan to collect biometrics of Canadian citizens. Once again, this is the NDP's ideological opposition to trade with the United States, to the point of actually going down to argue against Canadian jobs in Washington. When I went down to Washington, it was to argue for Canadian jobs.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, these messages are hardly reassuring to Canadian families. We're talking about an agreement that's going to cost billions, in addition to having huge repercussions for Canadian travellers and impacts on individual privacy. But we don't know exactly what the repercussions will be, because this government has once again decided to bypass Parliament. Mr. Speaker, why doesn't the Prime Minister let the elected officials do their job and have a look at this agreement. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
In short order, we will be tabling this fantastic news to the Canadian economy and job creation right here in this House. We're debating it right now. We're not planning on changing any privacy laws. The privacy of Canadians is particularly important. As for the member opposite suggesting this is going to cost billions of dollars, I would be surprised if it cost a small fraction of that per year. Our priority is protecting Canadian jobs, whether it's the auto worker in Southern Ontario, whether it's the person working at a port in Montreal or Vancouver. We're fighting for jobs, we're fighting for the economy, and this is fantastic news and great leadership from the Prime Minister.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Order. Mr. Speaker, I have a straightforward question for the Associate Minister of Defence. I'll make it short, and maybe for once he'll listen to the question. A search and rescue helicopter costs $32,000 per hour. So, how much did the Defence Minister's trip on July 9, 2010 cost? The Honourable Associate Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, one more time. As has been said many times in the previous discussions, the Minister was called back from personal vacation to go to work, Mr. Speaker. That's the bottom line. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York. Order.
Speaker, why is it so difficult to get an answer to a simple question? My colleague has asked the Associate Minister a simple question, and he either knows the answer to that question or he doesn't. If he doesn't know the cost of the trip, then at least he owes this House that admission. So again, how much did the transportation of the National Defence Minister cost on July 9, 2010? Can the Associate Minister please answer that question? And can he tell us how many times the Minister has used this aircraft?
Honourable Associate Minister of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to once again reinforce the fact that the Minister did in fact use the helicopter, as was stated, for purposes of work, and that is, in fact, is what has happened. So I can't give the member the exact cost, but nonetheless, it was for work purposes and a very routine kind of endeavour indeed.
Member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps I'll have better luck with another topic. In a speech on the U.S. Senate floor this week, Senator John McCain called the F-35 program, and I quote, a scandal and a tragedy. He said, quote, flight testing to demonstrate the full mission systems and weapons delivery capability of the F-35 aircraft has not even started. Mr. Speaker, Canada is the last country still clinging to cost estimates made 10 years ago and clinging to talking points that no one believes. Another simple question. Does the Minister agree or disagree with Senator McCain's comments?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased
Sorry, the Honourable Associate Minister of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to quote the Defense Secretary, the U.S. Defense Secretary, Mr. Panetta, who indicated and reaffirmed the commitment of the United States to the F-35 program, along with the other 8 partners. All of us, 9 partners in the program, are continuing to stay on track. The program is working fine, and as we stand, Mr. Speaker, the U.S. is totally committed to this project.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. The agreement called for transparency and accountability from Lockheed Martin, but the information is confusing. Senators McCain and Levine asked for a delay because there are issues relating to safety. I suppose the government is just falling back on everything Lockheed Martin says. Why do the Conservatives continue to say that everything's just fine? The Honourable Associate Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is a program that's in development. There will be issues ongoing until the final product is delivered to Canada, which is years hence, at which point these issues, all these issues, will be rectified, and that's what Lockheed Martin is working on, and that's what we're all working on, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, since the Durban summit, Canada has been the laughingstock of the world. The Environment Minister must have had enough because he seems to be changing his tune now. He says Canada wants a binding agreement on climate change by 2015. In order to do that, the Conservatives are going to have to pull a major turnabout. Are they finally going to commit to doing their part for the environment? Or are they going to keep on scheming to avoid being accountable to Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Environment Minister.
Canada is a nation of 33 million people that emits less than 2% of the world's global greenhouse gas emissions. In spite of this, Canada is not a laughingstock. It is a world leader in saying we need domestic action at home. We've done that, and we've also committed to coming to the table and saying, hey, all major emitters need to be part of this agreement. This is not a laughingstock matter. This is something our nation should be proud of. I'd ask my colleague opposite to respect our country.
Honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, it's not surprising that the Parliamentary Secretary may not have speaking notes to the Minister's announcement because he's making up policy on the fly. Yesterday he changed his tune. He's now lecturing countries, saying that they have to join a binding climate deal for 2015. But this government has no credibility. After doing their best to sabotage the Durban talks, now I think they're just trying to save face. Mr. Speaker, instead of their job-killing approach or lecturing by themselves alone in the corner, why won't the government try cooperating with the world community to work towards the energy economy future for Canada and the world, instead of making up climate change policy on the fly?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when we're talking about lecturing, my colleague opposite traveled to the United States and lectured the United States, lobbying against our jobs here in Canada. What we're doing with regard to climate change is asking all major emitters to come to the table. 2.5 billion people are not represented under the Kyoto Agreement. We need a new agreement. This is what we're asking for. We're committed to it. Very happy about this process.
The honourable member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, when consumers buy organic, they expect these products to be actually pesticide-free. Organic farmers want customers to be confident the food they buy has not been cross-contaminated. This undermines the confidence of consumers and has organic farmers and puts their industry seriously at risk. Mr. Speaker, what is this government doing to protect organic produce from cross-contamination and to ensure consumers have confidence in this great organic industry?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Of course, Canadian organics industry is world-class, Mr. Speaker. We have a new organic standard that this government put in place that, of course, protects the integrity of the organic sector moving forward. There's constantly testing being done, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that the efficacy of the organic label is intact, and we'll continue to do just that.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ottawapiskat is not alone. Sadly, housing conditions in many reserves in the province of Manitoba are in deplorable conditions, whether it's vulnerable children, vulnerable seniors, and alike, Mr. Speaker. Something needs to be done. I often wonder in terms of whether or not this minister has a comprehensive understanding of the housing condition and the stock on the reserves across our country. I looked at the minister and asked the minister today to share with this House the actual condition of the housing on our reserves in Canada. Does he have any sense of the severity of the problem? Will he table those?
Or to the Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I have a good sense of housing across Canada. I've been on many reserves across Canada, and that is why we have been working with willing partners and making major investments to improve the quality of life for our Aboriginal people. We've made targeted investments in priorities like education, water, and housing. We build over 2,000 homes and renovate over 3,000 more every year on reserves, and we continue to work in collaboration to invest in practical, innovative solutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, the minister's story on the search and rescue taxi keeps changing. First, the Minister of Defence told the House it was a pre-planned demonstration. Not true. Then he said the flight was needed to get him to an urgent announcement, or more accurately, a re-announcement, which the Minister of Public Works and the member for London West were apparently not fit to do by themselves. Also not true. 4 days is plenty of time to arrange for a boat and a car to an airport. Will the government be dispatching a search and rescue mission to Brussels to find yet another story, or will they just let the lawsuits fly?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're very pleased that the Minister of National Defence will be representing Canada at this very important NATO meeting. He has a lot of skills and expertise and experience in this regard, and he'll do an honourable job representing the country.
Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, two inaccurate versions of the same helicopter search and rescue story. One, a pre-planned search and rescue exercise? Nope. Two, a last-minute trip for an urgent announcement? Nope. The travel request was made in time to arrange transportation by boat and road to get to the airport on time. Is the government going to go on another search and rescue mission to come up with a third version? Or will they finally admit the truth? The Honourable Associate Minister of Defence.
Yes, they were going around and round and people are piling on, but the story has not changed. One more time, Mr. Speaker, as has been said many times, the Minister...
Order. The Honourable Associate Minister has the floor.
You know, Mr. Speaker, it's ironic. They asked a question that are hypocritical about hearing an answer.
Order. I'd encourage the Minister to avoid using words such as that obviously cause disorder. The Honourable Associate Minister has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One more time, as has been said many times, the Minister was called back from a personal vacation to go to work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the government sent a third-party manager to Attawapiskat, but they didn't say that this administrator costs $300,000 per year. That's the salary of the Prime Minister. How can this small community pay that bill? How can the government justify forcing such a small community to pay this unacceptable salary when it can't even pay for its own essential services? The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Our government has a plan and we're taking concrete actions. We're committed to ensuring the residents of Attawapiskat, especially the children, have warm, dry and safe shelter. It's clear that significant investments in the community have not resulted in adequate standard of living for the residents. We believe that we need to be accountable to taxpayers, and that's precisely why we have put in place a third-party manager.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, the question of accountability is they sent in this bean counter with a box of donuts to take control of Attawapiskat, but they didn't tell anybody that the community is now on the hook for over $300,000 a year. That's what the Prime Minister gets paid, just so this guy can cut checks in an impoverished community. No wonder they put the run on him in Attawapiskat. Now we're hearing in the community that key support services are going to have to be drained to pay for this guy. How in God's name is that value for money? And will this minister commit? How long will they put this man to be forced on this community, and how long will this impoverished community have to keep paying his salary?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we make no apologies for wanting to get value for taxpayers' money. Unlike the NDP, we are determined to get results for First Nations.
Member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie.
Speaker, they did it again. Trust the Conservatives to not learn a lesson. A few short years ago, they misled all of us about the Border Infrastructure Fund. The Auditor General called this action non-transparent, and they agreed. Now, we found out another fund has been used as a backdoor piggy bank. The government has quietly transferred $170 million from the Green Infrastructure Fund to other federal departments. Will the President of the Treasury Board stand up and explain why he just can't get it right?
Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member is wrong. Parliament has approved the transfers of these monies. This includes estimates to 2011-2012 report on plans and priorities, to 2010-2011 departmental performance report. Just because the member opposite apparently didn't read the estimates doesn't mean Parliament didn't approve them.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, so there's the new spokesperson for the President of the Treasury Board. The Conservatives constantly remind us that they have spent $1 billion on the Green Infrastructure Fund, but only 10% of this budget has been spent in 3 years. In committee, the Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board said that it took time to develop projects, but that they did plan to spend the rest of the fund, but he never spoke about transfers. Publishing a report on a website, but failing to include it in a budget on which Parliament votes is not transparent. Why is this government refusing to treat parliamentarians with the respect they deserve? Why this lack of transparency? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. Why such a lack of research on the part of the NDP? Mr. Speaker, I have in my hands here a document that authorizes these transfers authorized by Parliament. They were tabled in the House on June 3rd, 2011, June 9th, 2011, November 3rd, 2011, November 17th, 2011. And also there was a vote last Monday. I imagine that the honourable member was there for the vote, but he should have read the documents on which he was voting and before complaining.
Pursue St. Louis. Mr. Speaker, yesterday marked a historic day in Canada-U.S. relations. Canada shares the most successful relationship in the world. More than $1.5 billion worth of goods crosses the border each day. Millions of jobs in both countries depend on the trade and investment that flow daily across our borders. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs please update this House on the announcement yesterday by the President of the United States and the Prime Minister? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I want to thank the member for Sault Ste. Marie for the question. What we saw yesterday was the leadership of Prime Minister, the leadership of the President of the United States doing everything they can to help create jobs and have more economic growth. Over recent years, we've seen the border become thicker and thicker, and this has hurt Canadian competitiveness and cost Canadian jobs. Yesterday's announcement will make the job of an auto worker in Windsor more secure. Yesterday's announcement will make someone who works in a port in Montreal or on our railways in Western Canada secure. This will lead to more jobs and more economic benefits for the Canadian economy. This is good news for the country. We should all be celebrating this.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Just released secret documents review that revealed the Transport Minister and his department is planning to sell off airports and other assets across this country. This fire sales will mean higher fees and airport closure. Rural Canadians rely on these airports to deliver their mail, visit their families, or see their doctors. Loss of airports will isolate these communities. Can the Conservatives tell us which Canadian airports are going to lose and let close, which means that just for a quick buck?
The Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as announced in Budget 2009, a review of corporate assets has been led by the greatest finance minister in the world in collaboration with other ministers whose portfolios have also been identified for the review. This review includes selected assets in the Department of Transport. Our government is committed to ensuring that hard-earned tax dollars are used in a prudent and responsible manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
With the premise of that answer. But Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the worst in all this is that by hiding these documents, the government is once again acting on the sly. Many pages have even been censored. The sale of small airports could mean the end of air services for communities that need them, in addition to rising prices for passengers if the airports are sold to the private sector. So can the minister tell us which airports will be sold and what the impacts will be on Canadian families? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As announced in the 2009 budget, a review of the government assets will be led by the Minister of Finance. And by the way, it is the Minister of Finance. He's the best Minister of Finance in the world. He will be working with ministers whose portfolios have been identified for this review. Mr. Speaker, this review includes assets from our portfolio. The government is determined to use the money that is the hard-earned money of taxpayers.
Speaker, yet another study supports what we've been saying all along about the Conservative prisons agenda. According to Quebec's Institut de Recherche et d'Information Socio-Économique, Conservatives' out-of-touch agenda will make the cost of prisons skyrocket, while this government launches cuts to all public services. And it will be the provinces who will foot the bill for these costly Conservative choices. How many independent studies will it take for this government to admit that it's wrong?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear in this House about working with and dialoguing with our provincial and territorial partners with respect to the implementation of our crime legislation. We have many, many supporters. We have attorneys general from across the country saying, we asked you for this legislation. Thank you for bringing it in. We're looking forward to working with you. We are committed to standing up for victims in Canada, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Well, that's not much of an answer from the government, so I'll give it some figures that show how much its bill will cost. The budget of correctional services will have doubled since the time the Conservatives came to power, and 2014. And for Quebec, the bill will be about $1.5 billion per year. And if the government forces the provinces, and that the government is forcing provinces to double their budget for prisons for a bill that all experts reject. Would the government go forward with this bill if it had to foot the bill itself? I doubt it, Mr. Speaker, but I'll listen to the ministerial record, the broken record, with pleasure. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we have something called a division of powers in this country, and in that division of powers, the federal government brings forward legislation on crime and crime initiatives, and the provincial governments administer it. They do a very good job of administering it, and we work with them on a daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly basis to make sure that we're doing the right things by Canadians. This government has increased our transfers to provinces by 30% since we took government. $54 billion last year, $2.4 billion up from the year before. We're doing what we need to do, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, we've known for years that this Prime Minister and his government don't believe the science of climate change. Just this week, the Minister went to Durban with no credible plan, intending to withdraw from our international commitments, actively working to obstruct negotiations. Now, the Minister wants us to believe he's changing his position again. How can Canadians trust this government and their 11th hour conversion when they've been deniers and obstructionists for 2 decades?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when the member opposite talks about no credible plan, I sure hope she's referring to her party's inability to have a plan when they signed on to the Kyoto Protocol. Furthermore, she referred to the Kyoto Protocol as an important symbol for climate change. We're not about symbols, we're about real action. And that's why we're committed to ensuring an international agreement which has all major emitters at the table.
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
It is clear that this government is in bad faith on the international stage and is shaming us once again. It says anything and will do anything to save face in Durban. I do not believe them when they say that they have a will to commit to the future, because the only will that they have shown over the years is that of reducing their, not of reducing their emissions, but their emission reduction targets. So they have been trying to block real action for years when they were in opposition on Kyoto, and now they're in government. They're trying to make their inaction a virtue. Do they really think that Canadians believe what they say? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Well, I'd like to remind my colleague opposite of a few things with regard to environment policy and energy policy. First of all, emissions increased in this country under their government. And a policy that he should be especially familiar with, the National Energy Policy, which lost thousands of jobs across this country.
Order. Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has the floor. The members asked the question. She'll give the response.
Getting such a response from these inconvenient truths, Mr. Speaker. We have a real plan, and we continue to implement it. We have a sector-by-sector regulatory approach that balances economic sustainability with environmental stewardship. That's what this government stands for.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, this government's record on seniors is shameful. Many seniors are struggling to pay for food, housing, and medication, putting them in situations of dependence and making them more vulnerable to elder abuse. The Conservatives' out-of-touch plan has left hundreds of thousands of Canadian seniors living in poverty. That is what New Democrats voted against. Mr. Speaker, Conservative policy is insulting and abusive to seniors. Why won't this government take seniors' poverty seriously with a plan to protect the most vulnerable?
Honourable Minister of State for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, any form of abuse is unacceptable. Following the introduction of a very successful awareness campaign, which will continue through 2012, we will also increase funding for elder abuse awareness programs, including New Horizons. Furthermore, the Minister of Justice and I have met with stakeholders across Canada, and we look forward to fulfilling our commitment to further protect vulnerable seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Doing more doesn't necessarily mean doing enough, even though this government boasts about what it has already done. The reality is that today more and more seniors have to turn to food banks or charities in order to make ends meet. Telling seniors who live in poverty that they don't have to pay taxes, well, that doesn't solve the problem of poverty. All Canadians have the right to age in dignity, not only those who have been more fortunate. When will this government stop playing its broken record and finally offer real security to our seniors? The Honourable Minister of State. Order, the Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, our government continues to take strong action to support seniors. This includes providing billions in annual tax relief for seniors and pensioners, removing hundreds of thousands of seniors from the tax rolls completely, increasing the GI exemption, and introducing the larger GIS increase in the quarter century. Mr. Speaker, we have also made significant investments in affordable housing for low-income seniors and introduced pension income splitting, and we will keep working hard to deliver for seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon, Rosetown Bigger.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are rightfully concerned that in 2010, child pornography offences were up by more than 30%. The sexual exploitation of children by Internet sexual predators is a very serious crime. Our government recently introduced and passed through this House the Safe Streets and Communities Act, which increases penalties for sexual offences against children. Can the Parliamentary Secretary please update this House as to further measures this government has implemented to crack down on child pornography?
Good question. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to my honourable colleague for that question. It is truly a happy and good news day for justice. I'm happy to report that today Bill C-22, our government's legislation to make the reporting of child pornography by Internet service providers mandatory, has come into force. Police forces across Canada make every effort to combat the creation and distribution of child pornography, but cannot eliminate online sexual exploitation by working alone. Our government is providing police with the tools they need and making it clear that we all have a role to play in protecting our children from this unspeakable.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary is out of time. The Honourable Member for Random Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans has said that the fishery in Newfoundland and Labrador is broken. Well, with the stroke of a pen, he can help fix it. Sitting on his desk, waiting for his signature, are permits needed to fish sea cucumber for the Asian market. Studies done by his department show that there is a healthy sea cucumber fishery that can sustain a viable fishery in Newfoundland and Labrador. Will the minister stop procrastinating, sign these permits, and agree to a commercial sea cucumber fishery for Newfoundland and Labrador?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. I want to assure her that Fisheries and Oceans Canada does support the emergence of a sustainable commercial sea cucumber fishery, and the sustainability of the resource will be the primary consideration as we move forward on this. Economic prosperity as well as current and potential markets will also be considered. So the Department is committed to undertaking allocation decisions related to the new emerging fisheries policy, and that's the direction we're going. We're taking this very carefully, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Belmont-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, as part of the EU free trade negotiations, their discussions are underway have been underway since 2009. To convince Canada to extend patent protection for prescription drugs by at least 3 years, which would increase their price by close to $3 billion. An independent report published this summer and commissioned by the European Commission shows that this agreement could have negative impacts on consumers of pharma products in Canada. In the light of this report, will the government finally protect Canadian interests? The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Thank the member for the question, and I would remind her that this government always protects and advances Canada's interests during international negotiations. We will only enter into an agreement that is in the best interests of Canada. We continue to consult closely with Canadians, stakeholders, and provincial and territorial governments. The member opposite should not prejudge the outcome of these negotiations. She should know that this government will always stand up for the interests of Canadians and only sign an agreement that does represent those interests.
Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, on Christmas Day 70 years ago, the Allies had no choice but to surrender. During 17.5 days of heavy fighting, 290 Canadians were killed and 493 were wounded while trying to defend Hong Kong. Those who survived spent the duration of the war facing inhumane conditions in prisoner of war camps in Hong Kong and Japan. After 70 years, the Japanese government has now apologized to Canadian veterans. Could the Parliamentary Secretary please comment on the importance of this apology? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for raising this important question. I'm delighted to inform the House that earlier today, Canadian prisoners of war received an apology from the government of Japan for the suffering they endured during World War II. For nearly 4 years, our prisoners of war endured systematic and continued abuse. They were frequently starved. They were forced into back-breaking labour. Of those that were able to return, many of them were disabled and many died prematurely. This apology is an important step in reconciliation and healing. It recognizes the suffering of our prisoners of war while honouring their courage and sacrifice. Thank you for allowing me to share the story.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 70,000 people are on waiting lists for affordable housing, and that's just in Toronto alone. Now, this government really doesn't get it. Low-income and middle-income Canadians right across the country are facing an affordable housing crisis. Now, this government refuses to act, and they could, Mr. Speaker. They could work with New Democrats on a national affordable housing strategy, but they don't. So, Mr. Speaker, is building more prisons the only kind of housing program and strategy we're going to see from this government?
Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
We do believe that every Canadian deserves a warm, safe place to put their head at night. And that's why we have invested, in fact, we've made unprecedented investments in affordable housing for Canadians. In fact, there are some 14,000 projects that are underway, either construction or renovation, None of these things would have happened if it had been left to the NDP because, as usual, Mr. Speaker, although they talk a good line, they vote against helping those who really need it.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, it is through leaks that we've learned details on the Canada-EU free trade negotiations, such as discussions concerning the supply management system that the Conservative government voluntarily left on the table, the price of drugs, or the protection of culture. Since these matters particularly affect Quebecers, they would like to be informed of the content of the negotiation and their potential impacts. Will the government finally act transparently toward Parliament and the public and stop negotiating behind closed doors? The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Earlier, this government has consulted broadly across this country on the EU Free Trade Agreement, and we continue to consult. And I want to assure him that this government will only sign an agreement that is in the best interest of Canadians. In fact, these consultations, Mr. Speaker, have been the most broad. They're the most effective consultations we've ever had. We've had the provinces at the table. We've consulted broadly with stakeholders, and all the feedback we're getting is that we're doing it right.
That concludes the question period for today. I understand that there is an agreement between the parties to have some brief statements at this time regarding the parliamentary librarian's upcoming retirement. Par conséquent, je donne la...
I will therefore recognize the honourable member for Ottawa-Orleans.
Parliamentary librarian. William Young, Bill to most of us, is the incarnation of quiet wisdom.
It is as co-chair of the Standing Joint Committee on the Library of Parliament that I have had the pleasure to work closely with Bill to find new and innovative ways that the library can advance the programs and services it offers to parliamentarians.
It's as a plain vanilla member of Parliament that I met him 2,146 days ago to offer my support and to thank him for the above-the-call professionalism of his dedicated staff. Many of you know that I spend a considerable amount of time in the library and have a deep appreciation for the vital and trusted work that library staff provides to support my insatiable curiosity as a legislator and as a servant. I most certainly appreciate that this library doesn't charge fines for late books. For some reason that I don't quite understand, particularly that we are all such nice people, I have been told that reporting to a parliamentary committee isn't always a bowl of cherries. While I may doubt that statement, I will acknowledge that the last couple of years have brought their challenges as we have dealt with successive minority parliaments and the reality of a global recession and the fiscal restraint measures that have gone along with it.
But through it all, Bill has addressed every challenge with leadership, with grace, and with humor. This has certainly helped to make the work of our committee considerably more pleasant, and I am sure that his management team, and indeed every employee of the library, have had a great deal of appreciation for Bill's style.
He and his team have also delivered on their promises, and each year our committee has seen measurable progress on the broad-based plan of renewal that Bill initiated when he took over the role as parliamentary librarian 6 years ago. Things that, by and large, may go unnoticed by other parliamentarians, such as the extensive managerial reforms that have taken place to ensure modern controllership and innovation in services. Passport.
The newly launched Passport, a selection of articles about Canada or current issues of interest to parliamentarians collected from online international news sources each week, was actually developed at Library Committee by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier, to better connect parliamentarians in our global world. So, having dedicated most of his career to Parliament, I don't think it's a big stretch to say that Bill's contribution is very much the reason why the library remains so very relevant to parliamentarians today.
Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Paul Martin, was inspired when he appointed Bill as parliamentary librarian, and the current Prime Minister displayed his legendary wisdom when he extended that appointment. Now, last summer, I undertook to read Bill's doctoral thesis, but it took me a week to read the title. Here it goes. Making the Truth Graphic, the Canadian government's home front information structure and programs during World War II, period. I'll finish reading the thesis in time for the book report. In conclusion, I'd like to say a few words to Bill's prospective successors and give them a bit of perspective about working at the Library of Parliament. Since Confederation, we've had 43 leaders of the opposition, 35 speakers, 22 prime ministers, 18 members for the district that I represent, 12 clerks of the House of Commons. Against all this, the Library of Parliament is a model of stability. We've had only 7 parliamentary librarians. They get to keep their job. On average, they've each served 2 decades. Vous savez que je compte.
As you know, I count each day of my work here. It is to make sure that each day counts. Psalm 90:12 tells us, "Teach us to count our days well, that we may acquire a wise heart."
Count our service here in days. Parliamentary librarians count theirs in decades. William Shakespeare was right when he wrote, "The better part of valor is discretion," and William Young is blessed to live by those wise words.
On behalf of the Joint Committee of the Library of Parliament, and on behalf of every member in this House, I want to close with by thanking our esteemed Bill on his retirement.
Library of Parliament, and on behalf of every member of this House, I want to close with a heartfelt bravo and our best wishes to Bill and to his family on his retirement. Like that of his predecessor and my esteemed friend Eric Spicer, may Bill's retirement be long, fruitful, and filled with serenity and delight.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in the House today to pay tribute to Bill Young. I've had the pleasure to know Bill Young since 1997, when I was first elected as a new Member of Parliament. I first encountered Bill at the HRDC committee, where he served as an analyst. And as the lone NDP member, I was trying to figure out how these committees worked and what we were meant to do. I had many chats with Bill, and because of him, I came to appreciate what an amazing resource the Library of Parliament is, and also appreciate the role of the analysts. Their superb ability in such a non-partisan way to help committee members and MPs generally is something we all rely on. His career at the Library of Parliament, where he also occupied the positions of Principal and Senior Research Officer, spans 18 years. Bill Young was also Deputy Team Leader, Social Security Reform, Coordination Group for Human Resources Development Canada from 1994 to 1995. As we know, he was appointed as the Parliamentary Librarian in 2005. And I'd like to read from when he appeared as a witness before the Standing Joint Committee of the Library of Parliament, because I think it gives us a flavour of his passion and his dedication. And he said before that committee, "I'm very honoured to have my name go forward for the position of the Parliamentary Librarian, because for a political historian like I am, it's a job that brings both my passions and interests, but also my training and experience. As I've mentioned, it's almost 20 years that I've worked with parliamentarians from all parties at the Library, at the Parliamentary Research Branch." And he went on to say, "For nearly 150 years, the Library of Parliament has been a shining light on our country's political and historical landscape. It is an architectural gem, a historical landmark, and a unique institution that serves Parliament as well as the general public. While the library remains a repository of books and other printed information, it has moved into the technological era in its collections and reference services. Over 30 years ago, it added research and analysis function. During the past decade, it has been the public face of Parliament by providing information to citizens about how our Parliament works, and that's what Bill said to the Joint Committee. As a trained historian, academic, and then as a researcher, Bill has spent most of his career at the Library of Parliament. Shortly after he took the reins as the 7th parliamentary librarian in 2005, he set in place a broad-based plan for renewal of the institution to ensure that the library remained relevant for parliamentarians well into the 21st century. Bill took on the task, a big task, of modernizing this honoured institution. This meant figuring out what it was that the users wanted and needed, and also how they wanted it to be delivered to them. At a time when shifts to information technology and social networking seem to be happening almost every day. Mr. Speaker, Bill has been with the library so long that it's almost like he's part of the permanent collection. If he were a book in the library's collection, I think his staff would have a very difficult time deciding where to store him. He is certainly rare and valuable, so they would want to keep him under lock and key. But I'm also sure that there's so many people would be constantly referencing him that the tendency would be just to leave him on a table by the main doors just to save time. Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's too much of a stretch to say that he is the reason why the library remains relevant to parliamentarians today, not only relevant but vital to our work. On behalf of the NDP, we extend our heartfelt congratulations and thanks for his dedicated public service to us and all Canadians over so many years, and we wish him all the best in his retirement. Just one word of caution. We don't want him to watch CPAC too much, and we don't want him to worry about committee reports anymore. But because of his stellar work, we know it's all being left in good hands. Congratulations, Bill.
Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, it is indeed a pleasure for me to rise on behalf of the Liberal Party to pay tribute to not only a remarkable parliamentary librarian, but an inspirational servant of Parliament and of Canadians for over 20 years. As my colleague, the co-president the committee,
the co-chair of the Standing Joint Committee on the Library.
Parliamentary librarians. Alpheus Todd came in with the country. Martin Joseph Griffin, Martin Burrell, Francis Aubrey Hardy, Eric John Spicer, Richard Pauret. Each of these distinguished Canadians evolved the role of librarian to something way more than its traditional interpretation. This was not only about resources, but about the analysis, and eventually, under Bill's watch, to the most trusted source of information that parliamentarians can receive. It means that each of us in this House, perform to our best possible ability. As Bill said in his interview in the Canadian Parliamentary Review on his appointment, most parliamentarians are here because they have a sense of purpose and public life. They are here to accomplish something. The library's job is to help them succeed and to nurture the deliberative process for the benefit of all Canadians. I first met Bill Young when he was the researcher on the HRDC committee in 1997 when I was first elected. I was pretty impressed then that he seemed to be able to have a relationship with almost every member of the committee. And when Wendy Lill, the NDP member of Parliament, had pointed out that the issues of persons with disabilities hadn't really been discussed for over 2 years in committee, that it became quite clear that Bill was going to help us form a subcommittee that I had the honour to chair. That subcommittee became known as the Tiny Perfect Committee, It ended up with Wendy Lill and Madeleine Delphine-Girard, Deb Gray. We all worked together to actually really fight for persons with disabilities, the disability tax credit, the Canadian Pension Plan for disabilities. Under Bill's guidance, we were able to call ministers from all departments, commissioners. We were able to design one of the most interactive tools in terms of e-consultation that a parliamentary committee has ever done. My love for Bill Young came having him sit at my right shoulder for those 5 years because of the institutional memory he carried for this place, but also the fact that when officials would come before our committee, he would whisper in my ear and go, "They said that last year." It was only because of his coaching that I think that we were able to get on and later understand his real understanding of the citizens of our country. In 2000, I asked for help from the Library of Parliament as I was concerned about the role of the citizen in our representative democracy and whether or not it was evolving over time. Bill wrote the most beautiful paper called The Citizen Engagement and the Elected Representative, in which it began in his beautiful writing, "The social contract in our democracy is founded on the consent of the governed." This implies not only that voters select their governments, but there is also that there is more or less continuous contact between citizens and their elected representatives in order to exchange knowledge and opinions. It also implies the expression of preferences on the part of the citizen, as well as a certain level of attentiveness and consciousness of what government is doing or wants to do. He helped us put together a conference in which Robert Putnam came from Harvard, Ted White, the Reform Member of Parliament, Audrey O'Brien, Charles Pascal, there were Carol Gore, Monique Bégin, and the Honourable Member from Toronto Centre. It was after that conference that we began to start to refer to this concept of democracy between elections, which is truly, I think, what the parliamentary librarian is able to provide us with. Later in 2002, as co-chair of the Standing Committee on the Joint Committee on the Library of Parliament, I was able, with our co-chair Yves Morin, as well as Deb Gray, working with Graham Fox, to work on the consultations 2002 called The Parliament We Want. It's very interesting that the conclusion, the consultation of that document, again, a lot with the leadership of Bill, said, "Our message, based on our consultations, is this. In weighing the many options we have before us and in making decisions on the future role of parliamentarians, we should keep in mind that the reforms should aim to lead to more meaningful work, look to the future, not the past, enhance Parliament's oversight of government activity, enhance Parliament's contribution to policy debates, strike a balance between the adversarial and the consensual aspects of our democratic system, focus on committees as an immediate priority, make parliamentarians knowledge brokers, and strike a new bargain between Parliament and the public service. That, in short, it concludes, the Parliament we want. Parliamentarians ask, and Canadians deserve no less." Au moment de sa nomination.
When he was appointed in 2005, his biography indicated that Mr. Young had a doctorate in arts and history. Mr. Young is the author of several books and research articles, and he has accomplished many other things. He has also drafted many parliamentary reports.
That Bill Young, from his PhD thesis on the role of the National Film Board in propaganda in World War II, to the many reports he wrote on disability issues with Dr. Halliday and Andy Scott, to actually the London Diaries of Paul Martin Sr., to Sacred Trust, a book he wrote with David Berkison and Jack Granenstein on Brian Mulroney and the Conservative Party. Since his nomination, he has continued to embark, as we've heard already, on a significant renewal of the library, with the modern controllership of its resources and the redesign of numbers of products for parliamentarians better suited to their needs in the time and format they need. As well as the historian, he reconstituted the debates of early years of Parliament for future generations with the digitalization project. He also worked together with his posse of parliamentary librarians from around the world, like John Pullinger from the UK Parliament of Westminster, Soledad Ferreira in Chile, to commission Nick Nanos and others on the Parliament of 2020 and what the future of Parliament will be like using the kind of evolving communication technologies and how that could support a more effective Parliament and a more engaged public in the future. It is, I guess, in his 2 years when he was seconded to the Department of Human Resources and Social Development, where he was the Deputy Assistant to the Departmental Assistant to the Deputy Prime Minister, with his minister, who Bill lovingly referred to as number 29, asked me to send Bill this message. Bill is the good civil servant. He embodies why doing a government's work matters. He believes good can be done, that better is possible, but he also knows that bad and worse are much easier to deliver. So he looks every day to do the good and the better and expose the bad and the worse. He has a joy about him, a joy that comes from knowing why he does what he does, from a pride, but also from always putting people at the center. He knows that it's with people that he does things and for people that he does them. People with all their and his own wonderful strengths and wonderful foibles. So, to Bill, nothing is ever old and dry and boring. He has a curiosity, this fascination with life. He wants to know everything about everyone. Every delicious fact, every delicious insight, and every delicious morsel of gossip. Also, always, of course, delivered with that twinkle and that laugh. As Ken Dryden has said, Bill Young is in more than an institutional memory. To me, Bill Young is the ultimate leader of vision, values, and risk-taking. He imparts that to his team, and his team knows, as the best of every team leader, that they will be allowed to do their actual very, very best performance, but when they stumble, he'll be there for them. So Parliament is losing a great friend, a great defender of this institution, but also a great believer in the role of citizens in their democracy and the need to build better mechanisms between citizens and their parliament and their parliamentarians to ensure that their voices are heard. So the eighth parliamentary librarian will have tough act to follow, big shoes to fill, but most important qualification will be the love of this place and the understanding of the good it can do. We wish Bill and Philippe some well-earned time, but I can't wait till the next chapter when he's back actually inspiring us all to just do better.
The honourable member for La Haute-Gaspésie, Matapédia. It is a pleasure, an honour for me to stand today and to speak to the quality of the man, Mr. Young. I had the opportunity to meet him a few times, the first time being a few months ago, after his appointment back in 2006. Mr. Young is someone who is considerate to others. He's competent, a man who believes in the role of parliamentarians. For people who know him, they know that he is a very clever person. He's a good guy, a good boss, and many of his employees feel that he is an exceptional human being. He is respected and liked by all. Mr. Young is personally committed to causes dear to his heart, and I would like to salute him I had the opportunity to meet with him within programs put on by the Library of Parliament, within the Teachers Forum, for instance, and I attended this program as a teacher myself. Mr. Young has worked with teachers to help teachers teach democracy to their own students in Canada and in Quebec as well. So Mr. Young, in his role, contributed to teachers in their work. He was also important to the public. He created educational programs for Canadians, and Canadians, whether they live in British Columbia, Alberta, or Quebec, young people have learned much thanks to the programs that Mr. Young created. Programs for young people, programs to teach them about Parliament, about democracy in a non-partisan manner. Therefore, I hope that Mr. Young will face many more wonderful challenges in the future. He is a man who walks straight, who looks straight ahead, and so on behalf of myself and my party, the Bloc Québécois, I wish him the best of luck in the future, and I would like to tip my hat to him once again. I certainly hope that he will face many more challenges. Thank you to this wonderful parliamentary librarian.
And Mr. Young, on my own part, I would like, on behalf of all members of Parliament, to thank you and add my best wishes and offer you our heartfelt best wishes for a long and happy retirement. I'd like to also thank the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh for allowing the tributes to proceed, and now I think he might like to ask his Thursday question.
Oui, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. It is important to think of the importance of preaching by example, and I think that the government leader in the House should keep this in mind, because last week, Mr. Speaker, the government leader in the House said that we would that this week would be the democratic, we would study the democratic process.
The passing of C-10 on Monday, a bill that has been almost universally panned as being ineffective, not even knowing how much it's going to cost the Canadian public, both at the provincial and federal levels. It's probably going to increase crime in this country at the end of the day. And yet that was supposed to be part of the week when they were having their crime agenda. And then we see the spectacle yesterday of the federal court slamming a minister, berating a minister, actually, in the written judgment for breaking the Canadian Weed Board Act. To the extent, Mr. Speaker, and this is quite unusual, we see the federal court judge actually awarding costs by all the applicants against the government for the breach of that act. So that was their crime agenda. And then we see, as far as democratic reform, that's what's supposed to be this week. And what do we see this week? We see them again, once again, set the all-time record for closure and time allocation motions for the 12th time in less than 70 sitting days. They beat the Liberal record by almost 40%. My math is correct. That's what we saw. I'm almost afraid, I have to say to you, Mr. Speaker, in all honesty, I'm almost afraid to ask the question of what's coming this week, and then we're going to see what the consequences after what we've just seen go on. But I will pose the question, since that's my duty here, Mr. Speaker, to the House Leader from the government. Again, it's with substantial trepidation I'm doing this. I'd like to know, and I think Parliament would like to know, Canadian people would like to know, what is going to happen in the House the rest of this week and the week coming up to next Friday. That's when the House will stop for the winter break. And, Mr. Speaker, in part, we need to know that. Parliament needs to know, and the Canadian people know, so they can get ready for what might be some of the consequences if we see the same kind of experience we've seen this week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, I'd like to say that one of the most important things we're looking forward to in the next week or so is that of the major priority pieces of legislation we've been advancing this fall, for which we've been seeking to set timetables in order to ensure they could pass to be in effect for next year, our Budget Implementation Act to ensure that important tax measures are in place, like a tax credit for job creation, accelerated capital cost allowance to create jobs, our bill to ensure fair representation, to have that in place in time for the redistribution that's going to unfold next year. In addition to that, another bill, which again is a time priority. Well, the crime bill, I don't think we're going to be able to make that objective. But what we are looking to do is get those in place, and having done that, we look forward to in the next 10 days or so the very first of those bills we've been working on all fall actually becoming law. And that'll be a very exciting time for us when we finally achieve royal assent, having spent that time. Next week, I should advise you, will be Free Trade and Jobs Week. We will begin Monday morning with second reading of Bill C-24, the Canada-Panama Free Trade Act. And this free trade agreement was signed on May 14th, 2010. It's now time for Parliament to put it into effect so that Canadians can benefit from the jobs and economic growth it will deliver. La semaine sera vraiment consacrée au libre-échange.
It being Free Trade and Jobs Week, we will begin Monday with second reading of Bill C, or rather, in this case, Bill C-23, the Canada-Jordan Free Trade Agreement, which will implement Canada's first free trade agreement with an Arab country. It will be the last week before the House adjourns for the holidays, and as it is with the Christmas spirit in mind, we hope to have cooperation of all members in making great progress on a number of important bills with a focus on job creation and economic growth.
Before the Canada-Panama Free Trade Bill, we would call Bill C-11, the Copyright Modernization Act. Mr. Speaker, C-11 is another bill that will lead to more jobs in Canada in our world-leading digital and cultural sectors. Earlier this week, the Liberal motion to block further debate on this important bill was defeated in this House. That means we can get back to second reading debate, and I would hope that after being debated for over one sitting week, the opposition will finally allow this bill to get to committee. Si nous continuerons à faire avancer
If we continue to make progress, the progress I'm hoping for, we will then call Bill C-14, the Improving Trade Within Canada Act, for further second reading debate. It's a fairly straightforward bill that will benefit the economy by implementing amendments to the Agreement on Internal Trade agreed to by the provinces. I expect all parties will allow it to move swiftly to committee.
These job-creating bills on Monday, ideally, we would then call C-26, the Citizens Arrest and Self-Defense Act, for further debate on Monday. For the balance of Free Trade and Jobs Week, we will continue to debate any of those bills which haven't yet been referred to committee. We'd also look to begin second reading debate on Bill C-28, the Financial Literacy Leader Act. Mr. Speaker, this bill will create a new position in the government dedicated to encouraging financial literacy for Canadians. As for the balance of this week, which is Democratic Reform Week, Bill C-20, the Fair Representation Act, will be debated tomorrow at report stage, further to the motion adopted yesterday. Third reading in the House on this bill will be Tuesday. This will be followed by a vote Tuesday night, a vote that will give all members in this place an opportunity to vote on the important principle of representation by population, a very important democratic principle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Chair has notice of a point of privilege, and I'll hear the Honourable Member for Guelph now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on this point of privilege to request, in recognition of the decision made yesterday by Mr. Justice Campbell of the Federal Court, and the need that this House be in compliance with the rule of law and be seen by all Canadians, that this House actively demonstrates its willingness to accept and defer to the rule of law, that you reconsider the basis of your earlier ruling stemming from the question of privilege raised by my colleague, the member for Malpeque, on October 18 of this year. It is now unambiguous that as members of Parliament, our privileges have been violated as a result of our participation in the Minister of Agriculture's single-minded mission to dismantle the wheat board without first consulting with and determining the will of Western Canadians, wheat and barley farmers, as he remains required to do. In light of the ruling of the federal court dated December 7, 2011, in the case of the Friends of the Canadian Wheat Board et al. Versus the Attorney General of Canada and the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food, it is now apparent that this Honourable House was forced to participate in a debate that is now and was then contrary to the rule of law. In his ruling yesterday, Mr. Justice Campbell ordered the following declaration be made that, quote, the Minister failed to comply with his statutory duty pursuant to Section 47.1 of the Canadian Wheat Board Act to consult with the board and to hold a producer vote prior to the causing to be introduced in Parliament Bill C-18, end quote. The very same argument was made at that juncture by the member for Malpeque, the member for Winnipeg North, and me on the 18th of October. In fact, it has been the position put forward by this party from the very beginning of the Minister of Agriculture's quest to fulfill his ideological obsession. Let farmers decide. Let them decide, Mr. Speaker. It is simple enough. It's a simple enough precept. Indeed, prior to our last general election on May 2nd, 2011, a then keen Minister of Agriculture assured farmers in Minnedosa, Manitoba, and in mid-March 2011 that he would not act arbitrarily and that the wishes of farmers would be respected. Meanwhile, in the wake of the May 2nd election, having finally won the majority they coveted for so many years, the Conservative government no longer felt it necessary to grant Western grain farmers the very vote on the issue they are guaranteed by statute and was assured them by the minister. Instead, this government spoke at length about the mandate given by Canadians. Which mandate, Mr. Speaker? There is no mandate that enables the government to trample on the rights of Western Canadian grain farmers or any other Canadians with impunity. And what is the evidence of this complete lack of regard for the law by the government? In the face of the words of Mr. Justice Campbell, where he said, quote, the second and most important effect is that the minister will be held accountable for his disregard of the law, end quote, the Minister of Agriculture replied, I can tell you that at the end of the day, this declaration will have no effect on continuing to move forward. Bill C-18 will pass. Mr. Speaker, this is important. The minister does not understand that while you can change the law, you cannot break the law while changing it, any more than they can ignore procedure within this very House when we make new laws. Why is it, Mr. Speaker, that Parliament or government should be any less bound to laws than it is to the procedures in this House when passing those laws? Many prairie farmers no doubt voted Conservative, but they did not vote for Conservative candidates only to see their democratic rights stripped from them as soon as the ballots were counted. Mr. Speaker, I draw your attention to Chief Justice Fraser's comments in Reese versus Edmonton, the City of Edmonton, 2011, cited at paragraph 3 of Mr. Justice Campbell's ruling, where the Chief Justice states, and I quote, when government does not comply with the law, this is not merely non-compliance with a particular law, it is an affront to the rule of law itself. Moreover, in Justice Campbell's decision at paragraph 27, he references from a memorandum of fact and law of an intervener in the case before the federal court, where he says, and I quote, as the applicants note, Western farmers relied on the fact that the government would have to conduct a plebiscite under Section 47.1 before introducing legislation to change the marketing mandate of the Canadian Wheat Board. Disregarding the requirements of Section 47.1 deprives farmers of the most important vehicle they have for expressing their views on the fundamental question of the single desk. Furthermore, the opportunity to vote in a federal election is no answer to the loss of this particular democratic franchise. Until the sudden introduction of Bill C-18, Canadian farmers would have expected the requirements of Section 47.1 to be respected. And I end the quote. When originally introduced by a Liberal government in 1997 and finally passed in 1998, the intention of the bill introducing Section 47.1 was to empower farmers with the necessary self-determination before the government could unilaterally or fundamentally alter the Canadian Wheat Board. At that time, it was argued, and I'm quoting, "Throughout its history, the Canadian Wheat Board has been governed by a small group of up to 5 commissioners, all appointed by the Government of Canada without any requirement that anybody be consulted and legally responsible only to the Government of Canada. But in today's dynamic," this was back in 1997, "and changing marketplace, producers have made it clear that they want the Canadian Wheat Board to be more accountable to them. They want more control, empowering producers, enshrining democratic authority, which has never existed before, providing new accountability, new flexibility and responsiveness, and positioning farmers to shape the kind of wheat board they want for the future." I end quote. The institution of the Canadian Wheat Board is considered so sacrosanct that codified in the statute is a mechanism designed to protect farmers from a government arbitrarily removing the strength and clout of an agency that markets and sells wheat and barley at the best possible price on behalf of all Western Canadian grain farmers. It is for this very reason that in his ruling yesterday, Mr. Justice Campbell stated, and I quote, "I accept the argument that the Canadian Wheat Board's democratic marketing practices are significant and fundamental because they are long-standing and strongly supported by a large number of the grain producers in Western Canada." End quote. On October 18, Mr. Speaker, you spoke to your inability to rule on the legality of a bill, as it was the responsibility of the courts to decide. Well, now the courts have spoken. And just as we argued then, without first having consulted with the Canada Wheat Board and conducting the required plebiscite pursuant to Section 47.1, the bill is illegal. These are exactly the circumstances which the member for Malpeque was rightfully trying to steer this House away from. That situation where this House and its process is in contravention of the law, as is participation by each of its members in such process. According to the House of Commons Procedures and Practice, 2nd edition at page 111, quote, "A member may also be obstructed or interfered with in the performance of his or her parliamentary functions by non-physical means," end quote. Not only have we debated and voted on a bill that was not in the proper form, but our participation in and the bill itself is illegal, as it did not respect the rule of law, let alone the farmers it affected most. By introducing a bill that was not in the proper form and is in violation of the rule of law for failure to follow the process dictated by Section 47.1, our privileges have been obstructed and interfered with by non-physical means. Our Constitution, which we are all collectively responsible to uphold, maintain, and protect, is so much more than just a written text, but an organism that is responsive to a number of underlying quintessential elements, foremost among them, the rule of law. This government continues to argue with impunity that it need not be bound by the legislation of a past government, and that Parliament is supreme. And while I agree that Parliament is indeed the paramount Canadian institution, it too is subject to the rule of law, and in this case, the process that the minister ought to have followed as set out in Section 47.1 of the Canada Wheat Board Act. And if this abuse and other abuses the Speaker is now considering, such as in the case before you for the member from Mount Royal, what further abuses can we expect? At paragraph 67 of the Quebec secession reference, the Supreme Court wrote the following: "The consent of the governed is a value that is basic to our understanding of a free and democratic society. Yet democracy in any real sense of the word cannot exist without the rule of law. It is the law that creates the framework within the sovereign will, which the sovereign will is to be ascertained and implemented. To be accorded legitimacy, democratic institutions must rest ultimately on a legal foundation. That is, they must allow for the participation of and accountability to the people through public institutions created under the Constitution. Equally, however, a system of government cannot survive through adherence to the law alone. A political system must also possess legitimacy, and in our particular culture, that requires an interaction between the rule of law and the democratic principle. Through any number of actions, this government time and time again demonstrates its willingness to abuse, ignore, and delegitimize democratic institutions, be it the Speaker's contempt ruling of the spring of 2011 or the thoroughly outrageous deceit it has spread in the Mount Royal area about its Member of Parliament, to a complete contempt of democracy and the rule of law in dealing with the outcome of the Canadian Wheat Board. Mr. Speaker, if I could just have a few more moments. At the end of every week, I go home to my constituents, as every member in this place does. We are accountable to them, and if anything must prevail, regardless of our party's affiliation, we must be able to say to them, we followed the legal process. This is what we have fought and died for in other lands. It is not too late for the Minister of Agriculture to appeal to the Prime Minister to ask the Leader of the Government in the Senate to suspend the deliberation of this bill at least until the end of the proceedings of the appeal. Because if he fails to do so and the federal court ruling is upheld on appeal, we shall again find ourselves in the same embarrassing, unfortunate, and anti-democratic circumstances in which we find ourselves now. Should the subsequent ruling favour the Canadian Wheat Board, this government can finally and rightfully hold the farmers' vote that is so richly deserved by Western wheat farmers. If it does not, then the matter can proceed. Parliament is supreme, not the Minister of Agriculture, not the Prime Minister, not any one of the members opposite, but Parliament as an institution. Barring an immediate decision by the government to reconsider its ill-conceived actions, I urge you to find that the actions of this minister and this government, which Mr. Justice Campbell declared to be conduct which is an affront to the rule of law, have violated our privilege as members and have sullied the honour of this venerable institution. Accordingly, therefore, I submit that you should find the matter a prima facie case of privilege. I would be prepared to move one of the following motions: that the matter be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs for further study and recommendations to the House, or that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint senators of the federal court ruling and ask that in light of this, that all action on Bill C-18 be suspended. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader on the same point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, I should start out by correcting the Honourable Member for Guelph. He misrepresented from the outset what Bill C-18 is all about. He said it was about dismantling the Wheat Board. It is clearly not about doing that. It's in fact about maintaining the Wheat Board in existence, but providing to Western Canadian farmers the same choice that farmers in his part of Ontario have to choose whether to market to the Wheat Board or to other entities. And I think it should be clear that that is what the bill is about, and his representation is inaccurate. I am a little puzzled by what he is seeking to do here. You have already ruled on this. I see no reasonable challenge to that ruling here. And in terms of the remedy he is seeking, he's asking that you, Mr. Speaker, request the Leader of the Government to suspend consideration of this manner. And I suppose this House could, if it chose to, pass a resolution on making such a request if this House saw fit to do so. I don't think it is your place to, as Speaker, seek to apply your jurisdiction as Speaker into that other place and pretend to tell them how their affairs should be managed. That would be, I think, again, something that is inappropriate for you in your role as Speaker and in your jurisdiction as Speaker. In fact, what's truly fascinating is that this entire point of order is on a matter that's no longer before us. It's a matter on which we are functus, if you will, on which this House has already made its decision, made its determination, and the jurisdiction with it lies right now entirely with the Senate. Should they seek changes, should they send those back to us, we will once again become functus. But at this point in time, there is nothing before us to decide. We have no jurisdiction as a House to deal with this matter at all. In terms of the core questions at stake, the fundamental constitutional question that he is seeking to challenge is that of the ability of this Parliament to legislate, that we cannot change laws. He's saying that if a law purports to pose obligations in the future for the changing of a law, those are valid. That kind of fettering of discretion, I think in the previous ruling, that was something that was canvassed extensively, and obviously this Parliament maintains that jurisdiction to legislate. Are there any consequences that flow from the court decision that was rendered in this matter? Well, I think we have to look at the decision, which I don't know that the honourable member from Guelph took you through what it actually determined. But the Justice, in his summary of the issues, did state the following. The applicants, and those were the people who brought the matter to court, confirm that the validity of Bill C-18 and the validity of and effects of any legislation which might become law as a result of Bill C-18 are not an issue in the present application. They did not contest the validity of the bill or the validity of it to be before this House. In fact, the further statement is the applicants make it clear that their applications are no threat to the sovereignty of Parliament to pass legislation. So the question of whether this House could deal with it, whether it was appropriate for this House to deal with it, was not even before the courts. The applicants confessed or acknowledged that it was fully within the jurisdiction of this House to deal with those matters, and that was not the decision. And should there be any confusion on that, one can go to the end of the decision, and this is at page 21 of the decision of Justice Campbell. And in that conclusion, he poses a question, what are the effects of my declaration? He issued a declaration. He did not issue an injunction prohibiting Parliament from dealing with the legislation at all. He said that it was appropriate for the applicants acknowledged it was appropriate for Parliament to deal with the legislation, that they did not dispute the validity of the legislation. So that raises the question, what is the effect of his decision? He makes it clear that there are two meaningful effects of granting the declarations. The first effect is that to provide a meaningful opportunity for dissenting voices to be heard was the purpose of the legislation. Judicial review, the particular case, serves an important function in the present applications. The voices have been heard, which in my opinion is fundamentally important. So to the extent that Section 47.1 called for the voices to be heard, he said the court proceeding allowed those voices to be heard, and that's an important effect. The second effect, he says, is, and the most important effect, is that the minister will be held accountable. There is no effect whatsoever. He himself says there are only two effects. None of those effects are to limit the ability of this House of Commons, of the Senate, of this Parliament to pass legislation. The section in question, Section 47.1, is actually one that is being sought to be changed, to be repealed, in fact. So it obviously is clear that that would have no effect should the legislation be successful, and the Justice has clearly said in his decision that there is no effect on anything that we are doing in this place. No effect at all on anything we are doing in this place. So based on that decision itself, there is nothing new that my friend has brought to you. I listened closely to his arguments. I didn't see any authorities that suggested otherwise. I didn't see anything that he could glean out of the decision that said we had to cease our discussions. The Senate had to cease our discussions. No injunctive relief was provided in that regard. So as a result, Mr. Speaker, I think the decision that you rendered in the earlier arguments on this matter fully satisfy the questions, and we are sort of replowing the same turf all over again, quite unnecessarily. Thank you.
On the same point, the member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to correct the House Leader because he obviously, his government obviously doesn't understand the nature of the decision that was made and, quite frankly, the nature of the law on this point. They are absolutely right that a parliament cannot pass legislation that would prevent a subsequent government administration from passing laws to change that law or to do away with it completely. But they can restrict subsequent parliaments as to how they do it. And that's exactly what they did in the Canada Wheat Board Act, and that's exactly what was found as being proper by the federal court, by Justice Campbell, in his decision yesterday. The position that they're taking obviously shows a significant lack of knowledge and understanding of that legislative constitutional principle. I hear from the House Leader that he thinks it's stupid. It may in fact be stupid, but it is the law of the land, and they don't get the opportunity to unilaterally break the law of the land. I think this actually would require a constitutional change in order for that principle to be changed and altered. Mr. Speaker, I am, however, cognizant of his argument that he makes with regards to your status as Speaker to rule on this matter. At first blush, one would say, well, obviously the statute is no longer here. C-18 passed and has gone on to the other House. And so it should lie in the hands of the Speaker there. And I have to admit ignorance in this regard. I don't understand their rules. I'm not sure anybody understands their rules, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker. But I admit I do not. And whether there is jurisdiction in the Speaker in that place, I simply can't tell you. But as I say, on first blush, one would think, what jurisdiction do you have? What authority do you have to rule on this since this House has passed it? And what I want to say at this point, Mr. Speaker, and I'm reserving my right to come back to you tomorrow if I can find more on this. Your jurisdiction may lie in the fact of being able to say to the Minister of the day, your conduct has, in fact, breached our privilege. You should have known the law of the land. Every government is supposed to know that. Either out of incompetence that you didn't know or out of refusal to acknowledge the law of the land, you went ahead, placed a bill before this House, voted it through the House by your majority government. And that has now clearly been determined by the courts of this land to have been an improper conduct, to be an illegal conduct on your part. Your order then being, because you do have control over that member, even though he is a minister, you have control over him, Mr. Speaker, to, in effect, cease and desist. So find the prima facie thing. I think anybody can argue clearly that our privileges have been breached. Our reputations as members of Parliament have been breached very clearly. We're a laughingstock out in the general public. This bill went through this House clearly by that decision, and I don't have any hope, I won't give the government any hope at all that this thing's going to be successful on appeal. They're going to lose that appeal almost certainly, Mr. Speaker, because it's a simple finding of fact. Simple finding of fact. Bill reads this way, the existing law reads this way, fits into the constitutional framework of our country. It's not a substantive issue of law. It's simply a form of how this law is to be changed. They're bound by that. This Parliament is bound by that. And so our reputation has been damaged, all of us. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll leave it at that point, but I would reserve the right to, at least by tomorrow, to come back to you one more time if I can find more on this. Thank you.
The honourable member for Guelph had quite a lot of time to make his original remarks, but given the fact that he seems to be indicating that he promises it'll be less than a minute, I'll hear him very briefly.
In response to the government House Leader's comments, and it's this. Justice Campbell didn't comment on the validity of Bill C-18 because he wasn't asked to. He made no comment one way or the other, so you should not give any weight to the suggestions by the government House Leader on that point. Secondly, no injunction was granted because no injunction was sought. So you can give no weight to that comment by the member opposite. And thirdly, and this is, I think, the point I made very briefly, they have an obligation to follow the law if they're changing the law, just as surely as they have an obligation to follow the rules of this House and all procedures associated with it when we're making new laws. Those are my 3 points, and I thank you again for your indulgence, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I suppose fair is fair, so the Honourable Government House Leader has a brief opportunity to...
I wanted to respond to two new points that were raised by the Opposition House Leader. And the first is simply with regard to the appeal of this matter. I tried not to actually relitigate the appeal before us, but I would say this, that we simply don't accept the notion that this Parliament's powers can be, as Section 47.1 of the statute indicated, delegated to other parties, particularly parties that are so vague and open to interpretation, and that is what, of course, 47.1 seeks to do. So I certainly part ways with him on the prospects for success in appeal. But the second issue with regard to the question of the Minister himself and his conduct, I would ask for an opportunity for him to be able to come back and speak to that himself. Thank you.
Thank honourable members for their interventions. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-21, the Political Loans Accountability Act.
Mr. Uppal, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moves that Bill C-21, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, accountability with respect to political loans, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to have this opportunity to continue with our Democratic Reform Week today and begin the debate on C-21, the Political Loans Accountability Act. This bill is another one of our government's long-standing commitments, and I'm happy we are here today to move forward on it today. As we have shown with previous bills, our government is pursuing a principled agenda to strengthen accountability and democracy in Canada. In this case, we're addressing the rules respecting loans to political entities. Currently, there are no limits on loans that corporations, unions, or wealthy individuals can grant to political entities. It is unacceptable that the political loans regime does not meet the same standards of transparency, accountability, and integrity expected of your average Canadian. Hardworking, ordinary Canadians are expected to pay back loans under strict rules, whether it's, by example, for starting a business, going to school, or purchasing a home. And the same rigorous standards should also apply to politicians. As it stands, there's a loophole in political financing legislation. We are addressing the loophole with this bill. Our government, in its first bill in 2006, established strong standards for political contributions in the Federal Accountability Act. The Act eliminated contributions by corporations and unions. It changed the rules to ensure that politicians would not be beholden to those with deep pockets and unions or corporations who give too much money. However, our law still allows those with deep pockets to lend too much money. The rules concerning political loans should be consistent with the rules for political contributions. One major issue regarding the treatment of loans in the Canada Elections Act is the loophole in the current standards that fail to impose restrictions on the source of the amount of political loans in a way that is consistent with the rest of the rules for political financing. A second important issue that our government seeks to address is the inconsistency in transparency requirements for political loans. As it stands, the inconsistencies on how political loans are treated unduly complicates the enforcement of the Canada Elections Act and does not provide for consistent transparency across the Canadian political finance regime. This lack of rules may result in loans being used as de facto contributions, clearly a situation where politicians could be beholden to those who loan them large sums of money instead of being beholden to those that brought them into office with votes. This is unacceptable. By limiting the amount of loan a candidate or another individual can make to fund political activities, the Political Loans Accountability Act increases integrity in the political loans process by ensuring that all candidates are on a level playing field, regardless of their personal wealth or their connections with elite interests. The bill will also ensure that members of Parliament are accountable to their constituents first, by removing the opportunity for undue influence by unions and corporations on elected representatives. However, the bill will also ensure that parties, associations and candidates will continue to be able to secure sufficient financing for their electoral campaigns. Political entities will be able to borrow money from a wide range of financial institutions, including trusts and loan companies, credit unions and insurers. The bill is consistent with a recommendation from the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada. It reflects a legal approach to political loans already in place in several provinces, including Ontario, Quebec, Manitoba, Alberta, and Newfoundland and Labrador. To fully highlight the practical benefit of our proposed measures, I'd like to discuss some of them in more detail. The Federal Accountability Act established fixed contribution limits for individuals and completely eliminated contributions from corporations, unions, and associations. Following the passage of our flagship Federal Accountability Act, the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs asked the former Chief Electoral Officer to prepare a report on political financing issues with recommendations respecting the use of loans. The Chief Electoral Officer's report was submitted in January 2007. With respect to the existing rules on political loans, he acknowledged that, and I quote, "While Parliament has imposed an extensive regime to control the source and extent of contributions, it has not done so with respect to that other source of funding constituted by loans." The Chief Electoral Officer suggested that loans to political entities by lenders that are not in the business of lending ought to be restricted, because such loans granted at non-commercial rates at terms and conditions that are available to the general public and without expectation of repayment may lead to the perception of abuse and undue influence by those with the financial means to grant these loans. To prevent such abuse or unfair influence by those wealthy entities with the ability to make large loans, or any perception of it, the Chief Electoral Officer made the following recommendations: that the limit on loans be made by individuals should be to their contribution limit, that political entities may borrow money in excess of the contribution limits only from financial institutions, that all loans by financial institutions be at commercial rates of interest, that a separate regime for the treatment and reporting of loans be established in the Act. In response to these recommendations, our government introduced the Political Loans Accountabilities Act, which, has it been adopted, would have regulated the use of loans by political entities to ensure full disclosure and greater accountability in the financing of political campaigns. This legislation was passed by the House of Commons as Bill C-29 in 2008 and was awaiting second reading in the Senate when Parliament was dissolved for the 2008 election. Madam Speaker, this legislation we are discussing today is substantively the same legislation as passed by this House in 2008 as Bill C-29. Our government worked collaboratively with opposition members to pass Bill C-29, which was awaiting second reading in the Senate when Parliament was dissolved. Some changes have been incorporated from its original version. For example, the bill now excludes from the annual contribution limit any portion of a loan that is repaid to the lender and any unused loan guarantees, as proposed by our government during committee's study period. It requires the Chief Electoral Officer to hear representations from affected interests before making a determination about a deemed contribution, as proposed by the opposition. It establishes contribution limits for leadership contestants on a per-calendar year basis, rather than a per-contest basis. These amendments demonstrate that our government developed the Political Loans Accountability Act in a collaborative spirit with opposition parties throughout the process. And indeed, when the Political Loans Accountability Act was introduced with the amendments above during the last Parliament in 2010, there was widespread support in the House including among the NDP for the updated bill. We think these incorporated changes make the bill even better, and the Act we are discussing today is the reintroduction of this updated legislation from the last Parliament. Here are some of the important changes brought by our bill to Canada's political financing regime. The bill will establish a uniform and transparent reporting regime for all loans to political parties, associations and candidates, including the mandatory disclosure of terms such as interest rates and the identity of lenders and loan guarantors. Unions and corporations will be banned from making loans to political parties, associations, candidates and contestants, consistent with their inability to make contributions as set out in the Federal Accountability Act. Total loans, loan guarantees, and contributions by individuals cannot exceed the annual contribution limit for individuals established under the Federal Accountability Act, which is currently $1,100 in 2011. Only financial institutions and other political entities can make loans beyond that amount. Loans from financial institutions must be at fair market rates of interest. Rules for the treatment of unpaid loans will be tightened to ensure candidates cannot walk away from outstanding loans. Writing associations or parties will be held responsible for unpaid loans taken out by their candidates. By prohibiting loans from unions and corporations and requiring that loans from financial institutions be granted at a market rate of interest, this bill will prevent corporations and unions from doing indirectly through loans what they are now prohibited from doing directly through contributions. Together with the Federal Accountability Act, this measure will no doubt yield more fairness for electors. Politicians will now have to seek financial support from voters, not corporate entities or special interest groups. Politicians will be entirely accountable to voters as opposed to corporations or union interests. Requiring a fair market rate of interest will allow all parties and candidates to be on an equal playing field by no longer allowing situations whereby favourable or entirely unknown terms of loans were granted without transparency. This change will also serve parliamentarians, riding associations and parties by protecting them from perceptions that they might be indebted to unions or corporate interests. In addition, our government believes it is unfair that a candidate can walk away from his or her campaign debts. Everyday Canadians are expected to pay back their loans under strict rules, and the same should apply to politicians. This is why our bill proposes to transfer a candidate's unpaid loans to riding associations. This will ensure that the money borrowed will be repaid. Another important impact of our bill would be to subject loans made by individuals to their contribution limits. This measure will prevent the current ability to bypass the contribution limit by lending large amounts of money without any expectation of ever being reimbursed. This measure will ensure greater accountability to citizens and enhance transparency and integrity in our political financing regime. And the last but not least of these changes that I wanted to discuss today is the increased transparency requirements for loans to all political entities. From now on, all loans will need to be recorded in writing and reported to Elections Canada. This change will increase transparency, especially in the case of candidates and nomination contestants who currently have only limited disclosure requirements. Putting in place effective transparency standards for candidates and nomination contestants will allow Canadians to know who is financing their campaigns and under what terms. And I think these measures will find wide support here in the House of Commons and among Canadians. Before concluding, I would like to emphasize how the bill, in conjunction with the Federal Accountability Act, democratizes the political financing regime by focusing on grassroots voters. Wealthy individuals will not be able to bankroll their own campaigns by making large loans to themselves. Candidates will not be able to rely on a small number of wealthy contributors to financing their campaigns, They will instead need to seek support from those they wish to represent in the House of Commons. Lending will not be limited to banks. Indeed, there will be a wide range of financial institutions still able to provide loans. What our bill does do is to preserve the important role for small community lenders in financing grassroots political campaigns, such as families, friends, supporters, credit unions, and Caisse Populaires, by making political parties and candidates dependent on their supporters for financial support. Parties and candidates now have a greater incentive to be responsive to the average Canadian. What I'm hearing from my constituents, and indeed many more Canadians across the country, is that they don't want to see parties and candidates using large loans from wealthy individuals, corporations, or unions to finance their campaigns. Large individual contributions are not permitted, so large individual loans should also be not permitted. Corporations and unions are not permitted to donate to federal political entities, so corporations and unions should not be able to loan large sums of money to political entities. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, when our government was elected in 2006, we made the Federal Accountability Act our first priority, which, among other things, tightened the contribution limits to ensure corporate and union interests and wealthy individuals do not unduly influence politics. With the introduction of the Political Loans Accountability Act, we are building on our flagship Federal Accountability Act by bringing greater transparency and integrity to political loans. The Act strengthens Canada's political finance regime, already one of the strongest political finance regimes in the world. This is good news for Canadians and for the political process, and I encourage all parliamentarians to vote in favour of this bill. Thank you, Madam.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for leading off the debate on Bill C-21 today. For the most part, our caucus, the official opposition, is generally supportive of the general direction. I say to the Minister, it's our intent at this point, unless I have reason to change my opinion, but at this point, we will be supporting this at second to send it to committee. And it's at committee where I'd like to pose my question to the Minister, Speaker. I don't know whether the Minister knows or not from talking to his predecessor, but there were discussions in the last Parliament when it was minority where the government was looking for our support to carry this. And one of the areas that was a problem in that draft legislation, and it remains a problem in this bill, is the treatment of loans for riding associations once they have a candidate. And I use myself as an example. Mine is not a rich riding in terms of the demographics. We always have to borrow money, a line of credit, and it always takes us the whole term to pay it back, and we seem to pay it off just in time to get another line of credit for the next campaign, and that's just the nature of my riding. Because it's mostly working people that don't have a lot of money to contribute to politics. They contribute what they can, but it's not a lot. And now under this bill, if we're interpreting it correctly, if I'm interpreting it correctly, we're going to be in a situation where to get a $20,000 line of credit after a candidate's been chosen, the election is either about to be called or it has been called, that it will take up to 20 people, 18 to 20 people, at $1,100 each, because that's the maximum, to back it up, because often the banks, given it's a political loan, they want dollar-for-dollar collateral. And what that would mean is, and I'll just use the round number of 20 people, 20 people is a lot in terms of contributions, and, Speaker, my last point is that that money is then tied up for the campaign and can't be contributed. Is that an area where the Minister is willing to roll up his sleeves and look at some changes? Thank you, Speaker.
Minister for Democratic Reform.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question and also for his support in general principle of this bill, because it is important that we do pass this bill and get it to committee. I'd be happy to come in front of committee to discuss this bill at that time as well. In regards to his specific question, it is important that we limit the amount of loan or the guarantees that you can give to a loan to the same amount as your contribution limit. And the contribution limit currently in 2011 is $1,100. Anything more than that would be deemed to be well, especially if it's not paid back, to be a larger contribution, essentially a de facto contribution. So this is an important principle of this bill. I'd be happy to discuss it further, but I think it's important that we limit it to the amount that anybody is able to make a contribution.
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Will be as precise in answering questions. So I have two questions. The first one, according to him, what will be the criteria that the financial institution will take to decide if the financial institution will lend money or not? Second question, on which moral ground the minister is saying that it's more moral and legitimate for a financial institution to give a loan than it is for a citizen?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And at the discretion of the banks, it is up to the banks themselves to make that decision on how they will make that loan, or if they're going to make that loan. It is up to them. It is up to them to decide, make that decision. We as a government cannot tell a bank of what criteria to look at when they're making a loan to many very different types of candidates. It could be a nomination contestant. It could be a contestant in an election who's already nominated by the party. It could be a leadership contestant who is possibly the front runner, or possibly a person who has no chance of winning at all in the minds of that bank. So this is a decision that needs to be made by the individual banks. And it's not just banks, Madam Speaker. It's banks, it's insurers, it's credit unions, it's a number of official institutions that would be making those loans, as long as they are very open and transparent about the terms and conditions and who the guarantors are for that loan. And again, your family, your friends, and other individuals can guarantee the loan to the maximum contribution limit. This bill is about bringing more accountability and transparency to the whole entire political financing regime.
Comments? The order, please. The honourable, for a question, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and just maybe a comment on the whole question of the ability and the availability of candidates and their EDAs to get loans from financial institutions. I mean, I've been in the same situation in my early political life as my colleague, my friend from Hamilton Centre was, in as much as we didn't have a lot of money in my EDA. We found it very difficult to raise money in the early days. But I found quite quickly, Madam Speaker, that banks and other financial institutions, quite frankly, feel a responsibility to help the democratic process. But that has also been bolstered by the fact that they know that 60% of a candidate's return could be assigned to the bank. In other words, as a candidate, if I received over 10% of the votes cast in my riding, I would receive 60% of my eligible expenses. And that just usually is assigned to a financial institution, which gives them quite a bit more confidence that the money can be repaid. So I asked my colleague, the Minister of Democratic Reform, does he believe, because of the current situation on reimbursements to political parties and candidates, this would be an asset to candidates seeking loans from financial institutions?
The Honourable Minister. Order, please. Order there.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his question and insight into this issue. Absolutely. The return for candidates who do receive that level of voting, 60% back, is in some insurance to banks. But at the end of the day, political parties can loan money to an electoral writing association, or other EDAs can also loan money to another writing association. So between political entities, there can be loans made. So, Madam Speaker, there is ample opportunity for Canadians to be a part of the political process where financing will not hinder them. This bill actually levels the playing field, brings everybody down at the same, brings it down to the same level where corporations, big unions, and wealthy individuals do not control the agenda. It's Canadians that have an opportunity to get part of the political process.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It seems to me that the Minister has just told us that he's going to give a lot of power to the financial institutions, varied as they are, to decide whether the campaign of somebody who's just starting out is viable or not. Now, even if the financial institution, let's say it's a $20,000 loan and you line up 20 people, each guaranteeing $1,000, even in that case, the financial institution is going to have to do a lot of paperwork. It's going to eat up any profit that the financial institution is going to make. Now, so does the financial institution go and make that loan or not? Well, maybe, they want to be nice to a candidate. We'll eat the clerical costs that sort of wipe out the profit of that loan. Frankly, it's clear to me that in these cases, the bank has power. It's given power to write off some expenses and make some candidates' campaigns financially viable right in early critical stages, and to not support other candidates. And the kinds of candidates who won't be supported? Women candidates, I think, will be hurt by this kind of legislation and handing of power and discretion over to financial institutions.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, the fact is that we as a government made a commitment to Canadians that we would close a loophole in our political financing regime. We were the government that brought in the Federal Accountability Act that cleaned up the government's the political financing regime in Canada, and we're building upon that by closing this loophole. The fact is that it's not only banks but also insurance companies, credit unions, and other institutions that can provide these loans. Also, these loans can be provided by another electoral district association, by the party. They can be provided by family, friends. This bill actually levels the playing field for all Canadians to get involved in politics. It takes the power away from wealthy individuals, corporations, and unions.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to enter the debate. Let me just first of all say that the reason we're supportive of this is because there is a problem. And we see the problem as what's happened, and I'm not going to try to make this any more partisan than it sounds. That's not my intent. But merely the reality. The leadership race that the Liberal Party had left huge debts, and it would seem that some of those debts are not going to be paid off. And if that is the result, and they were backed by individuals, effectively right now, those individuals bankrolled a big part of the candidate, and by virtue of just never paying it off, put that money forward and did exactly what we're trying to avoid, which is single individuals, single corporations, single unions from providing tens, possibly hundreds of thousands of dollars to one candidate. So I agree with the Minister in acknowledging that there's a problem. We accept that the Minister is going in the right direction. That's why, again, as always, we say we need to see the details in committee. We do have some concerns. It's been raised once. It'll be raised again by both opposition parties. The Minister is saying that there's no need to put any regime around banks or credit unions in terms of who they can contribute to or who they'll loan to and who they won't. That could create a serious problem. If you're only allowing the money to come from one or two places and those places aren't democratized in terms of what the rules are, in terms of who they will lend money to, you don't have to be a political scientist to see the problem. And so I would hope that there'd be some room and latitude to talk at committee about what kind of regime might be in place, what kind of safeguards could be in place, and maybe there's a backup by the government, maybe there's a role there. But any possibility where we're narrowing how Canadian citizens can raise money to participate in our electoral process, we need to make sure that not only is it fair, but that you can actually access the money, regardless of what your political platform is. For the most part, the platforms here aren't, scary. We might argue the point from our different perspective, but in a world view, I think members know what I'm saying when I use that phrase. But if there's a legitimate legal party that might have policies that scare certain segments of the population, and part of that segment of the population could be the banks. And so I don't think it takes a whole lot of analysis to realize that if those banks can find a way to legally and legitimately and free from harm say no, it's probably in the bank's interest to make sure that a party that has a platform that would hurt the bank would be helped by that bank to get more votes and ultimately become the government that's then going to bring in rules and a regime that the banks think is not in their interest. So that, Mr. Dion, we're going to love it. Sorry, the member from there. Yeah, I'm thrilled that the member is applauding. Really, it just warms my heart. So we want to have a look at that, Speaker. We think that's a valid point. There may be other points coming from the third party, since they are the example we're using of why we need to have a loophole. That just needs to be taken into account. But again, I've said it before, regardless of how many times he heckles me these days, I have the greatest respect for the Democratic Reform critic for the Liberal Party. And I believe that if we get into committee and if the minister is open-minded, that we can start to do something about this. But I do say to the minister, leaving it that, well, I'll say it this way, leaving some potential political parties vulnerable to not being able to access enough capital to mount a campaign is as undemocratic as allowing somebody with tens of millions of dollars to bankroll their good buddy. So we need to be talking about that. We also need to be talking, Speaker, and I mentioned this a bit in my question. I'll do it now because I do tend to get wordy on this one. It's hard to get it succinctly. But this is a real problem. I mean, we're going to come back to it again. I heard the minister's response when I asked the question that they want to make it fair and keep it on a level playing field. But quite frankly, how fair is it when in a riding like mine, where I don't have as many wealthy people. And I know the difference. When I was provincial, my boundary ridings changed for a while, and I encapsulated a part of the city where the demographic income was much higher. And boy, did it make a difference. Now I'm back to my old boundaries, and I'm back to the standard problem. And I wouldn't raise it as a complaint, other than it's in the context of this debate. It's just, is it really fair that an individual candidate, for instance, as I did in the last campaign. Again, it's good to use myself as the example, then nobody can think I'm playing any games. I bankrolled my campaign, my line of credit, with my house. Now, that's not an institution. That's not an individual. That was me as the candidate, putting that in as collateral. Whereas this bill would have me go out and line up 20 or 30 people, and they have to have $1,100 to be able to put out, and my riding association is denied that $1,100 because it's tied up backing up the loan. And so our point at committee, Speaker, is going to be, is there not some way that individual candidates can back up their loans, as I did? And then, quite frankly, after the election, our books are cleared up. The loan is transferred over to the riding association, but still backed up by my home. Now, we may have to talk about what would happen in the case where you don't win the seat and things like that, and the candidate may move away. But, I mean, those things are still issues you deal with any kind of a collateral arrangement with a financial institution. They shouldn't be so overwhelming that we can't get over it. So I'm kind of arguing the opposite of where we're normally coming from, is to stop money from having an influence. But is the democratic process harmed in terms of the financing of elections by virtue of me backing up a $20,000, $30,000 line of credit with my own home? Because, Speaker, that's a lot easier to do, and not everybody has a home. I grant you, it still has problems. Nothing is perfect. But that's what I said. I said to the minister, through the Speaker, I said, not everyone has a home. So the circumstances may be different. But could a close relative do that? I mean, is there a way that we can do this that doesn't create an unfair disadvantage to those of us that don't have wealthy demographic ridings? This law doesn't matter much if you've got $100,000 in the bank. I believe there are some ridings in the Conservatives and Liberals. I'd be shocked to know any of my colleagues, if they may. I'm not aware of it. But I don't think it's that unusual on that side of the House or for some of the Liberals to have that kind of money. And so it's not a problem. So I bring that as an element of fairness for us to look at, to see whether or not we can come up with a regime that meets the standards that the minister has set out, but still allows fairness for individuals that are running for office. And my last point on this is, it may sound like it's not a big deal, like really, $1,000, 20 people, 30 people. However, real world stuff, folks. Do you know how difficult it is to get 20 or 30 people, first of all, that have that kind of money that they can spare? Now, again, it may not sound to a lot like easy for me to say. It may not sound like a lot to members in this place, but for many of my constituents, that could be like all their savings. And then coordinate the timing where they have to all go in and sign the documents before you get the money. That means time is lost. Time when the campaign's going on and your opponents are already up and running and you're still running around trying to get signature 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30 so you can get a line of credit so you can get your campaign up and running. So moving from a situation where I just backed it up with my home, and that's the way I've done it since I got here, versus this other really is a huge disadvantage for some of us. And I'm hoping that that we'll be able to take the time to look at that. And I know my time will expire. It goes quickly. But I do want to get a dib in on talking about electoral reform. And the minister used some very lofty language in his news release. The current rules on political loans do not meet the high standards of accountability, integrity, and transparency that Canadians expect in their political process, said the minister. Well, that's all well and fine, but one of the most progressive steps, government members get ready to howl, one of the most progressive steps that was ever taken in this place towards making elections fairer was providing the per-vote subsidy. So I told you, you're a little slow off the mark, Speaker. They should have been quicker on that one. But I want to say to my honourable members across the way, I say through you, Madam Speaker, to my colleagues across the way, that I did an election observation mission in Morocco in the last few weeks. And one of the most important things that they're proud of, now this is a struggling, emerging democracy in Northwest Africa. And one of the most important components that they felt they needed to get in place was subsidies for political parties from the public purse to level the playing field. So when this government talks about a level playing field, it's often like we all have the right to live under the bridge, that old example. When we take a stand back and look at the macro picture, at the end of the day, money is going to play a bigger role in Canadian politics after this government than it did before. And that's wrong. And I have given, at every opportunity, former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien as much credit as possible. I think the president of his own party said that was about as dumb as a bag of hammers, I believe was the expression, something close to that. Why? Because they used to get all their funding from corporations. And now that was going to be set aside in large part and replaced with the subsidies. And that was a good thing to do. It did make our democracy better. And anyone else who's involved in elections around the world, and I've had a chance to do 6 or 7 missions now, they either have that component or the one thing they desperately want, Speaker, is to get private money out of their political system and replace it with public funding. So they're either doing it because they know it's important or they want to get there because they know the damage and corrosiveness that money can play in a democratic system like ours. How much time have I got, Speaker? Oh, my. Doing fine. 7 minutes. Good. My next comment will be on the same quote when the minister used the word accountability. I love this one. They say that word a lot. I want to bring into the broader discussion here to put the context of Bill C-21 in a more enlightened form, that under their new Senate elect the senator bill, there is no accountability. In fact, the senators are prohibited by law from being accountable because they run on a platform of promises, as we all do. They serve 9 years, which we don't, but they serve 9 years, and at the end of that 9 years, if you look at the model that all of us here live by, if you want to stay in office, you go back to the people and say, how'd I do? Here's the promises I made. Here's what I did, what I said, how I voted. And now I ask you, my boss, how did I do? And do I deserve to get rehired and reelected for another term? Yes or no? But elected senators, and I use that term loosely, are prohibited by law from running again after 9 years. So where's the accountability? There's no accountability at the beginning, only promises. There's no accountability in the middle. They don't even have constituency offices, so they're never even meeting Canadians, never mind being accountable. And at the point when they should go back at the end of their term, they're prohibited by law from running again. Where's the accountability? Where's the accountability? The minister then also said in that same quote, integrity. Well, that's pretty rich coming from the party that gives us the current national defense minister in terms of integrity. And lastly, they're putting as their standard for this transparency. Well, we don't need to look any further than today's question period when we look at the Canada-U.S. border plan in terms of transparency. We don't even know what's in it, yet it may be taking away massive amounts of Canadians' rights. I raise all of that because the minister sets all these standards and uses these lofty words in his news releases, but in reality, when we start to analyze piece by piece what this government is doing on democratic reform and a whole host of files, the words accountability, integrity, and transparency are the last ones that Canadians are thinking of when they look at the actions and the agenda of this government. So I will end there, Speaker, and just again summarize to the Minister that we are in support of closing the loophole. We think that there is some improvement to be made that would make our system stronger. We have some serious concerns about leaving banks and other financial institutions as the only one that can provide capital, and yet there's no requirement for them to actually provide it to all parties, no matter what the circumstances. That's a problem. That's a huge problem, but it's solvable. I believe if we wanted to, we could find ways to bring in conditions that would be acceptable to everyone concerned and make that aspect even fairer. And then secondly, Speaker, we hope that we can do something about the issue of the number of requirements for 20 or 30 people, that ability to get that initial line of credit. And one of the thoughts that someone gave me was, well, maybe to a certain percentage of the maximum you're allowed to borrow, to spend. So if your limit is $100,000, you might be allowed to borrow up to $40,000 or $50,000 on the signature or collateral of the candidate. That's just one idea. I'm sure there's a regime we can find that would still meet the goals of the government to level the playing field in terms of money, but also make sure that no matter what part of the country you come from, our election laws affect you equally and in the same way, and don't give you an advantage or a disadvantage over your opponents in a general or by-election circumstance. So with those serious caveats, and if they're not resolved, no guarantee on where we are at third reading, but with those caveats, we are prepared to support the bill going to committee, where I do hope the minister will allow us the same, and I'll say this, the same flexibility and tone that we had when we reviewed the previous bill, which we're voting against. But I will acknowledge the process at committee was certainly as fair as I could have hoped for, and at no time did I feel that the government was using the hammer to shut down democracy in that process, and I would hope we could look forward to the same kind of relationship at committee on this bill to make the improvements we need to, but also look at other improvements to the bill to make it even better. And I always say on bills like this, the ideal would be if we could all be standing in support of it. Wouldn't that say a lot about a good piece of election law? So that's our goal. That's our position. We'll see what happens, Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his speech today, and it's been good to work with him, and we will have good discussions on this bill as well. Madam Speaker, I do want to ask, he raised a point about, he raised it himself actually, about some people have a house to possibly get collateral on. Other people may not have a house, so then he said, well, maybe it should be a relative that could be able to give that loan. Where does it stop? Where would those guidelines be? Because the fact of the matter is what we're trying to stop is wealthy individuals having the ability to provide a loan and then have no real expectation of repayment. Madam Speaker, some political parties, the established parties, where banks can look at them and say, yes, there's a possibility of getting, individuals can say, well, they're going to get 60% back of their cost. There are other political parties which don't have a chance of essentially getting anywhere in an election. What if one of those candidates was to borrow money under the member's plan and then just walk away from the loan? Where does it stop? At the end of the day, we need to have guidelines. The bill that we presented has accountability, it's transparent, and it says that the maximum you can borrow is the amount that you can contribute, and anything over that would be considered a contribution. We need to have those rules and guidelines. Madam Speaker, and I ask the member, how would you solve that issue?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for staying and listening to my remarks and asking a question. I have to answer, though, that I'm disappointed to hear that answer. I mean, what I heard was a defense of the bill. That's not the attitude and the approach that we're looking for, Speaker. What I was doing was a moment of the kind of work that we do at the committee that we've dealt with these laws, and I see my colleague who's been working on a couple of the pieces of legislation and projects now for 2 or more years. If somebody could slide me his writing, I'd like to mention it. I enjoy working with the honourable member. He's very tough, but he's very fair, and he's an honourable member and a good parliamentarian. But when I give an answer like I did on the floor just now, I would get a response that says, well, I hear you on that. Is there a way we could tighten it all in? Just because I didn't have a perfect answer right now, if I had all the perfect answers, I wouldn't be here. I'd be somewhere else. But I think collectively we can do that. And so I'm just disappointed the Minister was being so dismissive. I'm sure that if smart minds who want to work together rather than score political points on each other would turn their mind to that, we could find a way to solve it. And so I hope the Minister doesn't just become so entrenched that it's my bill and it's got to be my way or it's going to be no way, because that doesn't get us anywhere. I really think there's an opportunity, especially when we're talking about election laws. We need rules that are fair for everyone. And so I was trying to suggest to the Minister how we could approach that. I was very disappointed in his response. I hope he'll have an opportunity to get back on his feet and indicate that that's not how he sees any kind of potential dialogue going on, that he would be a little more open-minded. That's the Minister. I was actually looking for my friend, but that's okay. I'll get another opportunity. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I want to thank my colleague and to tell him that I agree with 95% of what he said. I'm puzzled by his conclusion when he said that he have only caveats with the bill, when in fact is hardly questioning, is strongly, questioning the core of the bill. Yeah. For instance, he said that we should not give to the financial institutions this kind of extraordinary power to pressure politicians and parties, but it's exactly the purpose of the bill. The bill decides that citizens will not be allowed to give any loans, but financial institutions will be alone to be able to do that. Why you want to do this monopoly power? Why do you want to give the monopoly power to financial institutions, to big money in some ways, and to ask them to have a political role that they don't want? Is it because the NDP is no more socialist, but the NDP is still social democrat? So I expect from the NDP that they will vote right away against this bill.
Yes.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his question and for staying. And first thing I would say is if he wants to have that much influence on the NDP caucus, we can find him a seat here, and then he'd be welcome to attend meetings. And I'm not surprised. I do appreciate and respect that the honourable member said he supported 95% of what I said. That's a good start. But listen, if the member's going to, sort of ratchet things up a little, I'm game for that. The fact of the matter is that we do need change. The Liberals are more interested in leaving things the way they are because that worked so well for them over the years, didn't it? And they got lots of rich friends who can bankroll their buddies. And the reason we even have this bill in here in the first place is because in their leadership campaign, there's hundreds of thousands of dollars that's not paid off. We in the NDP do not accept that.
Order, please. Questions and comments? The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader, or the member from Regina, Lumsden,
Lake Centre.
and Lake Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's always a pleasure listening to comments from my colleague from Hamilton Centre. And I have to reciprocate, not that this is supposed to turn into a sort of a love fest here, but I do appreciate work that the member from Hamilton Centre has produced at committee. The discussions are not always on the same page. We always end up from time to time agreeing to disagree, but I do believe that the member has the best interests of this act at heart when he says that he believes there should be some changes. I don't think I'm going to end up agreeing with him on some of those points. But I do just want to ask a couple of, maybe make a comment and ask the member to comment as well on one of the points he made in his intervention that wasn't directly to do with Bill C-21, but he talks about the need for public subsidies, public financing for political parties. I believe, Madam Speaker, that we don't need that in the sense that we have so many other avenues in which the public can receive benefit. Tax credits, as we all know. Anyone who contributes $400 gets a 75% tax credit. There's rebates to political parties and candidates. I believe, Madam Speaker, one of the fundamental aspects of democracy, if you're running for political office, is to find the support from people, like-minded people, who wish to finance you because they believe in you and believe in the democratic process that you or your party espouses. I would ask my colleague to comment on that, please, Madam Speaker.
Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my good friend from Regina, Lumsden, Lake Centre. There, I got it. Okay, your writing name and my last name. Well, I'd answer the member this way: that if the government was all that concerned about not wanting tax subsidies to go in, why didn't they go after the other tax credit part? Why didn't they go all the purest way? Why? Because if you look at the numbers, they got more money back from that. Then I believe I stand to be corrected, but they got more money back from that than they did from the subsidies that they got, and what they got back was more than all our subsidies combined. So they want to have subsidies as long as it works for them. What they don't want to do is leave subsidies in place that help all Democratic parties. That Democratic they don't want to be.
And comments? L'honorable...
The honourable member for Gaspésie de la Madeleine. Thank you to my colleague for his presentation. I thought it was quite interesting. This bill is an interesting bill, even though it has some flaws or shortcomings. Today we're wondering about the issue of major corporations having significant weight in the political process. Clearly there needs to be a change in the way representation occurs in our country. I'm intrigued by what you said in your statement when you were saying that demographic issues in the bill should be considered in detail. For instance, there's the issue of women in Canada. I'd like you to tell us a little bit about the way in which we could improve involvement of women, and how could this bill be amended to give women more room.
Honourable member has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, my macro answer to the member's question, I thank him very much for placing it, would bring in proportional representation, and we can correct a whole lot of problems that exist in our democracy right now, because that's the cornerstone of where we ultimately think we need to go. We know the other two parties don't agree, but proportional representation would do more to advance the interests of true democracy, to have every vote really matter, to have the voices and opinions that exist in our country reflected in this House, to have more women, more Aboriginal members, more minority groups, more disabled groups. There's all kinds of people who are either not represented here or not represented sufficiently, and proportional representation is the answer to that. This bill, I suspect, is not going to take us far enough to do that, which is why whatever we do to this bill, it has to be in the context of recognizing proportional representation, getting rid of that other place. These are the kind of things that will bring real democratic reform to Canada and to the House of Commons, and those are the things that we will push when we get over there.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Although the Liberal opposition agrees with a number of the aspects involved in Bill C-21, I think the Minister was not listening, so I'll start again. Although the Liberal opposition is in agreement with a number of aspects of Bill C-21, amending the Elections Act regarding accountability with respect to political loans, the Liberal opposition cannot support this particular bill because it has a fundamental flaw. It gives financial institutions a political power they should not have in an exclusive way, and which they do not want, which would have a discriminatory effect on a number of individuals, specifically women. I will start by highlighting the aspects that we do support, those we would reject, and then I will move to a constructive amendment we would put forward. We approve any legislative measure which aims to ban undisclosed power in funding of political parties. We approve any legislative measure which would ensure a greater fairness and transparency.
Strongly support efforts to increase fairness, transparency, and accountability in the electoral process. After all, we are the party that initially passed legislation limiting the role of corporations and unions in electoral financing and lowered contribution limits. No loans should be made in secret, and Canadians should not be kept in the dark. This is why, under current legislation, the details of all loans, including amounts and names of lenders and guarantors, must already be disclosed publicly. We agree that all loans to political entities, including mandatory disclosure of terms and the identity of all lenders and loan guarantors, must be uniform and transparent. These rules should encompass loans, guarantees, and suretyships with respect to registered parties, registered associations, candidates, leadership contestants, and nomination contestants. Thus, we agree that financial reporting should be as transparent as possible, which is why we support clauses 5, 11, 25, and 32, which require disclosure of information regarding loan amounts, interest rates, lenders, and dates of repayment. However, we also favor transparent rules that guarantee the right and ability of all Canadians to run for office. It is a fundamental principle of democracy that all Canadians of voting age must have the opportunity to run for office. In consequence, financial institutions should not be put in a position to decide who can run for office. Yet, this bill gives financial institutions too much power to decide who will receive political loans, a power that exposes them to accusations of politicization and discrimination, real or perceived. Making banks the sole lending authority under Clause 7 could potentially limit participation in federal politics to only those who are able to gain credit from a financial institution as defined under the Bank Act. It is a serious mistake to limit to financial institutions alone the ability to make loans beyond the annual contribution limit for individuals. It is a mistake to enable these companies to play a political role in deciding who receives loans and the ability to marginalize certain applicants who do not fit particular criteria or to discriminate against them. Le projet de loi
Bill C-21 gives financial institutions this monopoly, which goes completely against the values and principles of Canadian democracy. Canadians want access to the public service to not be dependent on financial means. There is a fundamental difference between fundraising and loans that one might get from an individual by asking them to support the ideas and the political qualities of an aspiring candidate, and someone having to go to a bank where commercial criteria are applied. We don't buy access to public life like we buy a snowmobile. We mustn't give Canadian financial institutions political influence that they should not have and that they do not want. This role is dangerous for those institutions because they will be at risk of being accused of political favoritism or even discrimination.
En anglais,
as we say in English,
damned if they do and damned if they don't. Or voilà bien.
So this is a clear risk for financial institutions, and they do not want to run that risk, especially in these turbulent times where the financial sector is being scrutinized by the media, by citizens, and by various political and socioeconomic groups. The reputation, independence, and room to maneuver of these institutions is crucial for our economy, our society, and our democracy. This exclusive power that C-21 would give them is a twofold problem. First of all, it is a problem of real and perceived risk, and then there is the risk that our financial institutions will be politicized. We have to look at the criteria that banks will use when determining which candidates they will loan money to. They may use a purely financial criterion, that is, the solvency of candidates, and therefore people with more means will be favored over others. Or they might do a risk assessment of the likelihood that the candidate will actually get elected. And this would mean that there would have to be enough contributions of under $1,000 a year so that the loan could be paid back. So this would involve a political judgment. And these institutions might even look at how likely it is that a candidate might be elected, and that would make the person a better loan risk. Let us look now at the discrimination problem.
Lower income candidates who do not have the necessary credit history to receive loans. It discriminates against people based on income and credit rating, therefore favoring the rich and excluding many people from public service, notably many women, youth, newcomers, and minorities in general. Let me reiterate this. A lack of credit could potentially prevent not only low or middle-income Canadians, but also many women, Aboriginal people, and new immigrants from standing for office. The size of a wallet or bank account should not be an impediment to prospective candidates.
The issue of women candidates is particularly troubling.
This bill will disadvantage women candidates who have left the workforce for a period of time, resulting in a fluctuation of their financial status. The United Nations has stated that a critical mass of at least 30% women is needed in order for legislators around the world to produce public policy that represents women's concerns and for political institutions to begin changing the way they do business. According to Equal Voice, Canada falls behind this standard. Despite enjoying economic prosperity and political stability, Canada has fewer women in Parliament than most of Europe and many other countries in the world. In Canada's Parliament, just about 24% of MPs are women. This places Canada 40th, and I'm Speaker, 40th in the world on Interparliamentary Union list of women in national parliaments. For Canada, 40th is not acceptable. Further, Equal Voice notes that women encounter many barriers in seeking elected office at all levels, including lack of access to finances. Including lack of access to finances. This is the basic point. Restricting access to loans to financial institutions could disadvantage women and create a new barrier to women entering politics.
This House should not do anything to block access to women in politics. On the contrary, the House should do everything to promote women in public life.
To conclude, the Liberal caucus strongly argues for full transparency and disclosure of political loans. We
are not opposed to having to having only financial institutions be able to provide loans. This must also be a possibility for individual citizens as long as the loans are transparent. After all, it is much more legitimate for an individual than for a bank to provide a political loan because of political convictions or trust in the values and credibility of a candidate. So we support an amendment to require these individual loans to be given only at commercial rates. I hope that this constructive proposal by the Liberal opposition will be welcomed by the government and that we will be able to make our democracy more transparent and more open. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I listened to the honourable member's speech, and again, I look forward to working with him on this bill and having further discussion. The fact is that it's not only banks, but it's other financial institutions as well. But not just that. It's friends, it's family, it's supporters, the average Canadian that has the ability to make either donations or to be able to loan money or even to guarantee money within the contribution limits. So I would ask the honourable member that doesn't he feel that it's important to get out and engage Canadians and ask for that support? As members of Parliament or as candidates or as a political party, isn't it important that we get out to Canadians, tell them what you're about, tell them about your platform, and ask for that support. Ask them to be a part of your campaign and donate money. And it doesn't have to be $1,100. It can be a couple of $100. It can be $50. It's just a matter of engaging Canadians and getting more of them and contributing to your campaign either in donations or loans or as a guarantee. Isn't it important to engage with Canadians, as many as possible, and to get that support, that financial support from Canadians, so they're more engaged?
Honourable member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville.
Was coming today with a bill saying the maximum is $1,000 by everybody. We would discuss if it's reasonable or not. But I will not have a problem of ethics. I have a problem of ethics and moral ground when he's telling me it's okay for a bank or an insurance company or whatever to give more than $1,000, but it's not for a Canadian citizen. Then I don't understand what is the basic ground regarding the morality of the bill. I have a problem with that. My party has a problem with that. If he was telling me I don't want more than 1,000, maybe we would argue that it's too low, it must be 5,000, we may discuss. But he's telling me it's okay for a financial institution to give much more than that. But it's not for a Canadian citizen. The problem is that the Canadian citizen has a right to have a political opinion, to have a confidence in a candidate, and to show it, while a bank is not supposed to have political opinions. So I asked him just before, what is the moral ground of this bill? He did not answer. I asked him, what will be the criteria for a financial institution, whatever the financial institution, to decide if a candidate was to receive money or not? Is it his account? Is it because the bank has sympathy for its platform? What it is? It will politicize the banking institution of this country, and this is wrong.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Saint Laurent Cartierville for his comments. My question is this: number one, does the does the member believe that the only changes necessary to funding leadership campaigns is more accountability? And my second question would be, does the member believe that we should still allow wealthy Canadians to totally bankroll someone's leadership campaign, thereby allowing them possibly to go right from the street all the way to the Prime Minister's office in one move? And if the member does not agree, well, why don't I leave it at that, because I'll be very curious to hear, especially on the second one, just what the member believes in terms of the health of our democracy, that leaving that in place, is the member saying that we should still allow wealthy Canadians to bankroll single-handedly leadership campaigns? And I haven't even gotten into the point where, under the existing regime, hundreds of thousands of dollars of that money may never get paid back.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent Cartierville.
Fully agree, and the Liberal Party fully agree about everything that will provide accountability and transparency. Where we have a fundamental disagreement is when we have a bill facing us saying that the financial institutions will have a monopoly power that Canadian citizens will lose. This I don't understand. If my colleague was saying, I think we should cap the loans to an amount of money, we should strengthen the rules about the obligation to pay back the money, I would be fully in agreement. I don't have no problem with what is in the bill about that. But when he's telling me it's okay for the financial institutions to do so, but not for Canadian citizens, I don't understand on which moral ground he's saying that. I don't understand. He should be the first one to say that he doesn't want the power of big money involved. But it's what will happen now. We'll give to these institutions a kind of monopoly power about who will vote, who will campaign, who will run, and who will not run. And it will be detrimental and discriminatory, especially for women.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga, a brief question to allow both members to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's important that we just reflect on what got us to this point in the first place. The leadership race of 2006 for the Liberal Party, that race ended on December the 3rd, and the leadership contestants had until May the 3rd of 2008 to pay their debts back. Well, most contestants were not able to repay their debts before May of 2008. So an extension was granted. Then again, in 2011, another extension has been given now until December 2011. I want to ask my colleague, how long does he think this should be allowed to be perpetuated until there's no hope of possibly repaying it?
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent Cartierville.
Thank
you, Madam Speaker.
My colleague that his Prime Minister decided to change the rules retroactively. When we started this leadership race, the amount of money allowed was $5,200, and we booked our budget accordingly. When he decreased it by $1,100, it has been very difficult for all the candidates, including myself, to adapt to this retroactive rule. I am proud to say that I will pay completely my debt. It's a matter of honor. It's very important for me to do so, but this has not been easy because we did not plan for a limit that will be only $1,100. I just want also to add that my point about this bill is not that I'm against any limit. I'm just against a discriminatory situation that would give to financial institutions more power than Canadian citizens.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Oh, is that a question or?
I was trying to participate in the questions and comments portion.
Absolutely. I see that you're next on the list. I was assuming it was a question, was resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
On a question to my colleague, when, in his opinion, does a loan turn into a contribution? Because we've seen now from the Liberal Party leadership candidates, a number of them at least, 5 years has gone by. There have been loans, purportedly loans, that have gone unpaid for 5 years. At one point, does he actually think they should be considered to be a contribution? Because that's what we deal with in this bill, Madam Speaker. 5 years, I believe, I would suggest to you and my honourable colleague, by anyone's definition, is far too long to have an unpaid loan. It must be considered a contribution in that time. Does he not agree?
And that makes it illegal.
Honourable member for Saint Laurent, Cocheville. There's 1 minute.
Speaker, we agree with a lot in this bill. I identified what we disagree about, and I did not receive an answer, neither from my NDP colleagues or Conservative colleagues. What is the basic moral ground to give to the financial institutions more power than Canadian citizens? The very moment that the loans are transparent, that there are clear rules that you need to pay back the money, and we are open to an amendment that would say that to whoever you lend the money, you must have commercial interest rates. Why? Canadian citizens would have not the same rights than financial institutions. This is the basic problem we have with this bill, and it is at the core of the bill. If my NDP colleagues want to propose a limit, the limit must be the same for individuals and the financial institutions. Otherwise, I don't understand on which ground they say that financial institutions are more acceptable in political life than Canadian citizens.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to first thank all of the speakers before me for their interventions. I think we've had actually a fairly meaningful debate here this afternoon. Now, I know that we will end up agreeing to disagree on a number of points. I am completely supportive of Bill C-21 and the elements contained therein. And I want to point out in the limited time that I have a few of those reasons. But I also want to use my time, Madam Speaker, to try and refute some of the arguments that I've heard from members opposite as to why they seem to disagree. And perhaps I'll start there, Madam Speaker, because I know we only have about 10 minutes left before debate has to end. With respect to comments that I've heard from a couple of members opposite, that they believe individuals should also have a right to loan money, and that money lending should not just be restricted to financial institutions. Madam Speaker, it's because of the situation where individuals, wealthy individuals, could lend money that this bill came into play. We have seen, Madam Speaker, many times in the past where there have been supposed loans given to political candidates that have never been repaid. And, Madam Speaker, that's just simply unacceptable. Because, Madam Speaker, the potential for abuse under the current situation, without Bill C-21, is very, very real. The potential for abuse is extremely, and the probability is extremely high. The situation, quite frankly, is simply this. As it stands now, any individual could have been in a position where he knowingly loaned money to a political candidate and had no expectations of repayment. In fact, it is quite conceivable that individuals could have consulted with the candidate and agreed upon a mechanism in which they could circumvent the rules by loaning a certain amount of money with very favorable interest rates, as low as 0%, and basically then nudge, nudge, wink, wink, told the candidate, hey, don't worry about ever repaying it, because it's a loan. I'll just end up writing it off or forgiving it. Well, Madam Speaker, that's not a loan. That's a contribution. That's a donation. And where we needed to step in, Madam Speaker, as a government, is to ensure that that potential for abuse was completely eliminated. Bill C-21 does exactly that. It puts provisions in place which would prevent anyone from trying to circumvent the rules again. Madam Speaker, we've heard many times before both in committee and in debate this afternoon, some of the problems raised with the 2006 Liberal leadership campaign. And again, like my colleague from Hamilton Centre, I'll try and be as nonpartisan as possible, but I have to say that it was because of that race, because of the abuse that we've seen and still see as a result of unpaid loans from that leadership campaign, that our government felt that some bill had to be introduced to prevent that type of situation from occurring again. Bill C-21 does that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to point out that despite the protestations of members opposite, securing money, borrowing money from financial institutions does not empower those financial institutions, does not give them a monopoly over political financing, does not give them any untoward power to influence political parties or candidates. It is simply commercial transactions that we as Canadians deal with on a daily basis. Whether a Canadian family goes out to secure a mortgage for a purchase of a house, whether they secure a loan to purchase a car or a vehicle or a heavy appliance or you name it, we have been using financial institutions to secure loans for generations. And, Madam Speaker, I don't believe that any financial institution, by loaning money, whether it be $10, $20, $30, or $40,000, to a political candidate or a political party, would feel that they have some undue influence over that candidate because they've entered into a commercial transaction. It's just it's simply not true. It's just, in my view, it's silly. This is a normal daily activity that most Canadians perform and have performed for the last 200 years, as long as there have been chartered banks in the world. So, Madam Speaker, I think we need to discount that argument completely, that argument that suggests that financial institutions would have more influence over political candidates and therefore we should allow citizens to give loans. Well, Madam Speaker, what we're trying to achieve with Bill C-21 is to ensure that there is accountability, that there can be no circumvention of election financing rules by disguising contributions as political loans. The financial institutions will be obliged, as they do in daily transactions with Canadians, to provide clear terms, both for the rate of interest charged on the loan and also clear terms for repayment, something that we saw sorely lacking in the 2006 leadership campaign for the Liberal Party. 5 years, Madam Speaker. 5 years have gone by and still some of those loans have not been repaid. That is not a loan, in my view, Madam Speaker. That is a contribution and should not be allowed. Madam Speaker, what we will be doing in Bill C-21 is not only putting in clear rules, transparent rules, rules that will make candidates and political parties accountable, but we'll be giving confidence to the Canadian electorate that there will be no funny business, there will be no circumvention of rules, that everything will be done in a manner which is transparent, accountable, and acceptable to Canadians. One of the consequences, of course, of Bill C-21 is that if there are unpaid loans, the political parties themselves, whether it be riding associations or federal parties, will be responsible for backstopping those loans and repaying the money. We've yet to see any activity from the Liberal Party of Canada to do just that. As the Liberal Party of Canada stepped up to the plate and said, you know, we've got a number of unpaid loans from some of our former leadership candidates back in 2006. We don't think that's acceptable. We're going to repay it right now. Then we'll make our own arrangements with those leadership candidates to reimburse the party. I've seen no evidence of that. I've seen no discussion of that in this debate. Members opposite from the Liberal Party have stood in this place this afternoon and said that they want accountability, they want transparency, but they believe, Madam Speaker, that they can still run fast and loose with the rules. where is the accountability? Where is the accountability, Madam Speaker, when the party, the once great Liberal Party, who governed this country for many, many decades, now doesn't even want to speak about repaying loans that some of their leadership candidates incurred? We're not talking about candidates for an election at a local riding association who might have been defeated. These were individuals trying to become the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada, trying to become the next Prime Minister of Canada, and yet that party refuses to be accountable for the debts incurred by their candidates. Instead, Madam Speaker, they stand here this afternoon and criticize our government for this bill, which is trying to bring accountability and transparency to the political process. Now, Madam Speaker, I don't care what arguments they bring forward at committee. I will be there to ensure that I have a question for them. What do they plan to do as a party about the unpaid loans? What happens if another 5 years goes by, Madam Speaker? Will they still be advancing the same arguments that they have this afternoon? It is totally unacceptable, Madam Speaker. And had not we seen the rampant abuse by the Liberals, we may not have seen the need for Bill C-21. But nonetheless, Madam Speaker, it is before us. I think it's a worthy bill. I think it's a bill that deserves support from other parties. I understand and appreciate comments made by my colleague from Hamilton Centre that he wants to discuss this at committee. I'll be certainly more than willing to entertain suggestions. I will certainly not commit that I would accept any of his suggestions. I've heard some of the arguments. I understand what he's going to be advancing at committee. I think that is worthy of debate. But, Madam Speaker, I think on its own merits, Bill C-21, as it stands, deserves the support of all members in this place. And, Madam Speaker, I know it has the support of all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member would have about 9 minutes when this bill returns to on the order paper. Mais comme il est 17h30.
Since it is 5:30, we are now going to move on to private members' business and the orders.
108, the Newfoundland and Labrador Fishery Rebuilding Act in the name of Mr. Cleary.
Okay. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine. The honourable member has 8 minutes remaining for his intervention. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So I will pick up where I left off last time, about a month ago. The bill of my colleague from St. John's. I find this bill very interesting. My colleagues from the Conservative Party said that the implosion of the East Coast fishery has already been studied and that the federal government has already done everything it can to bring back fish stocks. But this is not the case. Cod and other types of fish in the Gulf of St. Lawrence are still in a very bad state. Ground fish, such as flounder and cod, are already in a very bad situation. The medium-term outlook is not very positive, and in fact, stocks are the lowest they've been in 61 years of observation and still going down. The abundance of cod, 2008 to 2010, was 37% of the average level up until the end of the 1990s, 10% of the average rate in the middle of the 1980s. Since 2009, there has been no cod fishery in the region because of a third moratorium on cod fishing in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. So how can we fix the huge problems which were caused by this catastrophe? Well, we have to begin with an inquiry, as the bill proposes. Now, this inquiry will give us scientific, economic, ecological, social, and other data. We need this data to correct our mistakes, to undo inefficient and often destructive policies, fisheries management policies which the government has imposed on fishermen.
Understand the big picture, the economic, social, political, and scientific aspects of the fisheries collapse, which is without a doubt the biggest catastrophe that Atlantic Canada has ever faced. We do know that some of the causes of the fisheries collapse, overfishing, caused by a lack of essential scientific information, needed to be understood the true health of the fish species in the Atlantic and the Gulf of the St. Lawrence ecosystems. Overfishing caused by weak international laws that allow fishers from other countries to decimate fish stocks with impunity. Climate change caused by greenhouse gas emissions, deforestation, rampant urbanization, which has led to changes in water temperature and water acidification, and many other forms of human intervention that have damaged the Atlantic and the Gulf of the St. Lawrence ecosystems. When settlers first came to the coast 500 years ago, cod was so plentiful that sailors could scoop them up in their ships with buckets. And the cod fishery is one of the mainstays of the economy of the Maritimes, including the Gaspé Peninsula, the Magdalen Islands, and it was one of the main reasons for settlement. As recently as the 40s, cod fishers were landing between 300 and 600,000 tons of cod per year. Then in the 1990s, the federal government banned cod fishing in response to the collapse of the cod fishery. By 1993, all Canadian cod fishing was banned, and today in 2011, no real solution to the devastation of the cod fishery has been proposed nor implemented. In the Gaspé and the Magdalen Islands, the loss of the cod fishery has been devastating. Not only were cod and other ground fish the mainstay of the economy in the region, cod was also a cornerstone of Gaspé culture, as exemplified by the tradition of cod curing, so famous to the region, cured cod, that it became known as the Gaspé cure. Le Gaspé cure, c'est un mode de
Cod curing is a method which is possible because of the climate in the Baie des Chaleurs, creating ideal conditions to dry cod in the sun. But today, the company Gaspé Curde continues with its secular traditions, which have passed down over the years. The company has been very active in the field and has set up a major processing plant based on fisheries, and Ocheries has said that the cod fishery is the backbone as the Quebec fishery, both in Gaspésie and in the Madeleine Islands. The community had developed a strong dependence on these resources, but the moratorium and the elimination of total allowable catches have severely affected the community. In 1985, in Quebec, there were about 1,700 ground fishing licenses, and at the time there were over 3,300 fishermen active in the cod fishery. At the time, the value of landings reached up to $10 million. In 2002, there were fewer than 1,000 permits for groundfish. Globally, for all of Quebec, it is estimated that the number of fishermen involved in the cod fishery at 1,500 in 2002 for landings, representing a total value of only $3 million. About half of those fishermen are in Gaspésie. The viability of the many communities along the shore which depend on the fishery is threatened today.
My riding is threatened in large part because of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans rules and regulations. Thanks to the Department's questionable conservation policies, and thanks to a foot-dragging when it comes to taking real action to overfishing, the fisheries of the East Coast have been mismanaged almost to the point of annihilation. The minister said no to an inquiry into the state of the fish stocks in Newfoundland, even though federal management of the fisheries has clearly been a failure. And an inquiry into the reasons for this failure is long overdue. The minister's refusal to allow the inquiry has an impact beyond the borders of Newfoundland. This mismanagement that destroyed the Newfoundland fisheries has either destroyed or severely damaged many of the fisheries in my constituency also. When an Atlantic fishery collapses, it does not affect only one province, but it impacts all of the regions that are part of that species' habitat. The Commission of Inquiry called for by Bill C-308 would provide Canadians with a rare but crucial resource needed to rebuild the East Coast fishery, namely clear and accurate information based on the experience of independent scientific experts, fishers, and other stakeholders who rely on the Atlantic fisheries. I urge the government to recognize the national importance of the Atlantic fisheries and pass this bill. I also urge the government to recognize the importance of the Gulf of the St. Lawrence to all Canadians. By passing Bill C-308, the government will finally open the door to creating a sustainable Atlantic fishing economy throughout Atlantic Canada. Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. Mrs. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dauphin Swan River, Marquette.
Marquette. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak on Bill C-308, the Newfoundland and Labrador Fishery Rebuilding Act. And I'd like to thank my colleague for introducing Bill C-308, which prompted this important discussion to take place on fisheries rebuilding. However, I will not be supporting this piece of legislation, nor will the government. With respect to the content of Bill C-308, Madam Speaker, Fisheries and Oceans Canada has already taken significant steps to rebuild cod stocks, including strict conservation measures, expanded scientific research, and are working on longer-term strategies. And since the announcement of the moratorium in the 1990s, the government has been working with the province of Newfoundland and Labrador to address these challenges. And action teams have been established between the Government of Canada and each of the maritime provinces, including Newfoundland and Labrador. These teams were asked to develop cod recovery strategies, which they did. And on November 14, 2005, the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Action Team for Cod Rebuilding presented the strategy for the recovery and management of cod stocks in Newfoundland and Labrador. This strategy was developed through extensive consultations with a variety of stakeholders, including industry, academia, conservation groups, and local communities. And this broad representation ensured that proposed rebuilding objectives and strategies were realistic and took into consideration conservation requirements, plus social, cultural, and economic considerations. And in some cases, external advisory committees were established with representation from a variety of experts and stakeholders to further assist the COD action team. However, we all realize the impacts that the events of the 1992 cod collapse have had on the people in the fishery and in rural parts of Atlantic Canada are fully recognized. And as the member from St. John's South Mount Pearl puts it, quotes, "The fishery is broken, the fishery is in perpetual crisis. The fishery, however, can still be fixed, but it cannot be fixed without the facts." An inquiry can only reveal what we already know, Madam Speaker. The fish stocks were decimated in the late 80s and early 90s, and we are all still recovering from the tragic collapse of the fishery on the Grand Banks of Newfoundland and Labrador. To recover these fish stocks, we need to dedicate the resources we have to the task of rehabilitating the fish stocks, not to finding blame and throwing accusations. Our government has fostered an open-door policy for proponents to discuss solutions and to make recommendations. And through consultations and through working groups, we have been listening and will continue to listen. And having worked their local fishing grounds for generations, these fish harvesters have an intimate knowledge of their local conditions. Mr. Speaker, as many know, groundfish are still being harvested in Newfoundland. In fact, 4,300 groundfish licenses were issued in Newfoundland in 2010, Newfoundland, Labrador. Last year, almost 40 tons, $52 million worth of groundfish were harvested in Newfoundland and Labrador, and that includes more than 12 tons of cod. And the government recognizes that these numbers have been historically much higher. And our government has met with stakeholder and industry representatives. It has come as no surprise that there are significant and systemic challenges facing today's commercial fishing industry. And the fishing industry is going through fundamental changes driven by significant and unprecedented shifts in global economics, consumer demand, technology, and, of course, conservation and environmental realities. Fisheries policy decisions have favored the short term rather than the longer view. And some of these policies have limited growth, curtailed efficiencies, and frankly made little sense in terms of the conservation of fish stocks. It has become all the more evident that we must modernize our practices, policies, and regulations to remove unnecessary barriers to industry growth and global competitiveness, and, of course, fish stock conservation in the 21st century. Madam Speaker, my colleague from St. John South Mount Pearl knows enough about fisheries to understand that rebuilding fish stocks is extremely complex. There are many factors that need to be examined, and there are several challenges to face. Sacrifices have been made and will continue to be required in order to rebuild Atlantic fish populations. Since the cod collapse in the early 1990s, the government has made significant changes in the way it manages fisheries, not just in Newfoundland and Labrador, but from coast to coast to coast. Challenges such as the cod collapse have become drivers for the development of sound, science-based decision-making practices and fisheries management decisions incorporating ecosystem considerations and the precautionary approach to ensure the future of Canada's fisheries. The current ongoing scientific research may help further define the known causes that may have contributed to the collapse of the ground fish stocks in Newfoundland and Labrador. Madam Speaker, the degree of accuracy with which possible outcomes can be predicted will not be increased by shifting funding from the research currently being done to the management of an inquiry. A modern fisheries management framework would enable us to focus on maximizing value and quality of output rather than quantity, and our goal would be to establish a coherent management system that benefits individual fishermen and industry stakeholders in both the short and the long term. Changes in fisheries management practices in Newfoundland and Labrador are reinforced by measures taken by the North Atlantic Fisheries Organization. These changes address long-standing challenges and opportunities associated with the management of international straddling fish stocks. A significant change has been to identify stock rebuilding as one of NAFO's main objectives. In fact, Madam Speaker, Canada's leadership at NAFO has led to the implementation of a number of innovative plans for the recovery of stocks currently under moratorium and to rebuild other fragile stocks based on scientific advice and the precautionary principle. In October, I've been informed that my colleague from St. John South Mount Pearl quoted Rex Murphy's article, quote, "Newfoundland is a province in denial," unquote, in which Mr. Murphy offered some advice to our colleagues across the way. We can assure him that we are working with the province to build policy that is more than about oil and more than about fighting with the federal government. The purpose of Bill C-308 is to launch an inquiry into the collapse and recovery status of Newfoundland and Labrador's fisheries. An inquiry is not the path towards a competitive Canadian economy. An inquiry will not look at solutions that will help Canada strive in these times of fiscal restraint. Madam Speaker, this government, including Fisheries and Oceans Canada, is rolling out a transformative agenda that will carry us forward towards international competitiveness and prosperity for Canadians. The Commission of Inquiry into the decline of sockeye salmon in British Columbia is looking into improving the sustainability of the fishery, fisheries management policies, practices and procedures, and the factors influencing the management of this stock, including environmental changes and marine conditions. Madam Speaker, these are areas that are already being examined and monitored in the Atlantic. Fisheries and Oceans Canada was a key contributor to the Cohen Commission of Inquiry in British Columbia and continues to support the work of the Commission. Recommendations made with respect to management of sockeye salmon in the Fraser River will be reviewed and will be considered in fisheries management decisions as they apply across Canada. Implementing market-based approaches to fisheries management has proven successful. Other countries and even some fisheries in Canada have adopted change and, as a result, have seen flexible, market-oriented fishing seasons, improved product quality, increased economic value, a decline in instances of overfishing, and improved safety. I believe strongly that with some changes at Fisheries and Oceans Canada, Canada's fishing industry has the potential to generate much more value. We will see the department untangle and standardize rules and processes. We must increase transparency for decision-making and strengthen environmental sustainability in Canadian and international waters to ensure Canada's distinguished international reputation as a source for the finest sustainable seafood in the world. Our government believes that the private sector is the driver of the Canadian economy, but we certainly have a regulatory role in this particular industry. We will continue to engage industry and stakeholders to work together towards a solution and response to these complex and interrelated challenges. Government is making the necessary investment to protect Canadians and create jobs now, while laying a strong foundation for long-term economic growth. Our actions have already included providing to fish harvesters the same lifetime capital gains exemption enjoyed by farmers and small business owners, and supporting small coastal communities through regulatory initiatives in support of the aquaculture sector and through investments in small craft harbors. Canada is 144 years young, and yet we have barely scratched the surface of our full potential, be it here at home or on the international scene. This is a country that's just brimming with confidence, strong, united, peaceful, and prosperous. A Canada that will accept no limits, no bounds, and no ceiling to its great future. We are simply the best country in the world. Its unbeatable spirit has been leading us out of the global recession in the best position in the world. Madam Speaker, given these ongoing efforts, a judicial inquiry represents a costly and duplicative exercise that would simply reinforce the need to continue focusing our efforts productively on future opportunities for Canada's fisheries and the Canadian economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is indeed an honor to be standing here once again to talk about certainly something that is certainly a topic of discussion in my riding, which is probably the understatement of the night. Northeastern Newfoundland is predominantly my riding, as well as central Newfoundland, or as the fishermen like to call it, parts of 2J, 3K, 3L. Now, I first would like to commend my colleague from St. John South, Mount Pearl, for bringing this forward. I have the honor of being one of the seconders of this, and may come as no surprise that I speak in favor of this. Just a few comments about the earlier speaker, and I understand the intentions of wanting to create the right markets and the situations by which that our harvesters can become, certainly can get more value from the occupation that they have, and to the point where the value of their occupation is able to be passed on to the next generation. However, I think putting things in the window like a capital gains tax is probably not what you want to rely your entire fisheries policy on, given the fact that the value of that catch has decreased so badly that your capital gains tax is probably worth even less than that 1 cent you got off on your Tim Hortons coffee this morning. Now, I do want to talk about the stock rebuilding, and the reason why I bring that up is because we did a study with the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, as one of my colleagues here in the House can remember, across the way from British Columbia, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Fisheries. It was November 2005. We did visits to eastern Newfoundland, to Bonavista in my riding as well, and Twillingate. In those areas, what we saw and what we heard were, to me, some surprising testimony about how all the efforts being made to help recover a stock were not showing the results that we wanted. Time and time again, the stock assessments were showing that in the offshore stock, less than 2% of what they were in the 1980s. Now, again, for over some time, over quite a period of time, from the time of the moratorium when the directed fishery was ended on a mass scale, that was July 1992, up until now, we haven't seen that recovery. By his own admission, the member who just spoke about over 800,000 tons of a catch in the late 1960s, and now down to 12, I think that's what he said, 12 tons. So we can talk about markets all you want, but this is a question of stock rebuilding. And this is a question of how we go about doing that. Even the Auditor General a few years ago pointed out that it's been a dismal failure over the years, and therefore we have to look at it. And I'm not specifically blaming any one particular government. I blame them all, as we should blame ourselves as well. However, there is one element that the government needs to look at, and I think has failed somewhat on this scale. The negotiations by which they entered into with NAFO, and for anybody who's watching at home, or in this House, know that NAFO is a North Atlantic Fisheries Organization, the international body that governs the offshore stocks outside of our 200 nautical mile limit. In this particular case, what we've seen is a bandering to the point where there was a trade going on, there was negotiations going on that didn't work out in our favor, only to find this out after the fact. When the House voted to go against these NAFO agreements, the government went ahead, decided to reverse that and go ahead with this agreement, and I think that's a shame with species such as turbot, not just cod, or Greenland halibut, if you want to call it that. But in the meantime, I think that, yes, the offshore portion, the offshore directed fishery from international fisheries, primarily from Western Europe. I won't pick out any of the countries. They know who they are. They have certainly had their time on the open water, and certainly we have seen a lot taken from us in that particular vicinity, certainly not only outside the 200 nautical mile limit, but inside the 200 miles as well. When I look at the state of the fishery now in the Northeast, and again, I'll restrict my comments to just the northern cod species, we see a small directed fishery taking place. In excess of 2,000 pounds would be the average. We're looking at a recreational fishery isolated to 4 weeks, 3 in August, 1 in September, near the end of September. And in that right now, we're seeing an overabundance of cod. I remember when we did the study and we talked about the fact that you have an offshore stock, you have the inshore stock. And the two stocks in question, despite the science was saying that the offshore stocks were quite low, but in many cases, the science was saying the inshore stock was also very low, when in fact, our own fishermen told us that's not necessary, that's not the case. I mean, we have situations now where bycatch of cod on the inshore has become drastic. Believe it or not, to many of these fishermen, the cod has become a nuisance species on the inshore. So when they say enough studies have been done, I don't agree, because in this particular case, why is it that we have a stock that's in danger, it's overfished, but yet on the inshore we have stock in abundance? This past season was a successful season for those who had those small quotas. So these are the questions we need to ask, and we need to ask it each and every time. Because right now, as you know, with elements like climate change, seal populations, we have to take this into account. I mean, the seal population itself has grown exponentially, just in the past 2 or 3 years. Millions upon millions. And to this day, even during the study that we did in November 2005, there wasn't exact science onto how much or even why these seals are eating all the biomass, cod. It's incredible. But we need to look for this. I think that when the government decides that it's going to get to its deficit cutting and to its budget measures, I think doing things like announcing that the science assessments over a 3-year period is a big mistake, a major mistake. Stock assessments are on an annual basis. I would even argue more than that. It should be done twice a year, quite frankly, if not 3 times a year or even more on a constant basis. The science that we invest here now was bad, as they say. It was bad when to begin with, and they said they were going to fix it. I remember former Minister Loyola Hearn saying much the same. Well, it didn't get much better. As a matter of fact, now we're seeing it's gotten much worse as far as the science investment is concerned. So with that being said, the absence of the FRCC, whose recommendations show up in our report quite extensively, it's quite incredible why they would do this. And I remember being there on the government side, and they being in opposition telling us about all these changes we need to make. But yet, we fall short of these goals, and now it's going even worse. I like this study. I think we should do this study. The effects of the offshore fishery, the international markets, those people that line up along our 200 nautical miles looking for fish, they're not flying the flag of Canada, certainly. We need to reassess that. We need to reassess the biomass itself across the Northeast. Certainly we can. I mean, this was the king. This was the species. This was the species that sustained a people for hundreds of years. My colleague pointed this out in his speech some time ago, so I won't reiterate it, but coming from where I come from, we all know what it meant to us. Now we find ourselves that the king species would be the snow crab, would be the shrimp as well, and even those right now are not near what cod brought us over the generations. I think he's right in the sense that we have to do this study that's more extensive. The study that we did, though, and as the honourable member pointed out in his speech, he talked about, studies have been done. Not really. The right studies have not been done yet. This takes a vast effort to look at this and how we can rebuild the species, and not just the one species, but ecosystem management itself. I had a fisherman, and he's quoted in here as well in this study, George Feltham from Eastport, Rick Kane in Bonavista North, harvesters, one with a smaller boat, one with a very large vessel, talking about how they would go out and catch snow crab, shrimp in their nets, and finding cod, large cod at that. How is this happening? Why is it that within the inshore regions we're showing all these high numbers of cod, and yet each and every time northern cod gets close to the endangered species list? Do we know? Is this the case? If the fishermen tell me, they say, hey, you know something? I went out yesterday and it took me to catch my quota. It literally took me 3 hours. 3 hours of fishing to catch over a 2,000-pound quota. Now, it's not a big boat either. That's a lot of fish in a very short period of time. So one has to ask, why is this happening in light of the fact the science are telling us you can't have the fishery you used to have, a long way to go? Well, somebody's wrong here. And it's not the fishermen who show me the fish on the wharf. And I thank my colleague from St. John's South Mount Pearl for bringing this up, and I thank the House for allowing me to speak.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Coquitlam, New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak in support of Bill C-308, the Newfoundland and Labrador Fisheries Rebuilding Act. I want to acknowledge my colleague from St. John's South, Mount Pearl, for his tireless advocacy for the Newfoundland and Labrador fisheries and the people who depend on them. Mr. Speaker, in July 1992, John Crosbie, the then federal Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, called for a moratorium and closed down the northern cod fishery. The cod fishing moratorium was supposed to last 2 years. We are approaching the 20th anniversary, and there is still no rebuilding plan in place. Newfoundland and Labrador commercial groundfish fisheries have seen little, if any, recovery since the early 1990s. The people of Newfoundland and Labrador had fished their waters for cod for over 500 years. It was said by British fishing captains in the 1600s that the cod, quote, was so thick by the shore that we hardly have been able to row a boat through them, unquote. The cod fishery was the backbone of Newfoundland and Labrador, and the closure cost 39,000 people their jobs. It devastated coastal communities who have yet to recover. This was the largest layoff in Canadian history. Approximately 80,000 people have left Newfoundland and Labrador since the cod fishery collapse. Mr. Speaker, the East Coast Report, an interim report tabled in the House of Commons by the Fisheries and Oceans Committee in 1998, helped to frame the social and economic implications of the collapse of groundfish in Newfoundland and Labrador. Many people who appeared before the committee explained the devastating financial effect of the collapse on their personal lives. In communities across the province, it was clear the way of life that existed for hundreds of years was being lost. Mr. Speaker, in the same report, witnesses indicated that fishermen and coastal communities had very little confidence in the ability of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans to manage the fishery. There were complaints that DFO policymakers in Ottawa had no grasp on local issues. Further, there were concerns about enforcement, science, and foreign fishing. I reference this report and the testimony because Several years later, we still have not addressed these concerns. Mr. Speaker, there have been studies on the collapse of the fisheries in Newfoundland and Labrador over the years. There have been several recommendations made. One of the last reports produced by the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans was titled Northern Cod, a Failure of Canadian Fisheries Management. The report stated, quote, concluding that overfishing was the cause of the collapse of the northern cod stock should not surprise anyone. Others who have studied this issue have come to the same conclusion. However, the committee felt that it was necessary to travel to Newfoundland and Labrador to fully understand the factors that allowed the world's greatest fish stock to be grossly overfished for so many years. In our view, the major factor was clearly mismanagement, unquote. They also concluded that the failure of the northern cod to reestablish itself was a lack of vision and long-term planning. Mr. Speaker, nothing has been done with this report. These recommendations have yet to be acted on. There has been very little real analysis as to what has been successful and what has not. The Conservative government likes to talk about streamlining and modernization, implying that fisheries should be run like a business. But successful businesses create plans with vision, goals, and targets. Successful businesses understand the importance of innovation and research. Mr. Speaker, none of this is happening. The Minister of Fisheries and Oceans recently stated that the, quote, fishery is broken, unquote. However, rather than implementing the recommendations from the 1998 report and the 2005 Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, this government is moving backwards and making cuts to the department, including science and enforcement. Instead of putting forward a concrete plan to rebuild the fisheries, this government is determined to move forward with its reckless cuts. Mr. Speaker, we need to take a serious look at the future of Canada's fisheries and our many coastal communities and their local economies. This bill provides a real opportunity to take a fundamental look at the direction of Canada's fisheries and how we might rebuild our once great fishery. Hans Rollman, a Newfoundland columnist for The Independent, wrote, quote, in short, this is not just an inquiry to lay blame for some long over historical event. This inquiry is about our future. If this does not happen, we will be unprepared, uneducated, and unable to meet the demands and challenges of our future world and economy, unquote. Mr. Speaker, it could examine DFO enforcement programs and determine whether they are truly underfunded or ill-equipped to deal with current problems or future problems, like our changing ocean ecosystems. The inquiry could examine the environmental impacts of fishing technologies, the distribution of inshore and offshore quotas, the quota allocation system, and allowable catches or limits. Mr. Speaker, it could inform the Minister and the Department what type or scale of fisheries we need, or how we move forward to a truly community-based fishery based on cooperative management. It could help us learn how to prevent future collapses or deal with unprecedented changes to our oceans, whether it's climate change, acidification, overfishing, pollution, or habitat loss. All of this could be achieved by doing a serious examination of the greatest fisheries collapse in Canadian history. We owe it to the future generations to act now. That is why this bill must pass. Canadians deserve an inquiry that will pose real solutions and rebuild what has been lost. As the bill states, quote, The fisheries are a renewable resource which can, with revitalized conservation and management practices, be rebuilt for the benefit of present and future generations and contribute toward the economic growth of rural Newfoundland and Labrador and all of Canada, unquote. Mr. Speaker, I urge all members of this House to support Bill 308. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honoured to follow my colleague, the member for New Westminster Coquitlam, our fisheries critic on this bill. And I first of all want to commend the member for St. John's South Mount Pearl on bringing forth this private member's bill. I know it was an extremely important part of the reason he ran for Parliament, and also it was part of our party's platform in the last election to call for an inquiry into the Newfoundland and Labrador fishery to talk about what's important here, which is a recovery plan. You know, the story of the Newfoundland fishery can be, the collapse can be pretty simply told. In fact, I want to tell you about a book which outlines some of the major problems. It's called Distant Water by an individual named William Warner, an American, who wrote it in 1983, and he talked about the three things that came together that caused the initial devastation of this, one of the, if not the, world's most significant source of protein. Because we've got to remember, this fishery, which has been going on for 500 years, fed Europe through many centuries, because the fishery wasn't a local fishery, it was a distant water fishery from Portugal, from Spain, from the Basque Country, from England, and it sustained Europe throughout the many centuries and was one of the most significant protein sources in the entire world. In the 50s and early 60s, three things came together. There was a surplus of tankers, believe it or not, and so shipyards that made big tankers were all of a sudden not very busy. The development of flash freezing techniques took place, and plate freezers were invented and developed. And there was a development of an automatic and mechanical filleting machine by the Germans. Bird's Eye Fisheries had invented the flash freezing technique. All these things came together, and they started the development of a distant water fishery from Europe. The British started it first, then the East Germans, the Russians, and pretty soon we had a huge distant water fleet coming from Spain, from Portugal, from East Germany, from Poland, the Soviet Union, Cuba, and even as far east as Asia. And this fishery was so efficient and so enormously successful that by 1968, and that's the peak year I think others have mentioned, 800,000 tons of fish, 800,000 metric tons of codfish were taken from the North Atlantic fishery, the northern cod. Distant Waters, the book, 1983. The subtitle is The Fate of the North Atlantic Fishermen. Well, that was in 1983 I wrote about that. By 1992, the catch rate was way down because the fishery could not sustain this. It's estimated that the biomass of fish that was there could actually sustain 400,000 tons per year. 400,000 on an ongoing, sustainable basis. That's the biomass that was there. That's what's been lost, not only to Newfoundland and Labrador and Canada, but to the world in terms of a food source. One of the previous speakers talked about the 12, he said 12 tons. I think he meant 12,000 tons of cod being caught in the last year. I think the annual catch is more closer to 20,000. But that's 20,000 out of a potential of 400,000 pounds. So the question has to be asked, where is the recovery plan? I mean, we've got a recovery plan for the pine marten and for the marmot. Is that what it's called? The British Columbia marmot. Where's the recovery plan for the northern cod, for the cod stock that sustained Europe for centuries and Newfoundland fishermen for 500 years. Where is the recovery plan? 40,000 people and their families lost their jobs and their livelihood in 1992 as a result of the cod moratorium. And to say that, as one people say, well, they even caught 12,000 tons of cod. Well, and we've got a recovery plan. Well, how are you doing so far? So far with the recovery potential of 400,000 tons, and you're up as far as 12,000 now. I think there's a long way to go. And what we need to know, the story of how the fishery collapsed is fairly easily told. What's important about this bill is actually Clause 5D, asking, in terms of the terms of reference, to develop recommendations for rebuilding and improving the future sustainability of the fish stock, including as required changes to policies, procedures, etc., and talk about management and boundary, and all of the things that my colleague, the fisheries critic, just so eloquently disclosed. So that's what we need. We need a recovery plan. We need some objective, evidence-based report. We had it from the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans in 2005, talking about fisheries management. The impetus is there. There needs to be some evidence-based approach saying, okay, let's examine the things that the member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor talked about in terms of the fact that there seems to be recovery some places. We need to hear from scientists. We need to do a proper job and say, okay, it's not good enough for the Minister of Fisheries, as he did here in the House and elsewhere, talk about the fishery is broken. Well, you don't say the fishery is broken and then walk away from it and leave it to private enterprise or private industry. If we've had this devastation and this loss of a critical food resource for Canada and the world, you've got to do something about it. You've got to say, okay, why are we don't cut back on science if science is needed to answer the questions. I think we've got more than a responsibility to the people and fishermen of Newfoundland and Labrador. We've got a moral responsibility as a country to attempt, if it's possible, to regenerate this fish stock for the sake of helping to feed the world and support the people of rural Newfoundland who've lived for generations and centuries on this resource. The member for St. John's South Mount Pearl, his predecessor, that riding was my neighbour riding. It used to be called St. John's West, and that was the riding that was held by John Crosby when he was Minister of Fisheries, and the moratorium was brought in 1992. So it's very fitting that the current member for St. John's South Mount Pearl is bringing this 20 years later, saying where is the plan to recover the stock? 20 years later, we're at 5% of what we were 20 years ago. Now the member for St. John's Mount Pearl, the successor to Mr. Crosby, is here telling the Conservatives again that where is your plan? Don't just say the fishery is broken. Say the fishery has a problem and there's been a failure to adopt a rebuilding plan. We want to have an inquiry to talk about that, just as we did in British Columbia. The Cohen Commission is doing it in British Columbia. One of the members opposite said, well, why would we repeat that on the East Coast? Well, there's nobody going from Newfoundland to BC to talk about salmon in the Fraser River. We want to talk about codfish in Newfoundland and Labrador, and we want someone to do the same kind of study as is being done in British Columbia. The value of that fishery, the sustainability of a cod stock. The member for St. John's South Mount Pearl said, well, look, we've got oil right now, and it's been very good for our economy. It's been very good for the provincial government's coffers. It's been very good for the federal government's coffers. Not better for the federal government's coffers, frankly, than it's been for the Newfoundland government's coffers. Because when any study will show that the benefits to the federal government are greater than the province. But that may have changed slightly in recent years. But that's not a forever resource. And I see I have 1 minute left. But what we need to do, Mr. Speaker, is examine why, not why the cod, because overfishing is the issue. Who did it, when, is not necessarily what we need to get into, but what we need to get into is coming back. I'll just leave you with the fundamental problem with the Newfoundland and Labrador fishery is the lack of fish. That seems pretty basic, Mr. Speaker. And the way to answer that problem is not to say that the fishery is broken, is to say that we need a recovery plan for the species, for the stock, for the sustainability of Newfoundland and Labrador culture and way of life, and for providing, as we should, the restoration of a prime source of protein, of food, for the rest of for Canada and the rest of the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Acadie Bathurst. You have 7 minutes. 7 minutes minus 2 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak today to Bill C-308, private member's bill, by my colleague, the member for St. John South Mount Pearl. Sincerely, I am proud to see that he has brought forward this bill. The member for St. John's East and my colleague from British Columbia have also spoken to it, and others and other colleagues in the House of Commons. It's unfortunate that the government is saying that it is opposed to the bill. I think that the members expressed their views very well. They feel that there needs to be a commission of an inquiry to try to find answers and try to restore our fishery. I come from northeastern New Brunswick, Mr. Speaker, and so I don't need to tell you that my riding goes along the Gulf of St. Lawrence, along the Baie des Chaleurs. It's the most beautiful riding in the country. We have the sea on one side and the forest on the other. We have everything. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to mix forestry and fishery, but we've lost both our fishery and our forestry. New Richmond, Miramichi, and other places have seen closures. Who would have believed that the fishery could one day close? We had abundant fish. When I was a child, I went with my parents to Shippagan, and I remember that the people that worked in the fish plant had wheelbarrows, and fish were falling out of the wheelbarrows because they were so full. But now, Mr. Speaker, what do we see? There are no more fish. My colleague, the member for St. John's East, mentioned that Minister Crosby in 1972 was there at the time when it closed. My family has never been in the fishery. I worked in the mines when I was young. That's quite a long way away. I was hundreds of feet under the ground. But when I became a union representative in 1988, I started to get involved in the fishery in the sense that I worked with the people in the fish plants along the Acadian shore. And we saw that in Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and New Brunswick, the fishery was being closed, and the communities were devastated by these closures. I was reading articles that talk about the managed destruction of resorts, terrible disappointment, terrible shame along Labrador and Newfoundland. This is an environmental and an economic disaster.
But not only in Newfoundland, but in all of the Gulf of St. Lawrence region, it was a national disaster. A commission of inquiry would establish revealing parallels with agriculture. The fishery is like a family farm, and the tugboats, fishermen with a lot of equipment, represent huge farming enterprises. So a commission of inquiry would help us understand, in the spirit of solidarity, that we are all in the same boat. It's not surprising that the Conservative government does not take seriously the request for a public inquiry from the member of St. John South Mount Pearl. There was an article in the Monitor by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, and there are many pieces written by all kinds of people and reporters who have analyzed this situation. And I think that the bill should go even farther. There should not only be a public inquiry in Newfoundland, but in Prince Edward Island, Newfoundland, New Brunswick as well. There should be a commission of inquiry covering the entire maritime area. We do not want to point fingers. We do not want to accuse anyone of anything. The fish are gone. But how can we together, how can fishermen and scientists together find solutions to rebuild our stocks in the Atlantic? These are resources. This is food. These are jobs for people. That's what it all represents. The Conservative government calls a lot of these people lazy people who don't want to work. The Conservative government is insulting people, saying they only work a certain amount of time in order to qualify for EI. Well, that's not true, and therefore a public commission of inquiry would set the record straight. Be it the crab fishery or the cod fishery, people worked 35 weeks a year. These were strong people getting up early in the morning, men, women going to work, and what has happened is extremely regrettable. So if the government wants to do the right thing, it should hold a commission of inquiry. Let us sit down with the experts and the fishermen. Everybody should sit down together to find a solution. There should be a public inquiry to find out what went wrong. Maybe there was overfishing. Sure. Maybe there were other reasons for the collapse. Let's bring together all of these experts. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to support this bill, and I certainly hope that the government thinks about the matter. It's not the end of the world to hold a public inquiry. A whole industry has collapsed. That's not normal, and therefore we have to get to the bottom of the matter and find solutions. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The last 5 minutes of the debate goes to the honourable member from St. John South Mount Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been a major breakthrough in the fisheries since the introduction of my private member's bill, the Newfoundland and Labrador Fishery Rebuilding Act. The breakthrough took almost 20 years. It took tens of thousands of job losses, the biggest layoff in Canadian history. The breakthrough took unparalleled outmigration from the outports of Newfoundland and Labrador. The breakthrough comes after untold suffering and hardship and a devastating blow to our heritage, a blow that still threatens our culture. The breakthrough is the long-awaited acknowledgement that the Newfoundland and Labrador fishery is broken. The word broken has been used in recent weeks to describe the state of our fisheries. The Minister of Fisheries and Oceans has used the word broken. So has the CEO of Ocean Choice International, one of the largest fish companies in Newfoundland and Labrador left standing. Now that the acknowledgement has been made that the fishery is broken, the question now becomes, how do we fix it? The cracks in the broken fishery begin at the very foundation, the management. With Confederation, part of our dowry to Canada was the Grand Banks of Newfoundland, one of the richest fishing grounds on the face of the planet. 62 years later, and commercial stocks such as cod and flounder have been virtually wiped out. Stock after stock after stock has failed. under the current management regime. The management has not worked, and it cannot be trusted to fix what has been broken. 20 years and no recovery plan. Shameful. Our future is too important to leave in the hands of the bureaucracy and the system that brought our fishery to its knees in the first place. One of the only reports that has been carried out in recent decades on the state of fisheries management was written in 2005 by the House of Commons Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. The report was entitled Northern Cod, a Failure of Canadian Fisheries Management. Keyword being failure. The report took DFO to task for failing to recognize mismanagement as one of the reasons for the stock collapse, describing DFO's lack of long-term vision as astonishing. On September the 12th of this year, I held a news conference in St. John's to announce my private member's bill calling for an inquiry into the Newfoundland and Labrador fisheries. The news conference was made in the same hotel room where then Federal Fisheries Minister John Crosbie shut down the northern cod fishery in 1992. Within hours of that news conference, the current Minister of Fisheries and Oceans for Canada announced there would be no inquiry. His reasoning? The minister pointed out that some areas of the eastern Scotian shelf have seen some stock improvement. The ignorance is astonishing. The Scotian shelf is off Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, not Newfoundland and Labrador. When the Conservative government says no to my bill, before the Conservative government has even seen my bill, that's a testament to the importance they give to the Grand Banks of Newfoundland. When the Conservative government says no to my bill, they're saying no to the future of Newfoundland and Labrador. They're saying no to the future of our culture and the sustainability of our heritage. The Prime Minister once said that the Atlantic provinces have a culture of defeat. Saying no to an inquiry will ensure that defeat. How can the Conservative government say yes to an inquiry into the disappearance of British Columbia salmon stocks and no to an inquiry into Newfoundland and Labrador cod stocks? Are our fish, our codfish, are we any less important? John Crosbie once asked, who hears the fishes when they cry? Mr. Speaker, my question to the Conservative government is this: who hears the fishermen when they cry? Thank you.
Since it is 6:30, the period for debate has expired. Therefore, the question is the following.
I, Mr. Stauffer, moved that Bill C-308, an act respecting a commission of inquiry into the development and implementation of a national fishery rebuilding strategy for fish stocks off the coast of Newfoundland and Labrador, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, December 14, 2011, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
Thank you very much.
Orders of the day.
Private members' business. Consideration of the second reading of Bill C-280. Bill C-280, an act to establish a national strategy for chronic cerebrospinal venous insufficiency. Ms. Duncan.
The House will now proceed to the consideration of Bill C-280 under private members' business. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that Bill C-280, an act to establish a national strategy for chronic cerebrospinal venous insufficiency, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate. The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, multiple sclerosis was, in her words, quickly stealing her life. And in 2008, she began life in a wheelchair. In 2010, she had treatment for chronic cerebrospinal venous insufficiency, or CCSVI, to restore proper blood flow. And last week, she walked. She walked all day with her walker. In her words, damn, this is beautiful. Mr. Speaker, in May 2010, my colleague, the Member of Parliament from St. Paul's, and I wrote an open letter to the Health Minister asking for clinical trials for CCSVI and a registry in Canada. We were ignored. There was no response. I then had a 4-hour take-note debate on CCSVI granted in June 2010. The neurological subcommittee I founded had 4 meetings on CCSVI. We heard from the leading international researchers, Dr. Zamboni, Dr. Simca, Dr. HoC, and Dr. McDonald. All said clinical trials were needed. This time, the world's experts were ignored. The government did not budge. In the summer, when I questioned a top-ranking CIHR official why we could not have a registry, he explained because we don't know what is being done overseas, and it was outside the Canadian Institutes for Health Research, or CIHR's mandate. Why didn't he know that in Poland, each MS patient is seen by a neurologist, has a Doppler, an MRV, an eye test, pictures before and after the procedure, and video of the actual procedure? Yet again, I was ignored. Mr. Speaker, eventually the government put in place a political process to decide whether or not to go ahead with clinical trials. In August 2010, the CIHR, in collaboration with the Multiple Sclerosis Society of Canada, convened a meeting of, quote, top researchers with special emphasis on neurovascular issues, including the recently proposed condition called CCSVI. Why were international experts in CCSVI not invited to the August 26th meeting, given that all significant CCSVI research had been conducted internationally? Why was Dr. HoC not included, given that he is a world leader in imaging? Why was Dr. Simca, who by that point had performed more than 300 CCSVI procedures, not included? Why was no one with expertise and experience in treating CCSVI invited? Why were those who had publicly criticized the validity of CCSVI allowed to participate, given that they were biased? Mr. Speaker, it was an expert group with no experts in the imaging and treatment of CCSVI. Moreover, no data were presented from international scientific conferences. No site visits were made to labs and operating theaters. Just blind acceptance of a handful of studies, including 2 which had been accepted for publication in an astounding 6 weeks. One must ask why students were assigned to work on such an important literature review, and what criteria the CIHR used to reduce the identified 19 PubMed studies to a list of just 9 studies. It was a cursory review at best by, quote, top researchers, particularly when 2 major conferences had taken place by August 2010. Over 1,500 procedures had been performed worldwide, with encouraging results in patients with relapsing remitting MS and primary and secondary MS. Astoundingly, a large body of research examining the role of abnormal vasculature in MS was completely ignored, despite the fact that the CIHR was actually made aware of the long history of abnormal vasculature in MS in June 2010. The first observations related to abnormal vasculature in MS in the literature appeared in Crevoyer in 1839, and today there is extensive literature examining such areas as venous stenosis, cerebral hydrodynamics and venous hypertension, hypoxia, inflammation in cerebral plaques, vascular damage to nerves, as well as reduced perfusion and even loss of small vein visibility in MS. Why was the information presented at the August 26 meeting regarding abnormal veins in MS and iron accumulation in MS brains omitted from the summary report? Mr. Speaker, by the time of the August meeting, 8 provinces and territories were pushing for action on CCSVI. The president of CIHR was open to clinical trials, and the president of the MS Society of Canada had asked for $10 million for clinical trials. How then could there have been unanimous agreement not to undertake clinical trials at the August 26 meeting, when both presidents were in attendance at the behind closed door meeting? Was it perhaps because on August 24th it was discovered that the president of CIHR did not have the money, that they were overcommitted by $10 million, and that the Minister of Health would need authority from Cabinet for new money? Mr. Speaker, on September 13th, 14th, the Federal, Provincial, Territorial Ministers of Health met in St. John's, Newfoundland. Who was present? What presentations and arguments were made regarding CCSVI? And were all sides of the issue presented? And most important, why in some cases did provinces change their positions? Despite my Freedom of Information request, the list of expected participants at the St. John's meeting is blocked out. The list of experts are blocked out. The decision is blocked out, and the considerations are blocked out. Mr. Speaker, over the past 18 months, I am personally in touch with over 1,500 MS patients across Canada. Of those, over 400 have now been treated, and my data mirrors the international data. Namely, 1/3 significantly improve, 1/3 moderately improve, and 1/3 experience minimal to no improvement. Regardless, there are no drugs for the progressive forms of the disease, and no drug has ever reversed the symptoms of devastating MS. I receive 3 and 4 personal notes each week and innumerable phone calls detailing their progress. Many are primary and secondary progressive MS patients. Their changes include improved circulation, changes in the color and temperature in their face, hands, and feet, reduction in both searing nerve pain and the constrictive pain, reduction in brain fuzziness, and improvements in motor function, vision, and hearing. From one Canadian, I'm busting at the seams to let everyone know I've had the procedure. The benefits are phenomenal. My numbness on the left side disappeared immediately. Vision has improved tenfold. Drop foot gone, fatigue gone. I walked the farthest I walked in over 2 years, 2 days after the procedure. Benefits are priceless. How about the following? I jumped with my child. I wore a pair of shoes for the first time in 3 years. May not seem like a big deal to you, but it's a big deal to me. And one man who has suffered for 20 years and walked with 2 canes has thrown them away and went horseback riding with his daughter. Mr. Speaker, I've asked hundreds of written questions of the government. I have hosted breakfasts for MPs and senators with Drs. MacDonald, Hubbard, and HoC, and with patients. I have attended 6 international conferences on CCSVI. No government official has ever attended one. Mr. Speaker, for over a year, the process failed Canadians with MS. It put in place a scientific expert working group with no CCSVI expertise or experience, and which did not even declare conflicts of interest until I pushed for it, which did not even undertake a comprehensive literature review until I pushed for it, and then published an article showing a relationship between CCSVI and MS 14 months after the August 2010 meeting. One must ask why an expert working group would have to contract out a literature review. And it analyzed interim and final results from 7 Canadian and U.S. MS societies funded studies for which we already had answers. And while the government failed to put in place an expert working group, it did, however, manage to fast-track in 2006 Tysabri, a drug which was known to cause a fatal brain infection. In a few short years, 181 people have acquired the infection and 38 have died as of November 1st. Yet there was a hesitation to undertake clinical trials for angioplasty, a procedure undertaken daily in hospitals across this country. Mr. Speaker, Canadians with MS deserve science. They deserved evidence-based medical practices. Sadly, MS patients couldn't have evidence-based practices if their government refused to collect any evidence, either through clinical trials or a registry. Mr. Speaker, finally in March 2010, 10 months after our initial request, the government reversed its position and announced a registry for MS, although no details or timeline was given for its implementation. Tragically, tracking of patients will not begin until July 2012, 31 months after Canadians began traveling overseas for treatment. Since when do scientists fail to collect data? As one Canadian neurologist who had the CCSVI procedure said to me, if we had collected the evidence in a registry for the last many months, would we still be calling these anecdotal stories? This sentiment has been echoed by numerous physicians with MS who have had the procedure, who have written to me although afraid for their careers, and have begged me to continue fighting because, quote, the procedure works. Mr. Speaker, on June 20th, we welcomed the new HoC for MS tour to Parliament Hill, and we announced that we would be tabling bills in both the House of Commons and the Senate, calling for a national CCSVI strategy in clinical trials, and we are all enormously grateful to the caring, compassionate, tireless advocate, Senator Jane Cordy. On June 28th, CIHR's expert working group met, and on June 29th, the health minister reversed her position and announced clinical trials. Mr. Speaker, up until 2 weeks ago, all we had was announcements for clinical trials and a registry, and Canadians with MS across this country understand the cynical politics of 2 weeks ago. They understand that M274 was moved up to be debated before this bill, and they understand that the motion keeps the status quo. Specifically, the following groups were against M274. CCSVI Alberta Edmonton, 2,000 members. CCSVI MS Toronto, 3,200 members. CCSVI MS Nova Scotia, 1,333 members. And CCSVI Ontario, 422 members, totaling more than 7,500 Canadians with MS and their families. MS patients also understand and are deeply offended by the announcements for Phase 1/2 trials on November 25th, which was to preempt this bill. And they understand that it will take roughly 3 years to proceed with a Phase 3 trial or a randomized, controlled, multi-center trial with large patient groups. MS patients say November 25th is a sad day for all Canadians living with MS. They are calling it Black Friday. Mr. Speaker, my bill calls on the Minister of Health to convene a conference with the provincial and territorial ministers responsible for health for the purpose of establishing a national strategy for CCSVI in order to ensure that proper health care is not refused to a person on the ground that that person is seeking or is obtaining the treatment for CCSVI outside Canada. Identify the most appropriate level of clinical trials for the treatment of CCSVI in Canada in order to place Canada at the forefront of international research. Estimate the funding necessary to undertake those clinical trials in Canada. Establish an advisory panel to be composed of experts who have been or actively engaged in imaging or treating individuals with CCSVI, and ensure that clinical trials begin in Canada by March 1st. Leading CCSVI physicians and researchers in North America recommend an adaptive Phase 2/3 trial, and I have a copy of that letter here. That is, clinical trials for the CCSVI procedure occur in multiple centres across Canada with a large patient group. Mr. Speaker, finally, I beseech, I implore the government to do the morally right thing, heed the science and undertake adaptive Phase 2, Phase 3 trials. 18 months has passed since our initial request for clinical trials. On average, 400 Canadians die of MS each year. By the end of this year, 800 will have died from MS-related complications or suicide. Well, the government ignored the science. 31 months will have passed by the time the government implements a registry. Mr. Speaker, there is no excuse not to image. Imaging is safe. There is no excuse not to treat. Angioplasty is an established, low-risk standard of care. There is no excuse not to undertake clinical trials that would put Canada at the forefront of medical research. Canadians with MS are waiting, getting sicker, and in some cases dying. I am profoundly sorry that the government abandoned Canadians with MS in their hour of need, and I'm sorry that they had to beg for the health care they paid into all their lives. The government must fight for families, develop a national strategy, and undertake adaptive Phase 2, Phase 3 trials. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for all the work she's done to bring this very important issue to the forefront. But I am somewhat concerned with her bill and about the concept of even having politicians trying to legislate and force scientific research and trials. Even Dr. Zamboni, who started the procedure, says we need more scientific research. Canada is actually leading internationally with what we're doing with our partners. Most of what she's asking for in Bill C-280 is already underway, and the deadline of March the 1st, 2012 for the launch of the trial is not realistic. These trials require rigorous peer-reviewed processes to meet international standards, and we've already stated that funding will occur as researchers obtain approval from their own ethical boards, which is extremely important for the safety of Canadians. And I wanted to ask her the question, does she not see that for the safety of Canadians, it is a very dangerous precedent for politicians to start trying to force research and science by politicizing this issue? We should be working together.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
I have never politicized this issue.
Absolutely
I asked for the science. I asked for the science, and it took the government 10 months to come and do a registry and 13 months to accept clinical trials. And all I've ever asked is for the science. This is from the leading doctors in North America, signed by Drs. Sclafani, Siskin, Hubbard, HoC, McDonald. And they say, regarding your private member's bill, it is a critical step forward in understanding CCSVI's role in MS, as well as other neurodegenerative diseases such as Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. Tens of thousands of Canadians stand to derive significant benefit from the treatment of CCSVI, and hence every effort must be made to avoid costly delays and duplication, which will ultimately deny those in greatest need the timely, affordable, and efficacious treatment they deserve. We strongly believe that the actions laid out in your Bill 2C-80 are essential in order for the Government of Canada to conduct clinical research into CCSVI. As such, we urge all members of Parliament to vote in favour of your bill. And I will just say, Canada is not a leader. The U.S. already has 3 Phase 2 clinical trials underway approved by the FDA.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to read a little something I got from an MS sufferer today that whom you know, who the good member from Etobicoke North knows. Canadians who have this disease are dying at the rate of 1 per day. Yes, we need studies, but let's not abandon those people when we can act now and save lives. Yes, study it as soon as possible to help people like me walk again. Don't take a doctor's license away if he or she saves someone's life. If these people are good enough to be guinea pigs, why are their lives not worth saving if they are at death's door? I understand that the doctors you have talked to have said very clearly that your bill is actually a good thing. Can you expand a little further on that?
Would just remind all honourable members to direct their questions and comments through the chair. The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I would like to quote again from the leading experts in North America in this field who say, we strongly believe that an adaptive Phase 2-3 trial will allow for a fast and effective research path to get the answers we all need regarding CCSVI. To do otherwise would waste what little time many Canadians with this disease have left in their search for improved quality of life and be unforgivably wasteful of taxpayers' money during these difficult economic times. Let us be very clear on this point. The many scientists and clinicians comprising our Scientific Advisory Board, all internationally recognized for their expertise in this area, stand firmly behind your position that the safety of CCSVI angioplasty has been well established, and therefore anything less than an adaptive Phase 2, Phase 3 trial would be unconscionable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise in the House today to talk about the actions being undertaken by our government with regards to multiple sclerosis. And as a chiropractor practicing in Oshawa for many years, I've had the privilege of treating patients who have suffered from this terrible disease. And as such, I recognize, and our government recognizes, how difficult it is for people with MS and their families to live with this devastating disease. This is why we are committed to advancing our understanding of this complex disease in order to develop the most effective treatments and ultimately a cure. As members are well aware, Dr. Zamboni from Italy has proposed a new surgical procedure to treat MS called chronic cerebrospinal venous insufficiency, or the CCSVI procedure. The CCSVI procedure consists of opening veins in the necks of patients to relieve their MS symptoms. The member from Etobicoke North has introduced Bill C-280 to legislate government action to establish, in collaboration with the provinces and territories, a national strategy on CCSVI procedure. I need to stress that our government has already acted on a number of the initiatives proposed in this bill. This past summer, the Minister of Health announced the establishment of a clinical trial on the CCSVI procedure. The Canadian Institutes of Health Research, or CIHR, is leading this federal initiative. In the coming weeks, Mr. Speaker, CIHR will implement a rigorous and internationally peer-reviewed competition to select the team that will conduct this important research. Our government has also been pleased to see the great interest that several provinces and territories have expressed in working with our government on this very important clinical trial. On that note, key stakeholders such as the Canadian and U.S. MS societies have also confirmed their commitment to collaborate on the proposed trial. Mr. Speaker, it's important to understand that the decision to move forward with a clinical trial must be based on scientific evidence. CIHR's scientific experts have recommended moving forward cautiously with a small clinical trial that will test the safety of the CCSVI procedure. Some people argue that the CCSVI procedure is a safe medical procedure. They have called on our government to move faster with a clinical trial on larger groups of patients. Mr. Speaker, we have to listen to what the experts have said on this matter. Experts from around the world are advising us to move cautiously. Researchers, including Dr. Zamboni himself, have called for further research on the safety and efficacy of the CCSVI procedure. A multidisciplinary panel of experts concluded at the June meeting of the United States Society of Interventional Radiology that, and I quote, "There is currently not enough evidence on the specific parameters required to run a large-scale trial on the proposed procedure." This panel recommended that prospective safety and efficacy trials be conducted in a well-defined and potentially smaller controlled populations. We also have to keep in mind that many Canadians have experienced complications following the CCSVI procedure. As indicated in a recent publication by Dr. Cal Gutkin from the College of Family Physicians of Canada, again, I quote, "The CCSVI treatment is not without risk. Hemorrhage and other complications have been reported." As you know, Mr. Speaker, 2 Canadians who underwent the CCSVI procedure abroad died following the medical intervention. For all these reasons, it is necessary to move cautiously with a well-defined clinical trial on the safety of the CCSVI procedure. This trial will increase our understanding of the proposed treatment without putting the lives of Canadians at risk. In this regard, I am very pleased that last month the Minister of Health and Dr. Alan Baudet, President of CIHR, announced that CIHR is ready to accept research proposals for the Phase 1-2 clinical trials on CCSVI. The request for research proposals is available on CIHR's website. The second requirement outlined in Bill C-280 is to track MS patients who undergo the CCSVI procedure. Mr. Speaker, our government, in collaboration with the provinces and territories, CIHI, the National Network of MS Clinics, and the MS Society of Canada, is already developing a Canadian MS monitoring system. This important initiative will provide individuals living with MS and their doctors with information to better understand this horrible disease. As I already mentioned, Bill C-280 is also calling on the federal government to establish an advisory panel to advise the Minister of Health on the medical procedure proposed by Dr. Zamboni. Mr. Speaker, our government has already established such a panel. Over the last 18 months, a scientific expert working group established by CIHR has been reviewing research evidence from around the world on the CCSVI issue. The working group has made valuable recommendations to our government on the CCSVI issue. CIHR's scientific expert working group will continue to monitor and analyze new research evidence as it becomes available. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-280 also raised the issue of ensuring proper health care for MS patients who undergo the CCSVI procedure. As you know, health care delivery is a provincial and territorial responsibility, and some provinces have developed guidelines to ensure that MS patients who undergo the CCSVI procedure abroad receive proper follow-up care here in Canada. As an example, Ontario's Minister of Health and Long-Term Care recently mandated an MS expert advisory group to produce guidelines on the follow-up care of MS patients. These guidelines are now available to all healthcare practitioners in the province of Ontario. Our government has also worked in close collaboration with provinces, territories, and health professional associations to ensure that MS patients and their caregivers receive the most up-to-date research evidence. For example, Mr. Speaker, CIHR has been sharing research information related to CCSVI with healthcare professional organizations such as the College of Family Physicians, which has posted this information on its website and distributed it to all their members. A hotline service has also been established by our government to ensure that MS patients have access to the most recent information on MS. Mr. Speaker, let me assure you that we have already established strategic initiatives that will allow us to better understand the new procedure proposed by Dr. Zamboni to treat MS and MS patients. These initiatives, along with other important MS-related research projects funded by the federal government, will increase our understanding of this devastating disease and will lead to a more effective diagnosis, treatment, and hopefully, ultimately, a cure. Mr. Speaker, I know, speaking for myself, I hope that this procedure is a cure for MS, but we all have to understand in this House that it's up to us as legislators to work with the research community, not to put unreasonable constraints on the research community and try to force research by legislation. Mr. Speaker, I think I'm speaking for everyone in this House that we all would like to work together to see what we can do to end this devastating disease. And I look forward to this debate this evening and the discussions tonight. And I do want to thank the member. She has done a lot of work to bring this issue forward to Canadians and for Canadian families. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to reiterate how important this bill is. This bill, introduced by the member from Etobicoke North.
Nearly 75,000 Canadians live with MS, which is a chronic autoimmune disease. Canada, by the way, has one of the highest rates of multiple sclerosis in the world. 1 out of every 500 people has this disease. 3 people per day are diagnosed with it, and it often strikes those in the prime of their life. Multiple sclerosis is a complex, incurable disease, and we don't know exactly what causes it. It attacks the central nervous system, and there are flare-ups of symptoms from time to time. Living with multiple sclerosis means living with physical difficulties, including eyesight problems, muscular pain, tingling, and numbness, and loss of balance, among other things. Multiple sclerosis is incurable, but medical research has introduced medications that are helpful with the symptoms. Some treatments have reduced the flare-ups and slowed the progress of the disease, but medication is often expensive and not always covered by insurance. If you learn that you have a chronic, incurable disease and you are 18 or 20 years old and you have to live with that, it is very difficult. My colleague from Etobicoke North talked about the discoveries by Paolo Zamboni, an Italian doctor. In 2009, he published a study showing that multiple sclerosis might be caused by poor circulation in the neck veins. He called it chronic cerebrospinal venous insufficiency, CCSVI. This study raised hopes of those suffering from the disease. Other studies were undertaken in various countries to try to show a link between venous insufficiency and MS. There have been clinics in the United States, Poland, and Italy that have practiced the procedure of angioplasty to open up the veins. Some patients have had astonishing results, and their symptoms have decreased by 50 to 80%, and they have recovered mobility to some extent in some cases. But at least 2 Canadian patients have died abroad from these procedures. One of the problems with CCSVI is the lack of international standards. The techniques vary, and the quality of treatment as well. Private clinics are not always supervised. There is also the fact that there is no consensus around CCSVI. Some articles support Dr. Zamboni's hypothesis and others do not. In June 2011, the federal government announced that it was going to fund phases 1 and 2 of clinical trials. November 25th, the government launched a call for proposals. So this was a few months after the request came. The research team will be chosen in March 2012, and the clinical trials will only start in May 2012. This is much too far away. Moreover, we don't know how many people will be involved. Phase 1 involves a small group that will be evaluated as to the safety of the procedure, and phase 2 will involve a larger number of subjects and deal with the effectiveness of the therapy. So we are eagerly awaiting the results, but the government should have done this in 2009. We need action on this. We should also note that the Canadian system for oversight of multiple sclerosis has been set up, and the Canadian Institute for Health Information will use this information. We need to deal with this issue that involves thousands of people, and we need leadership. It is essential that we help those people who are living with multiple sclerosis and their families. Many people with MS are in wheelchairs. We know that there are often obstacles and barriers to mobility in our buildings. Some people have to renovate their homes, others find it difficult to find good housing, and life is difficult for them. Although this disease and its symptoms do not prevent people necessarily from working, often they are part-time, and it is hard for them to live independently. The government could make it easier to have access to employment insurance benefits when people have to stop working or work part-time. The government could also provide refundable tax credits for people who are disabled and their informal caregivers. This is important to help them because often the financial situation of these patients is very difficult. Society as a whole has to fight multiple sclerosis. Our Canadian researchers need to find a cure for this disease. Our governments have to support research, but also support those who are affected by this disease. We support the bill introduced by the member for Etobicoke North, and we hope that it will be adopted so that we can soon find solutions to this terrible disease. The government needs to show political willingness and leadership to deal with this. It needs to have reliable clinical research so that patients have access to Dr. Zaboni's treatment or another therapy that is reliable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise here and support the bill by my colleague from Etobicoke North. Mr. Speaker, I won't go into the statistics of the number of people in Canada who are living with MS. I won't go into all of the details of the misery of their lives and the tragedy of the quality of their life. But I want, because everyone has spoken about that, this is known, we all know. But what I want to speak about is the fact that the member is talking about ensuring that one of the things about a quality healthcare system is that people who need that healthcare system get the best possible quality of care when they need it in a timely manner. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know that with the advent of CCSVI, that many people who live with MS are desperate. You're living with a debilitating disease that in fact can cause you to become completely dependent on others over a short period of time, depending on how the disease affects you as an individual. So people are desperate to maintain their quality of life, to maintain mobility, to maintain an ability to work and be producing members of society. And so when something comes up that promises that it would help them, and when it is shown that in some countries of the world and in some areas people are being helped, everyone wants to know what to do. It is the responsibility of Health Canada and the Government of Canada to ensure that those patients know what the results of a particular trial, drug, therapy, intervention is, that the people know whether there are side effects, that they know what those side effects are, that they know what the effectiveness of the therapy or the intervention is. And I think it's really very important for the government to move quickly on this. Well, in the spring of this year, which is a long time ago, the Liberal Party clearly, with the member from Etobicoke North, stood and asked for clinical trials to begin in this country. The foot-dragging that went on that have resulted only in the last 2 days of proposals going out for clinical trials is appalling, given that you have people for whom the quality of life and their ability to be able to live normal lives, 8 months is a long time in people's lives. 6 months is a long time in people's lives. So to have to wait that length of time is, without putting too fine point on it, insensitive. I could use other words, but I'm saying insensitive. But here we are. Now the trials have been set out and proposals are being asked for, but they are phase 1 and phase 2 proposals. Now, phase 1 proposal, as you have heard, are asking small proposals that look at the safety of the particular intervention or drug. The second phase, obviously, looks at the effectiveness or the efficacy of that intervention or drug or therapy. Now, there's a third phase that the member is asking for, which I think is key, because what this phase does is it does a comparison of the effectiveness of the new drug procedure therapy against the ones that have already been in existence. Is it better? Is it achieving better results? Is it going to be more beneficial to patients if they have access to it or not? That is a very, very key part of clinical trials. That is not being done, and I need to know why. I think it astounds me that it's not being done, because if you're going to adopt something, let us say it proves that, you know, the safety is good and that the effectiveness is good, then one needs to be able to give patients the information so that they can make what is known in medicine as informed consent. They know what they're comparing, they know what they're looking at, they know what they're facing, and they are able to make reasoned and informed choices. That is a cornerstone of good quality of care, patient information. Now, so that's the second thing that our member is asking for. But there are other things that the member is asking for. I think she would like to ensure, which is very, very key, that right now people are in fact desperate and they're going out and they are participating outside of the country in areas where CCSVI is available. Now, we know that there have been some side effects. We know that in some cases, some patients have only been helped temporarily. But what we've known is that when those patients come back here, they are treated as if they are pariahs. They are not allowed medical care. They are not allowed assistance that they may need when they have those side effects. It is kind of like a punitive thing that says, how dare you go off and try something because you're desperate? Well, if you do that, we're not going to take care of you when you come back. That is the sort of callous and punitive thing that I think the member is fighting against. She's saying, you know what, if you went across and you were skiing in Switzerland and you broke your leg and you came back to Canada, you're going to get treatment in Canada. You're going to get physiotherapy in Canada. So why are we discriminating against this group of patients who, out of sheer desperation, because of a great deal of foot-dragging from this government, have been unable to get the answers they seek and the information they want about clinical trials? And that is one of the most important things that she's asking for. She also wanted to talk about tracking individuals who have received clinical trials in multiple centres across Canada so that we can have an information base that we can see how people are responding, how long, how differently, what are the factors that help people respond sooner or not sooner or better, what are the progression of the treatment in some people. And tracking that is an important part, again, of patient information, of the patient knowing what they're choosing, why they're choosing, and understanding all of the side effects, positive or negative, of different people across the country. Because when you do a clinical trial, you're dealing in phase 1 with a small group, in phase 2 with a bit of a larger group. But when you put the drug or the intervention or the procedure out there, then you're dealing with a very large and a diverse population. You need to track how that population in all of its diversity is responding. That, again, is an important piece of patient information. I mean, it's a sort of a post-market surveillance if you decide that this procedure is worth doing. And so what the minister is asking for is for an urgency in all of this. The member is suggesting that by December the 1st, 2011, that we set up an advisory panel to be composed of experts who have been or actively engaged in imaging or treating individuals with CCSVI, and of an individual, one patient advocate who has been a patient themselves and who has had CCSVI, to be on that panel, so that you have this group of people that are looking at the issue, keeping track of the issue, and advising the minister on the best way to go about changing things. But I think the urgency is what I'm hearing in this. And I think this lack of urgency is what is concerning the member and is what is concerning most of us. I think at the end of the day, if we are going to provide the best health care to Canadians, we're going to have to do our homework. We're going to have to invest in good trials, in trials that will give the kinds of information that people need, and that includes a phase 3 trial as well. We're going to have to look at post-market surveillance or post-introduction of procedure surveillance. We're going to have an open place where people can track and understand side effects and understand what's going on. We're going to have to treat these patients, regardless of whether they did or did not have CCSVI, as patients in Canada who deserve equality and equity of care and access to care when they need it. So I want to stand here and say there is urgency, and there are some very concrete steps that the member has asked for in this bill. And I hope that we will hear more than lip service to caring about patients, more than lip service to suggesting that we want to do the right thing. There's a lot of lip service going on around here. Let us see some action. And so I want to thank my colleague for bringing in this bill, and I want to give it my wholehearted support.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Multiple sclerosis is a devastating disease. It attacks the nervous system, affects people's vision, mobility, balance, their ability to maintain a memory. Because MS is progressive, its course is highly variable and unpredictable. The emotional, physical, and financial drain on those that are affected and on their families is immeasurable. Many Canadians living with MS have shared their personal stories on how the disease has led to a loss of their autonomy. Many members in this House have friends or family members who have multiple sclerosis and are aware of the hardship that comes with living with this disease. I know members will share my view that MS patients and their families show tremendous courage in the face of such a difficult illness. Sadly, there is no cure for multiple sclerosis. Current treatment is geared towards managing the symptoms and slowing the disease's progression. In 2009, Dr. Pablo Zamboni, who is based in Italy, suggested that chronic cerebrospinal venous insufficiency, or CCSVI, would be a main cause of MS. To treat this condition, he proposed a surgical procedure, venous angioplasty, which involves opening up the blocked veins in the neck of a patient. Dr. Zamboni's findings and those of other studies on CCSVI have raised the hopes of MS patients, patient groups, and members of this House. Unfortunately, despite the interest that greeted Dr. Zamboni's procedure, it is clear that there is no immediate procedure for treating MS. There are many unanswered questions on the safety and efficacy of this proposed procedure. There's also some uncertainty about the relationship between CCSVI and multiple sclerosis. I understand the motivation of those who argue that there is no need for further evaluation of the safety of this proposed MS procedure. Each of us wants to ensure the best possible solution for Canadians living with MS. That said, the government and we in this House have a moral and ethical obligation to work with the scientific and medical community and proceed only with the best at the basics of the best medicine and scientific evidence available to us right now. Mr. Speaker, the government is not alone in this view. According to the MS Society of Canada, and I quote, adding clarity to the relationship between CCSVI and MS is essential to assisting people with MS to secure any treatments that they may consider. The MS Society goes on to say that medical institutions and healthcare providers require research data confirming the validity, necessity, and safety of any procedure they provide, and in their view, that data is not yet available as it relates to the relationship between CCSVI and MS. Even the MS Society of Italy, where this procedure was developed, announced in June of 2010 that it intends to support an epidemiological study of CCSVI. In September of 2010, the Canadian Medical Association concurred with CIHR when they stated the need for an evidence-based approach to the development of clinical trials of the recently proposed condition called chronic cerebrospinal venous insufficiency. Dr. Anthony Trablusi, a neurologist with expertise in the diagnosis and management of MS, expressed this sentiment very clearly when he was quoted recently by the British Columbia Human Rights Tribunal. Dr. Trablusi is the medical director of UBC Hospital MS program, the director of the MS Clinical Trials Research Group, the president of the Canadian Network on MS Clinics, and serves as the CIHR's scientific expert working group on MS. In a November 2011 decision, the tribunal quoted Dr. Trablusi as follows: "New theories and new treatment proposals are welcome. However, in my opinion, based on the evidence available, both published and unpublished, I cannot recommend or support the use of venous angioplasty or stenting of the veins that drain the brain and spinal cord in patients with MS." It is clear, Mr. Speaker, experts in Canada and around the world are advising caution on this matter. Being cautious, however, does not mean we are not moving forward. As a surgeon myself, I appreciate both the need for caution for the safety of patients as well as the need to drive forward with new ideas and innovation. And that's why in 2010, a full year before Bill C-280 was introduced, the CIHR set up a scientific expert working group to monitor and analyze the research-based evidence on the MS-CCSVI issue. As in the meeting in June of 2011, CIHR's scientific expert working group decided that enough evidence was now available to move forward with a clinical trial on the safety and efficacy of the procedure proposed by Dr. Zamboni. The following day, the Minister of Health acted quickly and asked CIHR to develop the call for proposals for the clinical trials on that procedure. I'm pleased to advise the House that the call for proposals is now posted on CIHR's website. A competitive and rigorous peer-review process will be completed by CIHR to ensure that the successful proposals meet international standards for research excellence. This review will likely be completed by early 2012. The announcement of the research team selected for conducting the clinical trials will come shortly after that. Several provinces and territories have expressed interest in working with the Government of Canada on setting up the national clinical trial. It is scientifically and medically important to respect the different steps involved in the selection and approval of the research proposal to ensure that it meets the standards of excellence. As you see, Mr. Speaker, our government has already taken significant action. This is why we will not be supporting Bill C-280. It is important to note that if enacted, Bill C-280 would require by statute that our government undertake by March of 2012 clinical trials on the procedure proposed by Dr. Zamboni. The bill does not specify whether these would be phase 1, 2, or 3 trials. Surely the sponsor must recognize and realize that due to the legislative process, this implementation date will likely come and go before both houses consider the bill before us today. It is crucial, Mr. Speaker, that we as legislators do not inadvertently interfere with the integrity of the clinical trials. We, like MS patients, their caregivers, and medical professionals like myself, must respect the steps medical research requires in gathering the best evidence. More importantly, I'm pleased to report that during last month's meetings in Halifax, health ministers from across the country discussed the need for moving forward with phase 1 and phase 2 trials. And thanks to last month's announcements, that's exactly what's happening. By conducting rigorous peer review, our government is taking the necessary steps to ensure that the investigation of CCSVI will not have long-term negative repercussions on the health of Canadians living with MS. Mr. Speaker, Canada is not the only country striving to assist MS patients while also proceeding with appropriate caution. In the United Kingdom, the National Institute for Health and Clinical Excellence has launched a consultation process on venoplasty for CCSVI for MS. Its consultation document explains that the link between CCSVI and MS is not well understood and that research to resolve this uncertainty would be useful. The consultation process was completed in September of this year and will provide guidance to the Institute as well as to UK's National Health Service on the safety and efficacy of CCSVI. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that there are many unknowns regarding CCSVI angioplasty. We look forward to reviewing the findings from these and other highly credible institutions that are studying CCSVI. That is what the MS Society, prominent members of the medical community, provinces, and international healthcare services have advised. That said, let there be no doubt that this government shares the determination of MS patients and their families that new developments, should they be rigorously assessed and researched, be moved forward. It's our shared hope that this research will lead to medically proven, evidence-based proven procedures to proceed and improve the lives of patients with multiple sclerosis and ultimately to finding a cure to MS. Thank you very much.
Ça reste 6 minutes.
We have 6 minutes left. Resuming today, the Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Etobicoke North, for the energy and passion she has invested in multiple sclerosis. Canada is one of the countries most affected by this illness. We believe that there are between 50,000 and 80,000 Canadians who are affected by it. That is, 3 new cases are diagnosed every day in Canada. What is dramatic is that the people who get this diagnosis, who are diagnosed with MS, are in their prime. They are usually between 15 and 40 years of age. So these are young people who are active in the labor market, they have a family, or they might be people who are still dreaming of changing the world and making a contribution to our society. When you learn that your body is an obstacle, that it keeps you from achieving your objectives, is very difficult to swallow, to accept. The symptoms of MS vary from one person to the next. They range from blurred vision to extreme fatigue to troubles talking to muscular stiffness. The most serious cases even affect a person's memory and may even lead to partial or complete paralysis. It's an illness where you need those close to you to help you, at least at certain times. And so I hope that this government is going to do more for caregivers who often need to sacrifice time from work and pay to look after their loved ones. The reality, of course, is not much better for those who are actually affected by this illness. Over 80% of the people who have MS end up not being able to work full-time anymore. So it is extremely urgent that we give these people the flexibility they need so they can remain active and not fall into poverty. It's all the more important when you realize that 75% of people who are affected by MS are women. I would like to remind this chamber that there are more low-income women than men, and one of the things which the Canadian MS Society has demanded is to improve EI benefits for MS sufferers so that they can afford to take time off of work when there are flare-ups. I certainly hope the government is listening. To this day, there is no cure for multiple sclerosis. There are all kinds of treatments which help to slow down progression of the illness, to decrease flare-ups, or the strength of symptoms, but really there is nothing which will heal, which will help a patient completely heal from this illness. So in 2009, it's no surprise that many Canadians saw their hopes raised by new treatments, which unfortunately they do not have access to. Now, these treatments were developed by Dr. Paolo Zamboni, and according to him, the obstruction of veins in the neck and in the head prevents the blood from flowing freely between the spinal cord and the brain, which immediately leads to the triggering of symptoms resembling those of multiple sclerosis. And angioplasty, which is a procedure whereby veins are stretched by introducing a little balloon or a vascular prosthesis, is a potential therapy. And Dr. Zamboni's first trials were very promising. Of course, the scientific community is extremely cautious first because experts still cast in doubt the Zamboni procedure. However, after the shock of the initial discovery, many studies were undertaken and results have been contradictory at the very least. Some studies support Dr. Zamboni's conclusions, where the others refute them. Mr. Speaker, as a doctor, I have to admit that I am both intrigued and skeptical with regard to Dr. Zamboni's theory. I'm intrigued because he seems to have obtained results, and because if his research turns out to be correct, it would represent a huge it would represent significant progress in medical research. But I'm also skeptical because it's not the first time that a miraculous treatment has been announced for MS. And in fact, I'm thinking of an example back in 1988 when a French doctor, Dr. Legac, said that he had found a cure for MS through massive doses of antibiotics, since he believed the cause was a virus. I certainly hope that the treatment will be available for people and that it will be proven effective. Oh, I apologize, but members' business has expired and the issue will go to the top of the priority list on the order paper.
It's adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.